Checking. Seeing everything's fine. The live chat is flickering in and out of life, and I don't know why. Hopefully everything is fine with that. That's okay. All right. Good. It's working. Hello, everyone. Double checking my audio, making sure everything's fine. Welcome to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the breezy Kaiser Shonen.
Huh? Wait, hold on. What happened?
I introduced you. You missed the word I called you today.
I couldn't hear. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I think Discord cracked out as you said it, so I didn't hear.
Well, now you're just going to have to live with it. The question of not knowing. Never knowing. Yep. Never understanding. Always second guessing.
I could just replay back.
No. Who would ever do that? That's a ridiculous notion. That's silly. That's silly. No one ever goes back during a stream. I mean, come on. It's live. We're in the present. That's the past.
I could not hear any of that either because Discord cracked out again.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Wow. It's starting real early today.
Scuff semblance. It's really hitting hard today, ain't it? Oh.
Hello, Billy.
Yeah, it's just scuff on my end. Maybe if I don't know if it's my headphones. I don't think it is my headphones.
Well, hello, Billy Donuts, and hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. And Sean Foldark asking me a question by way of spoiling the end, apparently, of the first season of My Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man.
I guess so, yeah.
Which is, let's see, hypothetical question. If the spider that gave Peter his powers got its powers from Spider-Man, how confused would you be? Yes, a doctor was involved. What? So it's a bootstrap paradox. Like a flat-out bootstrap paradox. That's rough. That's really rough. If they don't do that, like, there's got to be a deep thematic reason why you do that. You can't just throw that in there to explain something. It has to be some sort of, like, commentary. Transformers 1 is a good movie. Go see it. It looked all right. That's what I hear. There's a lot of people that were really praising Transformers 1, and then I started seeing clips from it, and then I saw, like, other people talking about it that were not big Transformers fans, and everyone the universally otherwise was like, yeah, it was okay.
I liked the Transformers romance movie.
There was a Transformers romance movie?
No, it wasn't a romance, but there was a scene that when I watched it, I went to my friend Butters and I said, "Shape of Water with robot cars."
Jack and Daxter style time loop. A Jack and Daxter style time loop is a little bit different, I imagine. Jack did not end up creating himself. That's not how that worked. He actually had very little, like, influence on his younger self. Literally, the only thing he did was save his life, which, kind of needed to do in order to stop himself from dying. Look, we all ship Megatron and Optimus. We all understand. I guess? I don't know. I know people, like, really love Transformers. I could never really get into it.
Well, I guess it wasn't technically... It is and is not a Transformers movie, because technically the movie was called Bumblebee, so...
Oh,
but it was still a really good film.
Right, yeah, Bumblebee, I know people really love that film. And now you say that, yeah, no, it totally is. The forbidden love.
Yeah.
What that tailpipe do? I've known a couple of people that are into that, and I still do not understand it.
Oh,
it's
Oh.
up there with the freaking sign that says "Do not fist the robot girl." Like, it's like the minute I think about anything biological interacting with anything mechanical, it's just not a fun time.
yeah.
So I bet you guys didn't expect an entire discussion about a family film opening this way.
Definitely not.
Are you going to read 2 chapters of Project Alpha next week? Look, we've been barely getting through half a chapter at a time. What the hell is this coming from? No, we don't do
Yeah.
makeups. We just go through at a steady rate, even though we do skip some weeks.
Yeah, and I don't even know if we're going to be able to do bad fan fiction night. I probably for the next 2 weeks, but
Yeah, this
definitely not this week either.
the reason why is Twi is taking a little bit of a vacation. She'll be away for
Yes.
about 2 weeks, and that'll give us time to wrap up the talk about Arcane, because clearly Twi was not having the greatest of time with the Arcane discussions.
I'm sorry, I was really bored.
Yep. So that was. We'll use that time, finish up those discussions, give Kaiser a chance to get back into the stream and survive.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, he's still muted and deafened and dead, which is unfortunate, because I really wanted to hear his opinion on what percentage of the film that he saw, because today we are talking about a little bop by the name The Secret Garden.
Yes. It is a childhood film that I'd watched ever since I was very, very little. And I was so excited. That's kind of a redundant thing to say, but whatever. I didn't think of my words very carefully. I'm sorry. I was so excited to show Raymond The Secret Garden and other shows from my early childhood, because I think that they're so good.
Yeah.
They hold up so well.
Raymond, you're against being with robot girls in the presence of Kaiser. Mega Man is practically the gateway for wanting to do stuff with robots. Okay. I need...
Hello?
Hi,
All
Kaiser.
right.
Perfect timing. I'm about to elaborate how Mega Man characters that are the size and general shape and, like, appearance of humans, radically different than
Wait a second. Say that again?
than a 6-story transforming robot that can smush you by just flexing its arm.
I don't
What is
think
going on?
anyone really wants...
I think I might need to restart Discord. I'm sorry.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I get biblically accurate for a second. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yep. Apparently that was kind of a thing in Chobits, which I never watched except for like maybe the first episode. But yeah, that was a regular thing in Chobits apparently, and that's the whole stupid plot of that story, is whether you can have a romance without sexual intimacy.
Right. It's like I like, if they are built for it, if they are designed for it in some way, shape, or form, fine, I guess. But you know, if they're not, and they're giant killing machines,
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. No, that's not happening.
I even want to know what we're on about. I'm looking at chat and you're talking about robot.
People are trying to say that Mega Man. Never mind. Look, basically the end goal is, if it looks human, you can kind of dig it. If it looks like a giant destructive killing machine, I don't understand it. Like, it's like someone being attracted to a fucking tractor. I know they exist. I don't know why.
Twilight, do you know the code phrase to activate TED? No? What is a TED?
Is that like an AI thing?
A TED Talk?
It sounds like an AI reference.
A TED Talk, yeah.
I was today years old from Sky Slasher. I today years old when I learned that Sean Schemmel voiced a sentient Russian thumb with brain damage named Colonel Kozak.
Huh.
What?
Was that like in Thumb Wars or something?
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds like a Thumb Wars thing.
Anyway, so yes, now that Kaiser is back, we were about to describe.
Yes, Gutsman is off limits. It's Billy Donuts.
So, yes, what is The Secret Garden? The Secret Garden is a beloved child's novel from the early 1900s. I think 1909, I want to say.
1909 was when
It was made.
the book came out, and it's set in 1901.
Yes. And it is a very beautiful little story about basically regain a childhood and learning to just kind of learning to be a child all over again. And it's really, now that I think about it, it's really abstract to kind of nail down exactly what it's about. There's a lot of things it ends up covering.
Yeah, basically, there are elements of nature versus nurture, and what does it take for a child to grow up as a normal human being? What are the how much does a parent's involvement affect how a child views the world, how they grow up, all that kind of stuff. And also the nature of positive versus negative thoughts.
Yeah.
And how that can affect your quality of life.
To put it in the most simplest of terms, the original book and the 1993 film, and Twi, I'm not sure if you can attest to the other earlier film. This is a story all about how through the power of gardening, a group of kids discover physical therapy.
Yes.
And emotional therapy. Like legitimately, yes. That's kind of the plot. But we're here to compare it with its 2020 counterpart, which is where, through the power of just straight out fucking magic and ghosts, a girl learns that her mommy actually really loved her and that she is the bestest, awesome, most specialist girl in the world.
Yep.
Twi, you're like, there's like a tapping sound in the background of your mic.
Is there?
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on here. I'm sorry. Give me a sec.
Everyone's having problems but me
Everything
today.
is scuffed.
Literally, I'm the only one that's not scuffed, but that's a knock on wood. This is a story of how my life went upside down. It got turned upside down. How do you forget that lyric?
Yeah, come on, dog. They only play that shit every episode.
And also prove that CGI budget versus special effects budget can be very different. Yes! Oh my god, dude, trust me, we have a whole conversation. But if people...
Okay, I expect that.
Yeah, well, if people want my honest opinion, the 2020 version of The Secret Garden is to Twilight what the adaptation of Artemis Fowl is to me.
Oh my god.
That's what you were talking
about. Yes, we are talking. This is on the level of poor quality as I think it was also 2020 Artemis Fowl. This is that bad. And in fact,
damn, they had a double feature.
I was going to say Artemis Fowl I think is probably worse for the films overall because there is actual magic they fuck up on a grand fucking scale. Well, we see Twilight rage. Potentially. I'll probably rage a little bit more, but like that's just typical. 2 more reasons.
He is a very angry bird.
Yes, very much so.
And with me, just pick almost any freaking remake of anything. It's probably got ruined for me at some point.
Well, I was going to ask. You only saw 70% or so of the 2020 film. What were your thoughts?
Yes.
Otherwise, aside from my bold statements, what were your thoughts of that movie so far?
Yeah, so I understand that it's trying to focus on, the ideas that you expressed about, how reclaiming a childhood and, you know, looking towards the future, using that as a way to keep going in life and not forgetting about it. You know, sort of a struggle between, you know, realism and idealism in that sense. Like, I like that idea. I feel like, as a guy who has not seen the original or anything like that, it's it's kind of very, very mid at the best of times. And then in other ways, it's just like really, really try hardy. Like, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say most of it is even all that horrible or anything like that, but it's like it tries way too hard to be sultry, and that's on top of the dialogue being kind of hit or miss.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, that's about where it ends up being. Also, your Rahi tuber is freaking the fuck out.
Wait, what do you mean?
I think it's like it's being super sensitive. It's like just flickering constantly.
Oh, hold on a sec.
God damn. Well, the scuff is stream, man.
So to be clear, we are comparing two different adaptations. Technically, two different remakes, because the 1993 version is not the original film adaptation of this. The original one was actually made only roughly 15 years after the book came out in 1916. Unfortunately, however, it was also a silent film. Unfortunately, however, that movie is considered lost media. Yeah. It probably burned in the fire because it was Paramount.
The tragic fire at the family reunion.
Oh, you don't know about the... I'm forgetting which exact studio it was, but
I know
there was
a big fire. Yeah, I know about that. I'm making a reference. That's all.
Right. Okay.
We're coping with our humor right now.
Yeah. The second film that was adapted for The Secret Garden came out in 1949 and was a black and white film. And while I haven't finished watching it, I have at least watched a good third of it. There's other adaptations, like the straight to TV versions, like one that I watched in, I want to say it was 1987 when it came out. That one kind of has parallels to the 2020 version, as we'll talk about in a little bit. And then, of course, there's the definitive, for most people, The Secret Garden, which came out in 1993. Definitive mainly because it is in color, it has sound, it isn't a silent film.
Oh, and I should clarify, color ends up being super goddamned important in this story. And yes, we'll get into that with the 2020 version.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Okay. That is not the impression I got.
Yeah. Yeah. The 2020 version has a lot of fucking problems. They missed. You know what? I think they missed just about everything that was important. I don't think they missed. I don't think they hit a single correct note in that film.
Yeah. These characters are the characters in name only, because I don't recognize Mary Lennox in the 2020 film. I don't recognize Dickon in the 2020 film. These are not... I don't even recognize Martha. Martha is not Martha.
Well, I'm not surprised, considering she was only in the film for about 5 fucking minutes, it seemed.
I know.
Wait, are we watching a movie? No, we're talking about a movie.
Yeah, we're talking about a movie.
Yeah, so...
I don't think... Do you see what's on the screen right now? I don't think we can get away with doing this to Warner Brothers.
Yeah, though I am going to turn off the shield while I feather through, because I don't think I'm going to show any... Oh, no. I don't think I'm going to show anything super... I'm not going to, like, play it. I'm just going to feather through on things. So...
People in the chat.
Why do you say that name? You guys will learn.
Why do you say that?
You guys will learn Martha is awesome. Martha
Yes.
is wonderful as a character, and trust me, it makes what happened to her in the frickin' 2020 version just that much more of a fucking crime.
Oh my god, I just realized this is the second time Warner Brothers ruined Martha.
No. Warner Brothers wasn't fucking involved in the 2020 version. The 1993 version was Warner
okay.
Brothers, and they did that shit right.
Okay, then we're safe there.
Yeah,
All
we're
right,
safe.
We only had the one nuke, but not the two.
A second Martha has hit the studio.
They hit the Pentagon.
I'm just imagining like actual Mary yelling, "They hit the Pentagon! My mom was in the Pentagon!"
Oh god.
Okay. So, Izanagi, looking at the basic premise of this book, it seems like a charming novel, though I assume some stuff was changed from the novel in the 1993 version.
Very small things.
Very small things. I think that the biggest one would be the nature of what happens to her parents.
Yes.
Okay.
So
should we go through the film and like summarize the 93
Sure.
version, because it's the most accurate to the book of the one that we're covering today.
Sure.
So we open in 1901 in India, surprisingly enough. And they have this beautiful, red sandy depiction. You have this very nice, I don't know what kind of building they're called. I don't know if it's a palace or not. Just very nice building from India. And we cut to this very stark room. I'm going to feather past that because I feel uncomfortable having her partially dressed, which was a very bizarre thing to see in this day and age. But you see, already this film is already setting a mood, and I thought it was bizarre seeing this. She is in a plain white room. Look at this bare tile, nothing on the walls. There's a single chair here, and she's being taken care of by her ayahs.
Yes.
Where it's, and you can already tell, look at her expression, she is not amused. She's not.
No.
She's very blank. She's just kind of sitting there going through the motions of being helped through her dress. And we get a close-up of her. And we get a little bit of her narration talking about her life here in India. Oh, I'm going to mute that. Oh.
Wow, this actually looks freaking visually distinct this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I believe we cut outside to her playing in the sand, or at least attempting to. There we go. And yeah, she's, very, very well taken care of, very well dressed, but clearly there is something wrong. She doesn't seem very energetic or filled with life. She ends up ruining her dress when she falls, and she argues. What was she arguing here exactly? 'Cause I wish I had subtitles, but none of these videos that I could find have fucking subtitles.
She's trying to explain to her mother how it wasn't her fault that her dress got ruined. Or something like that.
And it absolutely is. You should have kept your balance, girl.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, have you heard what they say about sand? Oh, shit.
Yeah. But, in the middle of this, you can tell the mother's not even looking at her, and only does when she grabs the pearl necklace and tears it. And it's the dismissal is immediate.
Yes.
I can, like, she's not paying attention. You get the reach. I'm gonna pause it for safety. She reaches forward here, grabs it because she's just trying to get her attention. She doesn't even look at her. Like, she only glances at her on the way to looking at the guy that she tells, take care of her, And so, you can tell that very quickly they establish the mother doesn't give a shit about our girl Mary here. Oh, that is not Martha. That is Mary's mother. Martha hasn't arrived yet.
I'm pretty sure that the man in red was her father, because they were both going to go to this party. Yes.
Right. Okay. Izanagi, judging by the colors, it might be a drastic change in color as the young girl's life gets more vibrant. Sort of. They're actually very bold. That's one thing I appreciate about the 93 version. It doesn't hold your hand. It is a movie that is made for children, but it doesn't treat them like children. Everyone that watches this film is being treated like a reasonable adult that can infer nuance and subtlety. And that is one of the most appreciable aspects about it. It is so patient and lets scenes linger. It doesn't get explosive or dramatic. It doesn't need these huge swells of music. It just lets quiet play out and be quiet. And it's so fucking refreshing. Oh, man.
It is.
They don't make them like that anymore, apparently.
Oh my god, I didn't realize it. The executive producer was Francis Ford Coppola. No wonder this is so fucking good. You know who that is, right?
No.
He's the guy that made the Godfather films.
I knew that sounded familiar. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's also the uncle to Nicolas Cage.
Oh yeah, dude.
Izanagi, yes, treat kids with more respect. Yes, please.
Yes.
Nah, fuck them kids.
But basically, Mary is forced to watch as her family meets with a Raja. It's like, oh, I don't get to go meet them. My parents get to go meet them. But she's just left alone to just kind of hang out in... Is this her bedroom or her mom's bedroom that she's in right now?
I think this is her mother's bedroom. Like, obviously they... It could even be like a... just... I think it's just a place for these parties to be held in. And because it's established that the parents like to do nothing but go to parties and hold parties in their house or in the vicinity of their house. And Mary is just left to her own devices. And that is true in the books as well. Because in the book, we are introduced to Mary Lennox, the little girl who is not very well taken care of because it's established how she's not very pretty. Her skin is yellowed because of neglect. And she is mostly just taken care of by her ayahs, who also don't really care about her because they spoil her rotten. They don't spoil her rotten because they care about her. They spoil her rotten because they don't want to be punished by the Mr. and Mrs.
Now, admittedly, some of this doesn't quite come through in the adaptation because just naturally speaking, you get a lot of it from like the internal monologue, and we don't spend a lot of time here in India. We only spend probably about 2 or 3 minutes here going over this information. Also, Sean Foldark, that's a shame you don't care for Godfather 2. If it were not for the ending being lower energy than the first film, it would be leagues and away better, I would consider. Anyway, but, you know, she finds a little... she actually breaks a little elephant that her mother owned. You know, snaps off the trunk. And then she hides under the bed because she hears someone coming. And I think... Is this where we get, like, an argument between her mom and her dad? Or no, not an argument.
No, she came in and she said, I forgot my fan.
Right. And we can see that they very much... It's just the energy is that they care about each other. They're wrapped up in themselves, but they don't really... There's no talk of her. There's no discussion of her or her behavior or anything like that. She's just she's a non-entity to them, which is such a fascinating thing.
Yeah. And it is said in the book, my mother never wanted a daughter. She pretends as though I don't exist.
Is a British... I mean, yeah, it's 1901 in India. He's a British officer.
Yes.
But, okay, so here is the first major departure from the novel.
Yes.
In the original novel, both of her parents die as a result of a cholera outbreak. Is that correct? Or
yes. Actually, the majority of the staff also die of cholera, and the rest of them flee into the mountains. So, because they don't care one lick about Mary, everybody flees. They leave her behind. She lives for several days alone in their manor, their establishment they live in.
She becomes a little feral, honestly.
Yeah. She spends her days sleeping and looking around the house for any kind of scrap or food of water that she can get. And that's about it.
Yeah, and that's like one of the very few small things that the 2020 film adapted faithfully. And even that comes with major fucking asterisks. So what happens in this film instead is that there is an earthquake. There's a massive earthquake. Things collapse around them. And she basically gets buried underneath rubble for a little time. We don't really, I don't remember if we see the direct aftermath. We're just immediately transported to Liverpool, England. So everyone get your Beatles references out while you can. You Liverpudlians. And basically Mary has been taken here to Liverpool, England, on these boats.
Yes.
And we are quickly informed that she's been orphaned.
And that all of the people getting off the boat are likely also orphans from the earthquake.
Yes, they've all been
and this is actually a departure from the book, actually, although the 2020 movie also skipped over a lot of this as well, because in the book, she was actually found by two British soldiers, one of whom was never named, but the other one was named Barney.
Oh, well, they didn't bother doing that in the 2020 version, then.
Yeah, no.
They had one soldier appear.
Yeah, they had one soldier appear, and like he was talking to another one in the aftermath, but they didn't name them. That's what I meant.
Yeah. And they take her to a preacher's house who lives in India with his 6 children. And the children absolutely hated Mary. They're the ones that gave her the nickname that we'll be hearing very soon in this scene. Because they transferred all of the children making fun and bullying Mary onto the children on the boat instead of the children at this preacher's house. Yeah. And then she gets picked up by a woman who is going to England with her 2 children. The 2 children also don't seem to like her and try to ignore her whenever possible, and mentions the status of her uncle and all of that. Yeah, whereas
it's all transferred basically to this scene.
Yes.
And it to be fair, that was a very, very, I think, economic use of exposition.
Yes.
It's a little heavy in the very start of the film, but all the information it gets out very quickly and relatively naturally. So once it's all set up, the entire film has so much breathing room for everything just to set in and marinate, and it's great with that. But basically the overriding the common denominator of this is people do not like Mary. Yeah. Whether it be as a result of status, as it be a result of her appearance, as it be a result of her attitude, basically a whole combination of things is no matter who she meets, there is a reason they don't like her. And oftentimes she ends up not liking them either.
Yeah. There are lines in this movie that come directly from the book. They call her sour. They call her a plain child who has no beauty about her. And they even say, directly, not directly to her face, but she's standing right there when they say, well, maybe if her mother had paid attention to her, then maybe she would have gotten some of her mother's beautiful looks as well.
Yeah, it's these people do not get, the guy who's sitting here, he's clearly been at this, he's been at this kind of thing a while, and so they're making comments. He just doesn't give a shit. He doesn't fucking care.
Also, yeah, she's 9. You can't expect her looks to come in like that. What the fuck?
Right. And to be fair, she's not an uncute child. They did a very good job casting her. It's just she's there's nothing done with her, and that's intentional. Like it's all very nominal. She's not like, and I actually appreciate that. Like she's not like a super adorable child either. She's actually kind of, I wouldn't say she's like, God, this is really fucking weird. I don't like, how do you describe You know what? I'm not going to describe any of this. I feel like I'm already uncomfortable enough as this. She's a fine looking girl for her age or whatever. And we'll let that clip go or whatever. And I get arrested. All right.
Let me,
you say it, please. I'll get arrested.
Let me actually read to you a couple of paragraphs from the book describing her. Describing this, like how these adults talk about this child. She is such a plain child, Mrs. Crawford said pityingly afterward, and her mother was such a pretty creature. She had a very pretty manner too, and Mary was has the most unattractive ways I'd ever saw in a child. The children call her Mistress Mary quite contrary, and though it is naughty of them, one can't help understanding it. Perhaps if her mother had carried her pretty face and her pretty manners oftener to the nursery, Mary might have learned some pretty ways too. It is very sad, now the poor beautiful thing is gone, to remember that many people will never even knew that she had a child at all. I believe she scarcely ever looked at her, sighed Mrs. Crawford. When her ayah was dead, there was no one to give a thought about the little thing. Think of the servants running away and leaving her all alone in the deserted bungalow.
But basically, yeah, there's great descriptions, and I will say she was very well cast. This actress, I was actually worried, like, man, I'm not impressed by her acting. Jacksepticeye was right. But no, like, her acting ends up being a real highlight of the film, because, like, this is all very intentional. She carries a lot of it. There's also another actress that will be carrying quite a bit of this film. Although, to be fair, everyone pulls their weight. It's not like everyone's carrying super hard. Everyone's carrying things well. And basically, as all the other children are gradually picked up by loved ones and family and everyone else, she's called forward, and no one comes forward to get her. She's literally standing there for a few minutes until she's told, hey, just step aside and wait. And so she only ends up picked up later by a familiar face to a few people. This is Mrs. Medlock, who is, I got that right, Medlock, not Medlink?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's Medlock.
Right. For some reason, I always mix up the name.
He does.
But this is Mrs. Medlock, as played by Dame Maggie Smith. I actually don't know if she was Dame yet at this point. She might have been.
I'm not sure.
But I will give this just kind of forewarning. This might be my favorite Maggie Smith performance I've ever seen. And
nice.
Yeah, considering that she was, Professor McGonagall, who was a real fucking bombshell character in the movies, like in terms of acting, like a real powerhouse.
Right.
That should say something. Well, of course, it's a very magic. It has a witch in it. That's the thing. This film is not very magical. It's like it has a sense of magic to it, but the actual magical elements might not be a magic at all.
Yeah, it seems to be much more like abstract, kind of like.
No. You're referring to the 2020 film. We'll get into that.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll let you know now. That was just straight up fucking magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no subtlety in that.
Yeah, no. Like, you could make the argument in the 2020 film that it's just Mary's imagination. And I'm like, when has Mary ever had an imagination?
Yeah, that's the thing. You might notice this from the 2020 version that's missing. There's no mention of her telling stories.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a thing. She doesn't do that.
My mother never had time to tell me stories.
She doesn't tell stories. That's not a thing. That was invented for the 2020 film.
I guess that would make sense given, like, from what little we see of the dad, because in the 2020, the dad is the one who keeps telling her stories and plays around with her. but I guess since the whole thing is that he is about as distant as the mom.
Is.
Yes.
Then that makes way more sense. That is a
Yeah,
weird point.
I was so angry when I saw that the father was actually quite attentive to Mary, because the whole thing is that she doesn't have social skills because no one bothered to teach her how to interact with other people.
Dude, I was wondering throughout the film, it's like, it doesn't even make sense for her to like be this shitty, because like at least she had a father.
Yeah, trust me, that is a whole fucking conversation. Anyway, Maggie Smith shows up. This is Mrs. Medlock. She is the head servant at Misselwaith Manor, aka the place where her uncle, Lord Craven, lives.
Yes.
So basically, she gets picked up, and immediately you can tell Mrs. Medlock is just judgmental as fuck. She does not like Mary. She's actually really dismissive. And for the first time in my life I've ever seen, you get to see Maggie Smith eating a fried chicken wing, and it is the most bizarre fucking thing with her hands. It's like,
just put that as an ad for KFC, and then
it is so surreal. It's like she is so like crass. But notice how everything is portrayed. They're going through these fields, and it's gray and brown. It's cold. It's dingy. Hot tip: this is in the middle of winter. So things are cold, either at the tail end of fall or the middle of winter. I can't remember which.
You can see the frost there. Also, the first time that we see Dickon.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw Dickon. Oh my god, that was the first time we saw Dickon. We're not what?
Oh my. Wait, this early? What the?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're going to like learn that by the time we meet Dickon in the other, like, we're 8 minutes in, we've seen Dickon for the first time. We don't see him for like 40 minutes in the other film, and like even that's from a distance.
More than that.
Yeah. It's so weird. Oh, by the way, you were kind of shocked about the pony in the movie when we first watched it. In the book, apparently he got the pony when it was a baby. Like it was born in the moors, and he just raised it. Like he interacted with it since it was a baby, so it technically belongs to him now.
Yeah. Which Spider-Man is in this movie? Is the girl in this movie an introvert? No, actually, I would disagree. She is emotionally stunted. She is greatly emotionally stunted. They're a radically different thing. Someone who prefers to spend time alone and chill with themselves is radically different than someone who is cripplingly unable to interact with people. Also, her peeling an egg is also super. Look, watching Maggie Smith eat without like a 5-course set of like silverware in front of her and a nice table is just such a weird fucking visual. And using her hands at all is just. Anyway, we get
it's like seeing Benedict Cumberbatch like eating a hot dog. That's how I think about it.
But no, you can see here. This is a beautiful, I think, framing shot of Misselthwaite.
Yes,
it's a very hard to pronounce name because I think it's Welsh. I want to say
Misselthwaite. I think it is. I think it means something like the place in the thistles or something like that.
Probably. It's like it's the T next to the W sound that's like it trips you up.
Yeah.
Thwape. But yeah, you can see these rolling fields, but it's all gray and misty and mysterious. And that is one thing that you will learn about this story from the get-go. It's a mystery story. There is a lot here that you're trying to kind of figure out both as a viewer, but also as someone who's on Mary's side with these different things. So we very quickly transition. We don't even get to see her first day in the house. She just is, we transition into the house, and she's sleeping on her bed in it's an okay room. It has all these beautiful tapestries on the wall. It's covered in tapestries everywhere, which is necessary. Like, you need it for warmth and to seal off. Like, it actually creates insulation.
Well, I mean, like, look how much more furnished it is than in the 2020 version.
Yeah.
Like, you have this beautiful, you have this beautiful 4-poster bed. It has a very intricate fireplace. It has tables, and it has dressers, and it has nightstands.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
It feels like an actual manor.
Yeah, and there was just...
it doesn't look as freaking dingy. Like, what in the like, it's the kind of we'll get to it when we get to the 2021.
Now I imagine
this one actually looks visually interesting.
No, bad Leo. No Maggie Smith mukbang. No.
I'm sorry.
But basically we get our first full scene between Medlock and Mary, and it's tense. Medlock does not give a shit about Mary. She's immediately like, here's your instructions, here's your wardrobe, here's all this and this and this. All right, deal with it yourself. And Mary's like, dress me. You're my servant, dress me. And she's like, girl, I'm not your servant. I'm Mr. Craven's servant, and I man the house. No.
Yeah, and she is far too busy to be dealing with you.
Yes.
See, that's they kept that line in the 2020, kind of.
Well, they tried a little bit, and then they didn't.
Yeah.
Basically, Medlock will serve as the main antagonist in this story.
Yeah, and she isn't even really an antagonist. Not as much as what you would normally consider an antagonistic force in a children's film.
Yeah, and like, her treatment of Mary does not go unreciprocated. Mary immediately becomes petulant and angry. She gets pissed at it, and it's just great how Maggie Smith does this amazing job of just being like, oh, you fuck, yeah, I don't have time for this. I'm not gonna bother with your tantrums. He just immediately rolls right off her back, and she's like, no, I'm just going to talk you down because you're a spoiled brat. It's like, it's wonderful.
Yeah, you saw that little like motion with her eyes. Yeah. Like when Mary had her little tantrum, she just like looked at her up and down. It was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's all like, bitch, I deal with wizards. I ain't got time for this.
I have to regularly clean out the toilets for the poo dimension. So yes, Mary is left to her own devices and basically told, hey, change yourself. I'm not going to change your clothes for you. And this girl is used to being dressed by her servants. There's I have to kind of speed through this because like we'll be here all day talking about the fine nuances. Basically
you do see a little moment where she tries to put on her shoes, but she can't because she doesn't know how. So she just slips on some easy slip-on boots and then goes out in her nightgown because she also doesn't know how to dress herself.
Yeah, it's absolutely just great little bits of storytelling through just action. We're not told these things. Like, obviously you should told, oh, you never learned how to dress yourself. Great. Also, I'm trying to find where that moment is where she tries to, it's she goes back into her room, I think. Because she's been brought porridge, and she's not appreciative of that.
Nope.
Doesn't seem to like it. It's probably doesn't taste very good. She looks outside, sees the rolling landscape, decides to go out, and she's just like, no, I don't think I can't tell if that's something that's going to go under the boots, like it was like a weird type of like heavier sock, or if that's just a different shoe, and she has to put it on the boots instead.
I don't know. It was definitely a shoe because she throws them, and then she puts on the boot, and you can't see it because my head's in the way. But
yeah,
it compared to the 2020 version, where we have a scene with the other orphans, and she doesn't want to eat the food. because even though that she's been living on rotting food for the past however many days in that movie,
I said the same thing. Oh my
yeah.
god. Like,
She's
bitch,
too
why are
good for
you
that
so
food.
ungrateful to this food? You haven't had anything in like what, a week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like there they tell her like there is a scene where she just says like, I'm too good for this food, I want real food and whatever. But in this, it's just pure visual storytelling.
Yeah, and she's like, it's obviously not to her taste, but like we also in this version never got the establishment that she was living off scraps.
Mm-hmm.
So like they cut that out, but they also accounted for it in terms of like they wanted, I guess, this scene, and they just didn't show that. So we could presume maybe she did. Maybe she's just a stuck-up bitch overall. There's a lot of different ways to play it that are open to interpretation, and it all is well supported here. Let's see. One thing that she does immediately as she takes an interest in the tapestries around her, which, you know, I would too. They're very pretty tapestries. Is this where she hears the first sounds?
Yeah, right there.
Right. She starts hearing mysterious sounds that are like, you know, haunting wailing. And it intrigues her about what's going on. She ends up finding a secret door as a result of this, because the sound is traveling through these different passages that are hidden behind the tapestries.
And if people had watched my Lily Orchard video, they would know this exact scene because I used it in my
I was about to say,
example.
this looks familiar.
Yeah.
But yeah, she goes on a little adventure through the house. You know, after she discovers that passageway, she goes traveling through this. Really, you get a feel for just how dilapidated this place is. The Craven has not taken care of the place. I think there was some commentary when she was picked up that he's a bit of a recluse.
Yeah.
He's kind of this haunting figure that people very rarely see. In fact, she was told directly by Medlock that your uncle is not going to see you.
Yeah.
And it is true that he really won't. I think she wanders around. Yeah, she wanders around, and she eventually discovers a room that's very reminiscent of her mother's.
Yes. It was identical to her mother's room.
Yes. And I had some more suggestions for how you could do this scene and make it even cooler and make it a little more haunting. And then the 2020 version absolutely fucked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they were trying to make that shit in any way creepy, fish and mailed, don't do it next time, actually. Don't ever do this again. I don't like it.
But yeah, this is where we discover that I believe that the mother and her aunt were twins.
Mm-hmm.
They had even the same elephant that she's carrying around as a little memento. And as she's exploring this this bedroom, that was sealed off and abandoned, she discovers a wrought iron key. Very heavy, very ornate, but very nice.
In some potpourri.
So, wait, she finds the key here?
Yeah.
Yes.
It almost like it's a reasonable place to have someone store a key.
I know, right?
Yeah. I will say, what the okay.
We'll get to it. So she finds a key and she decides to pocket it. Or does she? No, she puts it back. That's right. This makes sense.
Yeah.
She puts it back. Why would she have any reason to take it? Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes out. She's still exploring. It just kind of wandering around. We get a real sense of just how big this place is. It's huge.
Mm-hmm.
And so little of it is actually taken care of. But as she's about to go through one of these tapestries, hi. And oh my god, Maggie Smith's reaction of like just casually opening it and like taking a moment like da, you're here. Oh, that's fine. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Like
that aged her about like 5 years. Yeah.
impressive. Considering
that
she already
gasp.
looks like a grandma.
Yeah, that gasp was so good.
And so she is just, almost violently dragged back to her room and told, "Hey, no, you only go where you're told you're allowed to go. That's it." And Mary's like, "But I heard someone screaming. I heard some yelling. Someone's hurt. I want to know about that. I'm curious." And Medlock's like, no, nothing like that. Go back into your room and get changed for God's sake. Yeah, it's like, it's just the draft. Go in, get changed, don't come out.
Yeah.
Just
She's very adamant about it.
Incredibly adamant about it. Maggie Smith going to put an Avada Kedavra on that kid.
Yeah, for real.
I forgot she hid the elephant there. That's the elephant
Yeah.
up? I can't remember.
No. She hides all of her precious little things up there. Like the jump rope, the key, the elephant, she hides all of it up there.
I never noticed that detail. That's nice.
Well, her actually hiding those things? Okay.
But then we get introduced to just a spot of fucking sunshine in this film.
Yes.
Martha. Twi, I'm going to use the restroom. Do you want to describe Martha for everyone? As I get a shot for us.
Martha is a native to the area, which is Yorkshire, and she has a very heavy Yorkshire accent in the books. Not so much in this film, and definitely not in the 2020 film either. Yeah, but she is just a very happy-go-lucky, chipper person. In the 1993 version, she is very good with kids. She immediately comes in all smiles and sunshine. And she tries to tease Mary in a good-hearted way. Like, try to get her to laugh. But Mary doesn't understand these kinds of concepts, so she tries to, tickle her so that she would giggle. But she doesn't know what the heck tickling is, so she's very offended by it. And Martha, for all that she is, like, she's not all that offended by Mary being so sour to her. She's just like, well, I thought all kids like to be tickled and all that kind of stuff. And she does keep trying. Nothing seems to faze this girl. She is just incredibly happy and just a very bright and smiling person. She also introduces Mary to the concept of her brother Dickon. Now, Kaiser, you can talk about the 2020 Martha if you want.
Yeah, like, by comparison, like, to be fair, the 2020 version of Martha, like, she's somewhat jovial, kind of, like, she tried at least to get along with Mary, but just like everybody else, as soon as Mary opens her mouth, that ends up just not working out very well. Which
he's also very sour.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's sort of like I'm just doing my job.
Well, that's the thing, is like Martha in this movie, in the 1993 version, only ever gets concerned when her livelihood gets put on the line. So there are times where what Mary is doing or what she has to do in order to help Mary is risky in some way, shape, or form, because getting, someone telling Mrs. Medlock would have her removed from the estate, which would, she's taking care of her little brother. You've got a lot of that going on. So it's very rare that Martha ever has to have a heavy hand.
Yeah.
Which I feel like that makes it, I would imagine that makes it much more meaningful, because, especially in this case, where it seems like in this version of the movie, she's one of the few characters that is at least, like, trying to understand Mary or get along with her. But in the 2020 version, it feels way less distinct, because there are other characters that are like her that try to get along with her, and that didn't work out.
If it were not for Martha, this story would go radically different directions.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, Martha is the one, as we feather along. Not only is she the one that now dresses Mary and kind of helps her, like, start to acclimate and gives her ideas of where to go, but she'll later be the one that suggests hanging out in the garden. Yes. She doesn't specify which garden, which is where learning about the secret garden becomes important. But we'll get to that, because the next scene is, I believe, Is this Mary's first meeting with? No, it's not. It's not. Sorry. Is this
No.
her requesting a presence with her uncle? Is that it?
Yes, it is.
And being shot down. Like, no,
Yes.
he's leaving the estate. And one thing you'll very much learn about the uncle is that he spends a lot of time away from the estate. Craven does not like being at the mansion at all.
No.
Which is, again, I think a departure from the 2020 version where I don't think he's ever fucking gone.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the dude even left. I mean, he probably. I think there was
Do
like
we
a
ever
scene
see
where
Craven?
he
We
looked
do see
outside.
Craven, and we see him very rarely, but it's all very powerful.
Each and every single time that we have seen Craven in the 2020 film, he is destroying something in the mansion. Because he is constantly getting rid of things in the mansion.
Yeah, so we actually get to see Craven here. This is the first time we get to see him in any detail. You see this man being taken away. He's having a headache of some sort, or you know, we don't really know exactly what. It looks like it's a headache. It's something else, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, he's leaving. Also, I made this comment around this time. I want a big dramatic arch in my driveway. Just putting that out there. Right there. Probably takes up the entire driveway, but I want it. But yeah, he leaves, and Martha gets our dear girl Mary dressed to go out, be warm, gives her a suggestion to go play, maybe go find Dickon and hang out with him.
Yeah.
And
she also gives her that's
later. That's later.
Later.
Yep. So Mary goes out into the grounds for the first time through the frost, and she discovers a hedge maze, and meets
with
a little
pretty little robin.
Yeah, with a pretty little robin she hangs out with, and it's a practical robin. It's an actual bird.
Oh, it actually looks fucking real.
Yeah. And she follows it, and it leads her back to this walled-off garden that she can't seem to find the entrance to. Or she does find the entrance to it. And look, it's just covered in vines and leaves. It's not tended to. And I think she does find the entrance, but it's a wrought iron gate that's locked. No, she doesn't. She doesn't find it yet.
No.
But she does run into a groundskeeper that walked past, so she chased after him and starts asking about it. Starts asking questions about the garden. And this is where she learns that it was her aunt's garden, and it's been locked up since she died. Is that correct?
Yep. That's what he says.
And he is another guy who is kind of like a middle ground between Medlock and Martha. Martha is very much just this cheery kind of happy-go-lucky person, and anything that Mary says rolls off of her. Medlock is someone that just, it bounces off of her. This guy, he's indifferent to the tantrums that Mary has, but he's very much still giving her attention. It's kind of a weird mixture of the two. He seems to understand that this is a petulant child that just needs a good rearing, and it's like, yeah,
he just ignores her for a while, just like paying attention to the robin. She's like, disgusting how these people treat me.
Yeah, and he gives her some nice lesson advice. And he seems to have like a bit of a camaraderie with the robin. He seems to very much respect it and love it. And it seems like he actually has like, doesn't he say something about it? What does he say about it?
Curious creature, very friendly. Something else about secrets, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing can keep him out, so he can go into the garden that's shut up.
Right. So, very much that. And as Mary is like talking to the bird, because she's curious, we get our second look at Dickon, who is like peeking at her, and the bird, I never caught that. The bird looks over at him.
Oh.
How well trained is that fucking bird? Can you train a robin that well? You guys will learn. This has to be practical effects. They don't have CGI. Whatever they did in this film in terms of their animal handling is incredible. But she takes notice of this mysterious boy and chases after him. And he leads her through a chase through the maze, and then hops on his little white horse and rides off. and she's just like trying to yell after him, trying to figure out who the hell he is. And I think then the next day,
it's very, very big contrast because Dickon is being very playful here, whereas he's kind of being like the slasher film killer when you first see him.
literally, he's the hack-slinging slasher, constantly standing in the fog, not approaching in the 2020 version.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we'll get to that version because like I just want to gush about this film so much. So the next day, Martha actually is like, "Oh, you want to jump a bit of rope?" And she gives Mary a jump rope, and she has to actually teach Mary how to jump rope because Mary doesn't know. And so, I skipped past it. Mary basically is like, "Oh, that's great," and she learns about Dickon. It's like, oh, that was, I think that's where she learns about Dickon. That scene?
Yeah.
So she meets up with the groundskeeper again after, I think she leaves the house learning jump rope. She's actually believably bad at it. But she's having fun. She's actually enjoying herself a little bit. She's meeting up with the groundskeeper and he's talking to the bird and she's paying attention. She's attuning to it a little bit. She's interacting with him because he's giving her respect in some way. Like there's a little bit of respect there being given to her. And I think she's responding to that. She's resonating.
Yeah. It's the first time that we've seen her actually be happy in this film.
Yes. That was a thing that was very much noted at the very beginning. She never cried. She's never been capable of crying. And that's a huge element of the story, is like her inability to cry.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But yeah, this bird, it's a chill bird. It's a pretty cool bird. I'm gonna double check the stream and make sure I haven't been overdoing our allotments of footage. Hopefully, we're not copyright struck at all. Stream's bitrate. Okay, that's all. All right, good. Making sure. Never know. Getting careful with these things. But the bird, I believe, ends up leading her to the entrance of the garden. And this is all very believable. Like, this is a very, like, I've seen places that look like this, overwrought like this. It's a very real garden that we're seeing so far. What's this show about? We're covering right now. You got to watch the whole stream. We're going through it scene by scene, roughly. But she keeps following this bird. A little mysterious, a little curious, but this bird is really intelligent. It's doing a mating dance for her. No, we're sorry, different species.
What the fuck?
That's an in-joke. That's an in-joke. There's a whole video. There's a YouTube short or something of a girl like, no, pigeon, we're different species.
Our parts don't fit together, pigeon.
I'm not even gonna ask.
It's literally just a woman who's like yelling at a pigeon that's trying to do a mating dance.
Yeah, and is being very aggressive about it too.
But yes,
I think the short ends with her like screaming because the pigeon's running at her.
But yes, the bird, I think, leads her to the gate. Right, it does. Yeah, it leads her to the gate. This rusty old gate, big wooden door, and it has a big old keyhole there. It won't open. It won't give. It's locked shut. Which she finds that mysterious, and she's intrigued. But she's kind of like, oh, thank you, Mr. Bird. She actually thanks the bird. This is the first person she thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, it makes sense how you would consider that bird a person.
Yeah,
Mr. Bird person.
No, to be fair though, that's a big step up. Like her even saying thank you to an animal. Like that's such a huge moment for her. And that
that's fair.
We're 30 minutes in. So she immediately puts two together. She goes back to the jewelry box, picks up the key, and
oh my god, Chekhov's key.
Yep. Is the bird your relative? I don't think so. Different Celtic subculture. And then she hears more wailing, and we see Mrs. Medlock rushing out to go tend to someone and yelling for more linen. And in a very big rush. Like, this is like an emergency to her. And it's just adding more to the mystery of what's going on over there. What's happening? Well, that's a thing for later. Mary has her key, so she runs off, and she's going to go into this locked door. And it takes her a bit. It's a rusty key. It's a rusty lock. But eventually she gets it open, and she manages to shove the door open. And finally, 30 minutes into the film, half an hour, we enter the secret garden. And it is
dead and lifeless.
Dead and lifeless.
Holy shit, this actually looks interesting. It almost looks like a Silent Hill level.
Yeah, it's mystique. Like, again, this movie, this show, this book is a mystery. That's the thing that I love about it. It's all about these kids unraveling their place in this world and understanding themselves. Like, it's a mystery that you think, the outer mystery is informing the inner mystery. But everything is dead and lifeless. It's gray and brown all over. She's like ripping through places. She's discovering like abandoned architecture in here. Like, I guess some kind of arboretum. I'm not entirely sure what the building used to be. But she's wandering around and she's just discovering like, puddles of mud. You can see the bodies floating in the bog where Sam and Frodo pointed them out. Frodo almost drowned. But she wanders around and she ends up digging a bit of a clearing where she finds just a little sprout of green that sticks out. She finds this little sprouting, I think it's an onion that's growing there. And she
Something
just
like that, yeah.
Yeah. And the bird is pointing to a little bit more. There's a little more around here. And she's kind of enthralled to see this little bit of greenery and this little robin. Like, there's a little bit of that intrigue for her. And she's smiling and she's happy to have found this little spot. And this bird is like really judgmental. This is a very judgmental bird.
It is a judgmental critter.
God damn, I was about to say, maybe critter and them are related.
Can't remember what she does now. She takes off her jacket, I think, to just chill out here a little bit more.
Yeah.
She finds an old swing. I almost said rocking chair. Does she find the old swing? I can remember. I'm trying not to scroll through this too much because I don't want the strike.
It was just a shot, I think.
Okay,
but
so she hasn't discovered it yet.
Yeah, no. The rocking horse was in the 2020.
Why I said rocking chair? I was going to say rocking chair, not rocking horse.
Yeah.
Also, fuck that rocking horse.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see this swing. We don't know the meaning of this yet, but the swing will be very important. But then the next morning, we see Mary eating. Yeah, she's actually eating properly her gruel, and she doesn't seem to be minding it as much. And Martha's there with her, eating with her, actually taking bits of crumb. Actually, I don't know if that's Martha's meal or if that's just her picking some of the crumbs off the toast.
I think it's picking some of the crumbs off. There is a scene in the book. The family, the Sowerbury family, is actually expanded a lot in the book, where it's actually not just Martha and Dickon. They have 11 other brothers and sisters.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yep.
Wow.
And she says that her father only makes 16 pence or something like that. Like some sort of like 16 shekels or whatever to feed 12 children.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude.
So she talks about how her family, like her brothers and sisters, they have to go out into the woods and onto the moors and like they eat grass and stuff, and that's partially what they sustain themselves on.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I'm just reminded that one scene, I think from the 2003 version of FMA where Edward decided to like use alchemy to turn grass into bread and it tastes terrible.
Yeah. I can't remember what they're discussing in this scene.
She's telling Martha about the noises, and she says it's the wind.
Ah,
Sometimes the wind goes over the moors, and it sounds like someone crying.
right. And well, that immediately gets torpedoed when Medlock comes in as like, we need help with the wind. And she's immediately like, Mary, you go outside. That's an order. So Mary goes outside, and, freshly frosted. They put frosted flakes on all the hedge maze. And she's attacked by a raven because clearly this is Odin. No, this is her formal introduction to Dickon, who, again, like a lot of other people, is just like, he rolls with her nasty attitude. He is immediately very playful to her because she's just another kid to him. But you also learn that Dickon is the fucking animal whisperer.
He really is.
He has this raven, and basically he lets Mary pet the raven. And she does, and this is like their first major bonding moment, where they there's this very nice moment, which I wish I could pet a raven. They're cute birds.
They really are.
Too many around here.
Ravens or crows?
Both actually.
Yeah.
Did Odin
we
fire
have a
you?
lot of both,
It's okay. He didn't deserve you. No, dude. He hired. Look, he has a strict Corvid only policy. I don't follow into Corvid. All right, Corvidae, not my genus. Is it genus?
What is your genus?
I would have to look it up. It's like the bird equivalent of your social security number. It's like your social security number. You know you have it, but you don't know what it is. You have to keep your little card on you to remember that. But yeah, they become actually kind of fast friends after this. They're not exactly the best of friends, but they're good friends at this rate.
She immediately kind of trusts him a little bit.
Yeah, you can,
and she's charmed by him, I would imagine.
I have my SSN memorized. I don't. Long number strings, not my specialty. But I can't remember. Does she show him the garden? I think she does, doesn't he?
Yeah. She's like, you can keep my secret, right? Because they're originally talking about the robin and talking about secrets, and she's like, he wouldn't reveal my secret to you, would he? He's like, do you have secrets? And it's like, do you promise to keep my secret?
Yeah, and so she shows him the secret garden, and she talks with him about how, it's all dead. It's a dead secret garden, but he's like, it's not dead, it's still alive. So he cuts off a little bark from this twig, and he shows the greenery underneath, and it's like, oh, it's still alive. It just needs to be cared for. It's just, not alive right now. It's also not spring. So you just gotta grow some things. That's all you have to do.
It's gonna take some time.
She's charmed by him, so birds are hit with women. This boy cracked the code. Yeah, just ask
bro. What the fuck?
What I really like about the scene is that it kind of does really make him seem like he knows a lot, because he says that it's wick, which means that it's alive, and I thought that was a really interesting way to describe it. Yeah.
It seems like he's very knowledgeable when it comes to plants and animals. He's a bit of got a bit of that ranger subclass in him.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, this actually does give the garden way more intrigue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's this swing here that they talk about. And is this the first time that...
Yeah.
That's right. Is this... Right. This is the first time you learn from Dickon that this is where her aunt died. Her aunt died falling off the swing.
Yeah. At the very least, he says that it's rumored to be. Yep.
Yep.
It's not a mystery that she's dead, or how she died, or well, where she died. So.
Yep.
Not in this film.
It's in fact, mourning is not the only person that mourns is really, I think, Craven, as opposed to the other characters are all dealing with other problems. She got Bridge to Terabithia. There is a lot of overlap with Bridge to Terabithia. Like, there's a lot of that DNA in here. If anything, the 2004 adaptation, I want to say, of it, the one that has CGI in it, is actually really good. It's actually a solid adaptation.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty decent movie.
And it basically is what the 2020 version of Secret Garden should have been as an adaptation, but it wasn't.
Right.
Or I should say, it was trying to be, and it didn't understand either the original or Bridge to Terabithia. Or Little Princess, which is what also Twilight said it was ripping off.
I was about to say, should have used some pop rock music in the scene where they talk about God. That's what we needed.
But there's also some subtle like energy going on here with like the sound design and the direction, that there's a kind of a mystical element going on in the background that was already kind of hinted at with the nature of people interacting with the animals the way they do. But it's again, never directly addressed as like pure magic. Oh, you're right. She does hide all these things into here. I forgot about this.
Yeah, you can see that the elephant's there, the jump rope is there, and now she's hiding the key up there.
Yep.
And then she says for the first time...
for
the first time, I dreamed about my mother.
Right, and she fell asleep under the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And she dreams about her mother, I think, in the garden. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this imply that she actually was at Misselthwaite before?
It might be implied that she was, yeah. Like, she might be... Like, it's always interesting to see whether or not this is actually just a dream, or if she's actually just dreaming an old memory.
Yeah. And she's just this little baby that's been left behind in the garden.
Yeah, it's so heartbreaking.
This little baby actress they got is actually really... I don't know what they did to make her act this way. I hope it wasn't anything radical, but she's... Like, oh my god, this is genuinely sad to watch.
Yeah. And even worse to like actually hear the kid crying, because she's crying out for her mom.
Right.
Damn.
Literal Cabbage Patch Kid. She's not. There was no cabbage there.
I'll definitely have to watch this movie later.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It
Kaiser.
is so good.
It really is.
There were no Danish brains there. That is a reference to the Ghost American TV series. But yeah, then I guess she gets up and goes to bed. Oh no, she goes adventuring. This is where she makes a discovery. She finally follows the sounds of the crying. And when she finally explores beyond the tapestry that she was going to go beyond before stopped by Mrs. Medlock, she discovers a boy in a bed who is crying. Mm-hmm. He is wailing and crying. He is not having a good time. And he sees her, she sees him, and they have a little bit of a conversation. They introduce themselves petulantly to each other because they both believe they're in charge. She introduces herself as the niece of the man who owns this house. He introduces himself as the son of the man who owns this house. This is her cousin, Colin Craven. Yes. And their relationship is going to be another one of the thrumming hearts, one of the many thrumming hearts of the story. They're a little iffy about each other, a little uncomfortable, but Mary does eventually agree to come down. And I do think it's interesting how immediately, when being told that she is going to come down and join him, we get this panning shot. First of all, the set design in this film is fucking amazing. It
really is.
I was about to say, what in the hell?
Yeah, the 2020 film is boring as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
dude. Like the freaking, it's almost like part of this stuff was made by what's his name? Not T- I forget the name. Fucking Schumacher Batman. What's the director's name again? Tim Burton. There we go. My
Yeah.
bad.
why did you say Schumacher was the director of the last two Batmans?
I know. I bunched those eras together. In my brain
I
for some
actually would
reason.
disagree. I don't see any Tim Burton in this.
Yeah, no. It's not gothic, it's just Victorian.
Well, I would even say like Gothic isn't even Tim Burton, although he does heavily draw from it. It's a much more exaggerated Gothism, I guess. But this is much more like classic Victorian kind of feel. It definitely feels. It is a period drama. It's 1901. It feels like 1901. But his first thing is to like make sure his hair is taken care of. He looks good in his face. He's not sagging or anything. He like I guess huffs some medicine or it's medicine. Okay, I
think it's medicine.
I thought it was breath freshener of some sort.
It could be, yeah.
Because we will learn there's an interesting dynamic that develops between these two.
Or maybe it's like a really big inhaler.
Oh yeah, it could be. There's an interesting dynamic between these two that I called out real early on because it felt weird, and then it was confirmed, and I was like, "No, wait, you're really going that way? It wasn't just a weird quirk of the acting." But yeah, these two meet, and Twi, if you would like to describe their first meeting.
Sure. Their first meeting is very cautious, but despite the fact that they are very cautious with each other, they're very interested in meeting each other because they never knew about each other's existence. And Mary will not take any of Colin's being a brat, and Colin likewise will not take any of Mary's being a brat, but he's also a lot more desperate because he can't go after her if she tries to go away. So he's a lot more desperate to keep her around and to keep her talking.
Should we explain what, at least on the face of it, his condition is?
Right. At the face of it, his condition is that he is a very sickly child. He will develop a lump on his back. He cannot walk. And it is presumed that he will die any year now.
Yeah, he is basically set to die. And he's very resigned to it. It's almost as if he doesn't quite understand exactly, like, he doesn't I feel like even then, if he believes he understands it, I don't think he does. Like, there is no existential horror for him.
No, I think that he does. I think that he's kind of ambivalent to it because he's been told his entire life that, like, he's very sickly and that he's likely to die.
Right. But then he also basically instructs, hey, there's a portrait of my mother. She's over here. And we get to see what her mother looked like in the beautiful portrait. And is this where he says that he killed her?
Yeah. He also says that he hates her because she smiles too much.
Yeah. So basically we get the implication that she died, like, I can't remember exactly when it's said, but she died in childbirth, which conflicts with what we learned earlier, which is interesting. How does this scene round out? I'm trying to remember.
I think this is where they're talking about her smiling too much. But I think that they decide to part ways because it is going to become like around the time when people wake up, so they don't want her to be discovered there, or else she'll get in trouble.
They want to actually meet again, so they don't want to be discovered by Medlock, because Medlock will almost certainly prevent her from coming back.
Yes. And that is a very different experience from the 20 version, isn't it, Kaiser?
Oh, you have no idea. Well, you do have idea, but chat, you guys have no idea how different this is right now.
So yeah,
This is insane.
they basically meet, and the first time they meet, they're rough, but they're on good terms by the end of it. They actually seem to like each other and be interested in one another. And that's right.
Oh.
I can't remember what name. What was the name they gave this woman in the credits? Like, she's never actually named on screen. They just gave her a name.
Buttersworth, I think.
Buttersworth. This is Mrs. Buttersworth. She's the baker. That's it. That's her whole thing.
Yep.
Nice.
I actually thought that this was Mrs. Sowerby. Like their, but no. I don't think that she worked in Misselthwaite Manor.
Oh, Espinoda, you've watched both versions. Lol, great, excellent. So you'll know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So we get a nice picture of some of the other staff members. Just they're getting their day started. And Mary wakes up with a smile. She's excited to see the sky outside. She's excited to see, oh, it'll be a good day to go play outside. So yeah, she goes out for the day. Oh, does she get dressed there? Does she start getting herself dressed?
I think she does.
No, we just card cut, so we don't know.
Yeah.
If she does eventually start dressing herself.
Yes. But we can see that Dickon and Mary are playing in the garden. They're starting to plant seeds. Yeah, the ferret.
Yeah, I've been eyeing that ferret this whole time.
Yeah, they're planting onion bulbs. It looks like, or garlic bulbs.
No, they're lilies.
Oh, right.
Oh,
wait, lilies have bulbs? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
The one that she found was an empress lily.
Ah.
And this is what Dickon is explaining to her, what these flowers are, and he's teaching her how to properly plant them, because she originally plants the flower
upside
backwards.
down. Yeah,
upside down.
Try and get that one.
She thinks that the roots are hairs.
The little ferret.
Yeah. Because that is the thing. Dickon has a lot of animal friends. He has made friends with all of the animals in the area, so they are constantly around them in these films.
Yeah. Well, this film.
Yeah.
The other film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
Oh, okay. I wish I had saved it. I was looking for thumbnail fodder, and there was a promotional image of Dickon's actor just sitting next to the goose. Like in like a sterile, like brown room. It's like,
what the fuck?
I'm just a patient fucking goose.
Yeah, dude, like imagine that freaking poster, but it's like straight out of Compton in like the bottom corner.
I like the subtlety there.
Yeah, the subtlety there is
Oh,
they
yeah,
hold their
very,
hands
very
over each
subtle.
other. There's that. He's not gay. Everything I'm hearing about 2020 version just makes it sound like it's so neutered and sanitized. It's worse than that.
It is. It's worse, yeah.
So they bury the bulb, and we actually see some stop motion. They actually put a little bit of special effects work into it to show the plant's growing roots. And what's wonderful about that is you could take that, I mean, you could say, oh, it's magic, the garden's magically growing. Or you could take it as, oh no, it's just symbolic. It's a visual to symbolically show there's something that's been planted now and it's growing rapidly. There's something very strong and sturdy growing. And we're not going to focus on that too deeply yet. But we see that Mary is now playing with playing with Colin in his room by playing with these marionette toys that he has. And he's putting on a little show for him. And he's having a good time from his wheelchair watching it.
Yeah. And then they're going to have a small argument here because it starts with the marionettes where I don't know if you noticed this, but the marionette that dies there is saying it's far too stuffy in here. I can't breathe. And then it gets into Mary talking about how it is actually stuffy in here. Why can't we open the window?
Yeah. And so she goes to try it, but it's nailed shut.
Yep.
And he explains, the air is filled with pollen, and I can't breathe it.
The spores.
The spores.
No.
And Mary's like, I don't know anything about spores. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You know what? As a guy who used to have a lot of freaking seasonal allergies, I know his pain.
What version are we watching tonight? Right now, we're in the 93 version. We'll be talking about, maybe not as much length, because we're already an hour and a half in talking about this. The 2020 version, because the 2020 version is awful, and we just got to hit all the bullet points on that.
Yeah.
But they have an argument about basically like, oh, we got to go outside. And he's like, why do I need to go outside? I'm fine here. He's afraid, I guess, of the spores and such. And
Yeah.
she gets very pushy about bringing him outside.
Yeah. Well, she kind of dismisses his fear of the spores because she doesn't even know what spores are. She's like, I've never heard of no spores. What are you talking about? And then he brings up the fact that she actually shouldn't even be in this room without protective gear on, because he is everybody alleges that he is what we would consider today immunocompromised.
Yeah.
So he should have her put on a mask in order so that she doesn't infect him with any kind of disease that he has no immunity to.
Yeah, and she refuses. She's like, I'm not going to put on your silly mask. What the hell? No, I'm not going to do that. And I believe, like, they get into this huge argument about it. I'm trying to remember exactly what they said, but there are some, genuinely, they're getting heated.
Mm-hmm. This is the first actual argument that they've had together.
Yeah. And before they can really finish it, they hear Martha and Medlock coming to give him his leg treatments. And so Mary hides under the bed while this all happens. And we're treated to some antique medicine treatment that does not look particularly fun, where they electroshock his legs using a hand crank electromagnetic device. And
it's supposed to stimulate his circulation.
Yes. I have no idea the science behind it, but it does not look fun.
I have never heard this before, but okay.
Yeah. It is supposed to be so that his legs don't atrophy, which does make sense, because even though that they can't make him walk, what they are hoping to achieve with this is to eventually get it to the point where he can walk, even though that they don't think that he ever will.
Yeah. And then, what is it that Medlock forgets something, doesn't she?
Yeah, there's something that they need to go grab.
Well, first things first, actually, Martha discovers Mary's leg sticking out from under the bed. And Martha does a solid, stays quiet, doesn't mention it, but you can see that our boy here, he's picked up that Martha saw the leg, that Martha knows. And I can't remember what Medlock forgot, but she forgot something, and Martha volunteers to go get it, but Medlock's like, no, you'll just screw it up. She doesn't have a very high opinion of Martha either.
She's just a plain Yorkshire girl who has no manners or sense or anything.
So the minute that Medlock is out of the room, Martha goes over and pulls out Mary, and they have a right conversation. This is one of the moments where Martha is very serious with Mary. It's like, I could get fired for this. And like, you can look on her face. She is scared as hell right now.
Yeah, she is. Like, she's not being mean to Mary. She's more like begging Mary, please get out of here. I don't want to get in trouble because they will blame me for this.
Yeah. And I can't remember what Colin says here, but I think he's still a little raw from the argument himself.
Yeah.
Like
he's demanding that she go.
Right.
Go, he says. Go.
Martha, your mask is slipping under your nose. You got to put that back up.
Yep.
But yeah, Mary goes, and presumably the treatment finishes with him for the day. And we get the return of good old Lord Craven. He returns to the house. And Mary...
Craven.
Every
in
time you say
6
that, it
songs.
almost sounds like you're calling him Clayton.
Oh, no! No, it's a
No.
prequel to Tarzan! No!
Ah!
This is Clayton's dad, Craven.
That means Colin is Clayton. Oh, no.
Oh no.
So yeah, no, we see his return. He has a bunch of dogs that he keeps.
6 of them, yeah.
6 of them, and they just let them go to fucking war on the steppes. Like, that's not dangerous or anything.
Yeah.
But this leads into the first official meeting between Mary and her uncle.
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting meeting. He's very much... His room is kind of a mess. Got all these dogs in here. It's very dark. It's not very well lit. It's like she's scared of the dogs.
It's very gloomy.
The dogs are very, very intimidating. And he sits by the fireplace. He looks like he's a man that's, 3 shots down into a liquor bottle.
Yeah.
And
of course he tells her to come closer, so she technically does by, instead of being by the chair, she goes by the table, and he's like, no, you come closer into the light.
Yeah, come closer to the fire. And she's just very nervous with him. And when he sees her, like this guy doesn't really do that much acting. But his expressions, he does a very good job of very quickly carrying Craven. There's not a lot of discussion. He doesn't talk very much. He actually says very few lines. But he is just like, he's seeing his dead wife in her face because of the, twins. The aunts were the aunt and mother were twins. So he's seen a lot of that. And for him, it's very haunting. He's very broken in this scene. His movements and everything are just pitch perfect. This man is like seeing a ghost.
Yeah, and he's looking for pictures. He can't find any, and he's like, hasn't your mother ever taken a picture? And she's like, my mother never had time to take my picture.
Yeah. And it's again another doubling down that her mother just did not care.
Yeah.
And what I find interesting is that you can tell that Craven's mind is kind of elsewhere. Even when he's talking to her, he's looking at this photo, and you can tell that he's completely fucking forgotten that Mary is there. He's so wrapped up in his own grief. Not like neglectfully so, but like very much he is in his own suffering. It's this really nice, subtle...
He's in a depressive spiral.
Yeah. And basically, as the scene goes on, he kind of gets more and more fed up of looking at her because it's hurting him more and more. But
it is for this scene. He's not neglectful, because he does say that he will take care of her. He will do whatever she wants him to do for her.
And her only request is
a little bit of earth.
A little bit of earth that no one is minding, that no one is caring for. So this is her effectively getting ownership of the garden.
Yeah.
He agrees without hesitation because he's in grief. He's like, he's not even really thinking this through, what she's asking. He's actually kind of dumbfounded by the question.
Well, no, I think that he's dumbfounded because that is also something that reminds him of his wife. Because what did the wife love more than most of everything besides him? Her garden.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like that would probably be the bigger inclination there.
So we do see that after she asks for the little bit of earth, he gets very emotionally distraught and says, go, leave me, take your little bit of earth and leave me.
Yeah, this man is in so much pain, and he carries it so well. It's like, this guy doesn't do a lot of acting. I've looked up his filmography. He's like mostly television stuff for years, and I don't think he does much anymore. But my God, he does such a good job of just delivering that this guy is It's been 10 years and he's still just enraptured by his wife's ghost.
Yeah.
As opposed to the 2020 version where he's literally enraptured by his wife's ghost. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh yeah. You'll notice that there has not neither mother has. The only time she's appeared so far is in the beginning and in the dream.
Mm-hmm.
But Mary has what she wants and she leaves. Medlock's just like, oh dear. Comports herself very, very. I like that. I actually really like that little touch of like they almost run into each other a couple of times. Like the body language is so very natural and not stilted. Like they're not. The cue isn't we walk past each other into the room. No. I almost run the fuck into you because that's naturally what would happen. It's like it's very human what goes on here. It's great. And like the little stumble Maggie Smith does, like oh, okay.
I also like how she reaches after her, either to stop her from running or to make sure that she doesn't fall.
Yeah, it's like there's a level of sympathy there. Like you can tell Medlock in the scene doesn't have any antipathy towards Mary. You can tell that she has there is a level of care there. And it's there's something to it. And God, Medlock is such a nuanced character in this film.
Mm-hmm. And you can see it throughout this film because like even when she first meet Mary, she says like, poor girl, like I feel very bad for you, but you know, I have a lot of work to do. I can't really be bothered to care for you. So you have to make your own way in this house.
And I want to remark, we are halfway through this film and we've only just now met Lord Craven.
Yes.
It's actually taken this long, and yet everything so far, it feels like we've known him the entire time. Because we've characterized his abode, we've characterized his habits, we've characterized his family. We understand so much about him before we even meet him, and so by the time we meet him, oh my god, everything clicks into place. It's really well done. And so Mary runs off, and I believe she goes to celebrate that, I own a garden now. Yay. And she's getting herself dressed to go out. She goes tells... they put up little... Is this in the garden?
Yeah, this is in the garden.
Yeah, they've put up little planting signs. And she tells them the good news. She tells Dickon that, like, I own the garden now. It's mine.
Yeah, and then she's so excited, she just starts throwing seeds all over the place.
Yeah.
You get a seed, and you get a seed, and you get a seed.
She learns
she even throws some seeds at Dickon.
She learned she can hold down the B button and make the radius of seed throwing larger.
And then she pulls out a copy of Gundam Seed, and I'm all like, no, not that.
Wrong seed! Oh no, you've gotten Kira Yamato all over the place. How could you?
No!
Oh my god, that's what happened to her in the 2020 version.
Oh
no. But then it starts to rain on them, which I have to imagine is kind of cold, honestly.
Yeah.
But they go hide under a buttress, and they just watch the rain come down, and they're smiling because they know, hey, they're plants. They're gonna grow. We're getting some rain and water, and she's so happy to see it.
Yep.
We see that her and Colin are spending time doing a puzzle together, having fun with it.
And this is the first time that she actually tells the story.
Yes.
She talks about how there's a story about a god in India who has the universe down his throat, and he had to hide from his uncle who wanted to kill him.
Yeah, which is lesser known. Like it's not as widely known as some of the other versions of the story would opt to choose.
Well, like the main story that we hear is usually stories of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, which I'm not sure because I haven't finished reading the Mahabharata, but I don't know whether or not that story is connected to the Mahabharata or not, or the Ramayana, which they kind of just blatantly used a very Wikipedia summary of the Ramayana in the 2020 version, which is why I said that I think that it took from A Little Princess, who which uses the Ramayana as a sort of
framing device.
A framing
Allegory, something like
device.
that.
It's an allegory for what's going on. Whereas this, for the 2020 version, she kind of just uses it as this is India. I'm telling an Indian story because I live in India. See how
And then she
British
never brings
Indian
up
I
again.
am?
Isa says, I think this was was Krishna having the universe in his mouth after he opened his mouth due to eating dirt.
Okay, thank you, Isa.
Yeah. Regardless, it's something that like I've never heard this before. I've heard some of the Mahabharata before, but like not this story, not this one. So you know what? Interesting. And he immediately dismisses it as like, oh, that's poppycock, and she's like, it's magic.
Yep.
And
then of course he can't really understand that, so they get into an argument about it because he just can't understand scientifically how a person could look like any other person, but also be big enough to have the whole universe in his throat. And she's like, well, it's not supposed to be something that you understand. It's something that you feel in your heart and whatever.
Also, Titan, we are giving a plot synopsis. We're going through this. We've been at this for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna work out. But it's like this is like the average conversation towards when you're explaining Kingdom Hearts lore to someone.
But yeah, Colin's just like, dude, not enough realism. 0 out of 10. Too much water. 7.8.
This Indian lore you speak of.
But they get into a fight over things. I can't remember exactly how this plays out, but
she wants to leave, and he says, "Don't you dare!" And she's like, "You try to make me stay." And then he is gonna have a tantrum, but of course he can't walk. So it's like she could just leave if she wants to, but he doesn't want her to because he actually does enjoy her company. But he is just as much of a spoiled brat as she is. So
right.
And she is already starting to change, and she is starting to find that kind of behavior a little bit insufferable.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of I guess a mirror towards herself. Also, I just love the idea of them having an argument, and she's like, "Get up, pussy."
Yeah, no, legitimately, it's kind of like that. But then we see her like, what's the conversation she has with Martha when they're in the bath getting washed?
Oh, I don't remember.
I kind of want to scroll past it because you know,
I
appreciate the dedication to realism. I don't know if having a naked child actor on set is really the smartest plan.
1990 was a different time, guys. We didn't have weirdos getting off on children being naked in the bathtub. That we knew about, anyway.
That we knew. I was about to say that we knew about.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Weinstein was around at this time, so, you know.
I'm pretty sure Epstein has already had his island by this point.
Yeah, I pray this actress never had to go through anything. I pray all the actors never had to go through anything like that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I just realized that's a very real possibility with WB. Oh, God.
Well, they are English actors, so I'm pretty sure that they probably only stayed in America for a short period of time.
Twi, the only distinction is that in the British film industry, they have tea while it happens. As dark as that is.
Okay.
Yeah, right, fair.
But yeah, so
I thought you were specifying Weinstein, but okay.
Oh yeah, no, no, I wasn't specifying. I was just saying like they existed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm not that naive.
But we get a bit of a cutaway to Lord Craven. Lord Archibald Craven checking in on his son and watching over him while he sleeps. And the implication you get is this man is very much loves his son, but he's also kind of afraid to see him. Because one thing that's very well established is also Colin almost never sees his father either.
Yes.
So the fact, that was one thing they discussed when they were together, is that he was asking after his father. He was asking,
Yes.
what did you talk with my father about? That sort of thing.
Yeah, and Mary kind of holds it over his head because she's like, well, he saw me. He likes me.
Yeah, so...
And he got very upset about that because obviously he does want to see his father. He wants to have a relationship with his father, but his father never comes to see him. His father... He thinks that his father hates him, but it's just that his father is afraid to look at his son because he's afraid to love him.
Yeah. Roger Deakins.
Which is fair, yeah.
One minute. Roger Deakins. I recognize that name. What else has he done cinematography on? I did not look behind any of the staff of this film. I should have.
Yeah.
I
usually don't.
Filmography. He did A Beautiful Mind. Okay.
Fury Road.
He did Fury Road?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, he did 1917. Holy shit.
Oh wow.
Sicaro, Prison, Skyfall. Yes. Oh god, how can I write? Oh my god, of course he did Skyfall. I was wondering, I was like, oh no, remember when I said Twilight? Wait, was this the mansion they filmed Skyfall at? I said that. I said that when we first saw the manor. This was the cinematographer for Skyfall.
Dude, imagine having that in your back pocket.
He did No Country for Old Men. He did Fargo. He did Fargo. Oh, he did the Shawshank Redemption. By the way, have you seen Shawshank?
What? Dude, what?
Twi, have you seen Shawshank? Okay, I gotta add that to our list.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
that film
possibly
is phenomenal.
That goes down probably as maybe the best film I've ever watched of all. Like, not my favorite, but it is probably, I would consider, the best made.
It's definitely one of the best I've ever seen.
We
were supposed to cover it on the other podcast. Okay, thank you, Robbie. We shall get to that someday.
Yes. I imagine that like half the movies I recommend are on your list.
Possibly.
Thunderheart Homicide. This man is actually probably my favorite cinematographer of all time. I don't really think about cinematography all that often, but when I do, this is the guy I think about. He does an amazing job. But yeah.
I think I watched 1917 in theaters. That was the one where they did a really phenomenal job at hiding the cuts.
Yeah, it's all one continuous quote-unquote shot.
Yeah, and like I was trying to look for the cuts too, and they did a really, really good job at hiding them.
Yeah. I still need to see 1970. I just know that the cinematography is superb.
I wasn't sure about the film at first because the way that it kind of opens is a little bit comedic. So I was kind of like, but no, it was just a little bit of, I don't think that they meant for him falling into the dead body in the mud was supposed to be a comedic moment, but I kind of ended up feeling like that, you know?
But yes, after seeing his son, Lord Craven leaves again in the middle of the night. I think this is also without prompting. He just randomly does it.
Yes. Yeah, because he was so upset after meeting after seeing his son and all that.
Yeah, he's just not in a good state of mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, the next day we get some time lapse of some plants growing.
Yeah. Now it's changing from winter to spring.
Yep, got greenery coming to life here. The plants are growing, everything's warming up. And this is why it is so important, the color scaling. Why we highlighted this is because we're showing that, again, the characters are growing in time with the spring. They're coming to life. And that is such an important line at the end of the film that we'll get to. But this garden, this entire estate is now filled with these vibrant, bright colors, which we all know is bullshit because we all know that, Britain only ever has the color gray and brown. But that's look, a little bit of fantasy is fine. I joke, of course.
Oh, I actually never noticed that, but like they're showing the heather. They talk in the book about how the moors are just filled to the brim with heather during the spring and summer.
Oh, they must be big fans of the play. Oh, that's
I was
Heather's.
about to say,
Yeah,
I was about to say
Heather's.
that must be their favorite Toll Drama Island character.
Yeah, and we get to see like all these different flowers. It's like they get to see a whole variety of them. They're all, I think, naturally occurring in Britain.
Yes.
You might not think it, but that's actually an important thing to talk about later.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, when we see this little sheepy who's just hanging out in the field, having a good sit down, being cute. The sheep's back. We don't know whose it is. But yeah, and so we actually get the shot from inside Colin's room of his windows as we hear some creaking noises, and bam, they get torn away, letting light into the room. And yeah, Mary gets to open the windows and show some light and get some air into the room for Colin for the first time in his memorable life.
Yep.
Finally,
and of course she's
Stap. We've been here for like hours. Where have you been? Oh, Kaiser's stream is paused. Oops.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Just
I'll
make
probably,
it Discord.
Yeah, I'll have to refresh.
I minimize things. Oops. Damn it. I hate it when I'm just trying to hold the chat and like look at it and like maneuver it around so I can see it. It does. Oh, you obviously want to minimize everything except for this. No, I do not. I do not want to minimize everything except for this.
But I find it very interesting that this is actually where Mary backslides a little bit into being selfish again, but selfish in a normal child way, in the sense that she's more excited about getting to show somebody something rather than checking in and seeing if they're okay with it.
And we're perfectly accurate again. All right, 1 minute.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's just because he did his thing. Can I?
Yeah. But yeah, with this scene, Mary is happy that she gets to show Colin the outside world, the sky, the moors, the sunlight, but she's not really taking into account his feelings, his
anxieties.
His anxieties, yeah. As you can see right here, she's leaving him to go out to hang out with Dickon, leaving him by the window, which is open, by the way.
Yeah, the open window, which he said, "Hey, the spores will kill me."
Yep.
And so she goes out and hangs out with Colin in the field.
Look how pale he is.
He is a ghost.
Yeah, he's white as a sheet. Holy shit!
Damn, I keep skipping past it. I'm trying to get to her on the horse with. There it is. Yeah, she goes out and gets on the horse with Dickon. And she keeps waving at him from the window. Colin, meanwhile, is having a full-on panic attack.
Yeah.
Starts thrashing around and wailing.
Yeah, he's like a fucking vampire.
Well, yeah, he feels that way. He's like not used to any of this. I can't imagine what it would feel like to have Twi is a black screen right now. What?
That was earlier.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So like, I can't imagine you haven't had the touch of sunlight for a decade, and then you finally get hit by it. I imagine that is such an unnerving sensation.
Mm-hmm.
And
then of course she can hear him screaming, but of course by then it's too late. Others have found him.
Yeah.
And like it's understandable that he is having a tantrum here because he's helpless. he's trying to get her attention, but she's not even in the room anymore. He can't walk to her. So the only thing that he has is to scream and shout.
Twist and shout. Sorry. So yeah, he's thrashing. He's like beating on the people that are trying to help him and carry him to the bed and get him secure. Martha's trying to calm him down.
And they're so panicked that they didn't properly put on the masks.
Right. And
yeah, they didn't vax properly before doing this.
Martha is very upset with Mary. It's like, don't go in there. Don't, I can't believe you've done this. And Mary's like, no, don't. You guys are all being such wimps. Come on. I'm going to go kick this kid into shape. And she just starts yelling at him. It's actually hilarious. Like, I don't give a shit about your fucking temper tantrum. Like,
yeah, she says he needs to stop being a spoiled brat.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful irony from her.
So
I mean, yeah.
And this is also, I think she eventually she leaps on him and tears his shirt off.
Well, no, it's because they get into the conversation about his back again. Because before he mentioned, I'm going to grow a lump like my father and then I'm going to die. And he brings it up again because he's a little bit of a hypochondriac.
Right.
So he says, I'm going to die. I have a lump on my back. So she takes his shirt, lifts it up, and then starts feeling around his back for a lump.
And there is
And then
none.
she's like, what are you talking about? Your back is as good as mine. There's nothing wrong with your back.
Yeah. And so Mrs. Medlock, who's been out and about, is suddenly informed by this guy, this male helper, and I think she's also with that. I think that's the doctor. I'm not entirely sure. We never get established who this guy is. He's just an old dude.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a doctor. It could be there's a guy who is in the manor who is supposed to be another servant of Craven, who knows him well enough that he knows his moods and all that kind of stuff, and whether or not he'd be good enough to see Mary and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
I just know that you were going to cast a doctor, it'd be that guy.
Yeah.
But Mary's like, oh yeah, there's no fucking lumps, and of course Medlock comes in and she is just furious.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, trying to get Mary captured, trying to yell at her, we'll have you removed. Mary is just outright kicking this dude from grabbing her. He doesn't know how to handle it. I think they're gonna try and tie Colin down. Like, that guy was carrying fucking rope.
Yeah.
No, sorry, he was carrying the mask. Never mind. That's. I thought it was rope.
He'll tie him down with the mask.
Well, considering the time period.
Yeah.
Also, this is Medlock is blaming Martha for this. She slaps Martha, and Mary gets to see the consequence of her actions. She has gotten Martha into serious hot water to the point that Medlock is threatening to fire her. And it's Colin that asserts himself. Colin's like, no, do not fire her. This is the moment where Colin is like, he takes charge. Because it was discussed earlier that, hey, just because you're the son, doesn't that mean that while your father's away, you're lord of the house? And Colin's like, well, yeah, but I don't really have the constitution for it. But this is the first time that Colin is like, as lord of the house, I'm ordering you to leave and to not fire her.
Yeah.
And
he orders her to let him be alone with his cousin.
Yep. Multiple demands right out the gate. And this horrifies Medlock. Because she can't... This is what you really start to understand about her. She is duty-bound. She is such a duty-bound character. She is loyal to a fault. And that is her fault. She is so deeply loyal, she can't see the harm that it's ended up coddling people has ended up doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she's ordered by the lord of the house, she very regretfully is like, I shall do as you command. And it's like, for your sake, I hope... I can't remember exactly what she says.
She says, I hope that this girl doesn't do you any harm, and something of that nature. But
yeah.
She's clearly not very happy about it. Also, I do want to say that I think that this also works because the 17 and 18 and early 1900s is when medicine really takes off. So
Right.
like it takes about 200 years for medicine to really take off in the West. And while this is late in that time period, this is still early enough that there's still a lot that is very new about medicine. Like transitioning from the old medieval stuff of like the humors and all that kind of stuff into like actual genuine medicine.
Right.
That they don't quite know what heals people, what doesn't, and what needs to be healed and what needs to just be pushed through.
Right. And so a lot of her concern just comes from like she thinks she's doing what is medically best for him.
Yeah.
So there's just so many different facets going on here that all are working in full parallel with one another. But yeah, Colin has asserted himself. He is now taking command of the house, which is kind of a impulsive move on his part.
Mm-hmm.
But now Mary has literally opened the windows on his life. Like, you don't have a growth on your back. You don't have anything like that. Maybe, and you're not dying from these spores or anything. So maybe things are okay. Like I think for the first time he's seen a glimmer of hope.
Yeah. I do love, I think what she directly said is like, you don't have a lump on your back. It's just bones. You're so scrawny.
Fucking, it's not fat shaming. I was about to say fat shaming real quick. I was about to put my foot in my eye real bad. That's skinny shaming.
Yeah.
So is that when she gets the idea to take him outside? Yeah, she finally gets the idea that we can take you outside then.
No, it's Colin.
Oh,
Colin wants to see the outside.
Oh, does he want? She told him about the garden, didn't she? So,
I think that she had, yeah.
So I think he wants to see his mother's garden.
Yeah, I think he's hoping that he'll be able to find his mother's garden. Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, that's cool.
So yes, he's like, you know what? I'm going to go out and also totally let Dickon have the fucking raven indoors. That's
yeah.
I find that kind of weird. I don't know why they would let that slide. But the entire house, he's actually giving a full address to the house and on like how to handle things, how to address things. And what's really funny is that he kind of defers a little bit to Mary because she knows how to handle house staff to some degree. So like at the very end, he doesn't know how to dismiss everyone. And he's like, how do you typically say that in India? And she's just like, what
all depart.
All depart. That was it.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he waves them off and everyone leaves and they carry him down the stairs on his wheelchair.
Yeah. I think specifically she said, I have spoken, all depart.
That's it.
And so he repeats it. Yeah.
And, you know, everyone's like, you know, on eggshells with him. And he very much says, Mrs. Medlock, your assistance will not be required in this endeavor. You can stay here at the house. And she's like very much like, but sir, and it's like, I have spoken. And she's like, oh.
Stay here.
Stay
you can see him say that.
Yeah, stay here. And she's just like she's like so concerned for him. Like you can tell this woman has wrapped up her life in this family. She's so dedicated to them. And she's like, oh my God, I am watching this small child die.
Yeah. Also, I do want to say very quickly, because I don't think I mentioned it, but it was Medlock who had hired Martha, because Martha did say, I don't know if it's in the film, but in the book, she said that because she is so plain and ordinary, she would never be able to work in a place like this as like a higher grade maid like she does. At best, she would be a scullery maid, kept out of sight where no one could see her. But because it was Medlock who runs the house, she was able to hire her in a higher status job.
But Kaiser broke again. What the? He didn't.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
you're fine.
look-
You're fine. I think it's just whatchamacallit, that's not updating. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
no,
I went
hold
green
my
for a
chat
sec. That's about it.
update.
Yep.
Okay.
That was just me fixing things. All right, but yeah, it's just a lot of different elements that are at play here that are all nice intermingling, and this great moment of just like them taking off their masks, and she just gets fed. Like they're off. Fuck. Hey, what's the point at this point anymore? It's like he's not bothering. The kids aren't bothering. He's gonna get sick anyway. This is all just fuck it.
Yeah, they're genuinely afraid that he is going to die because he is just determined to go outside and make himself
against
sick
all
in
their
their
medical
eyes.
protocol.
Yeah.
Against everything they know to take care of. And what's great is as soon as the kids are out of like eyesight and they're among the animals that are, and that's another thing, there are more and more animals as the film go on. Like there is so much life coming into things. But as soon as they're out of eye shot, and they see that no one's there watching, they're all three of them are together and like, all right, let's go. And let's go faster. Rushing. Let's go faster. It's like this. Colin is so ready to just test the bounds of his newfound freedom. He is so excited to rush into it and get the thrill of going fast. To the point, actually, like he gets kind of sick a little bit, or does he cough to himself, or is that the new version?
I don't remember.
I think that's the new version. I think it's 2020.
Yeah, I think it is the new version.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is the 2020 version. Also, with this scene, I'm just imagining freaking escape to the city from the city in the background.
Follow me, set me free, trust me, and we will escape from the city. Follow. I'm gonna just follow that in my head at the time. So yeah, they went into the secret garden,
and this will be the first time that we see the garden in full bloom.
Oh yeah, also this is this fun little thing where she opens the door, she goes inside, and lets like the foliage fall back over her.
Yeah.
And then just like he's like, "Where have you gone?" Like, and her hand like comes out and come on.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's so like, they also let him hold the raven. And he's so fine with it. There's a little fox in here, which that's probably safe. I mean, it's not hurting the goose or anything. They have to be careful helping him down the stairs. It's a bumpy ride, but they're doing their best. And we get to see the garden in full bloom. It is a beautiful little sight. Colin goes back up to close the gate. I'm sorry, not Colin.
Dickon does.
Dickon. It's the hard ends at the end of the name.
I remember you being like, why is he leaving again? It's like, well, to close the gate, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just saw the fox earlier. You don't want that bitch going out there.
So we get a nice long linger of his reaction.
I imagined this.
And it's just this beautiful, full garden that's very reasonable.
Yep.
It looks like everything would be a garden. We'll get to that. But yeah, we get a bunch of these panning shots. It's very pretty, very beautiful. It's such a distinction from the beginning of the film. And she's pointing out all the different animals that are, walking around, being chill. It's a very lovely sequence. And
it really is.
Yeah,
all the flowers are
actually
gorgeous.
Looks pretty nice.
Yeah, and we cut to them just kind of lounging around, playing in the garden. Well, she's like picking leaves. We see like all the seeds they planted have sprung to life. Like this is the stump they were planting, and now just everything. There's so much foliage here.
And she's talking about how this is how you pull. These are the weeds that you pull to let the flowers grow.
It's just a deer chilling out behind them.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scroll that far.
Nope.
But yeah, they're talking. They're just pointing out all these different little lovely things that are inside. He's enjoying the wilderness, seeing the parent caring for its babies. I wonder if that's symbolic of anything.
Yeah.
And then finally, we get Old Man Magoo.
Yeah.
Who returns to the film, and all the kids are hesitant because they're scared that he'll tell on them.
Yeah, and he's right pissed because according we'll learn very soon from him that he is the only one that goes into the garden. He actually tends to the garden, even though that nobody is allowed to go inside, because the mistress, the wife, had asked him to tend to the garden. No one else, personally, no one else, just him. And even though that the garden had been ordered shut, he went in because she gave her orders first, and he is loyal to her.
It's a very touching moment. It explains so much about how he treats things. And then the look of shock on his face when he sees Colin, takes off his hat and is immediately super reverent to him. And it's just a very warm exchange where they get the explanation about like why he does what he does, tends the garden, all that. And
it's this scene, the man says, "Oh, so you're not a cripple," and he gets very offended at that. And so this causes him to want to try and stand up to show this man, "No, I'm fine."
Yeah, I'm not a cripple. I've not been a cripple this whole time, and I'm learning to not be one. And it's like he struggles. He's holding on the dickon very much, but he's like asserting himself. Yeah, no, I am lord of this goddamned house. I am Colin Craven, son of a lord. And like, just this man is almost brought to tears over seeing this. And at the end of this little scene, the old man is formally invited in by Colin to be the formal caretaker of this place. And it's very heartwarming. It's like, I'll come in at once. It's just, it's so just like this guy has had 2 scenes until this point, and yet it feels like such a good payoff. It's like,
it does.
It's like, it's so, everything on this estate melds together. You can see it's a living entity in and of itself. And that's such a well done element of the story. But yeah, there's also, well, we should step on this landmine. So throughout all this, Colin has been catching the feels for his dear cousin. And he asserts here that he plans to marry her. Yep.
Mary is very dismissive of this, by the way.
Yeah, I'm your cousin. Okay. And he's like, I don't care. I'm gonna marry you. Like this guy, Colin is so smitten with her because she has been such a savior to his life. She has hope. And to be fair, 1901, the Lord got lordships and such. You got the nobility. It's not super unheard of. It's starting to phase out, but it's not super unheard of.
Alabama wasn't Alabama yet. Everywhere was Alabama a little bit.
In 1901, it was.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alabama was still.
There you go.
I was gonna say Alabama only really earned that during the 50s, I think.
Okay. Well, either way, I think it's actually a little bit worse in this movie because I don't think that they're canonically twins in the books. I think that they are still siblings, like very close siblings, but not twins. Yeah, the sisters. But having the sisters be twins in this movie would effectively make Colin and Mary practically half siblings.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
The Habsburgs approve. They certainly do. So they did make it a little bit worse. Now, mind you, Mary never seriously entertains this, even though she is very, very warm to Colin. She never seriously entertains actually marrying him. She's too busy hanging out with those bunnies in the background, which, you know what? Mood.
Yeah.
Dude, imagine the sequel to this film being like years later and like Colin is having a blood feud with Dickon.
Well, yeah, you mentioned that, and we'll get to it.
Oh my god!
But I was gonna say, like, the sequel to this is the Secret Garden 2, and it's the Secret Garden because it's where we lock up all of our Habsburg children.
Also, I think that there is actually a direct-to-TV version of this film where it actually takes place with them as adults, and they're going through the war and stuff like that. And I think that there was actually something to do with like Mary and Colin, and something about that. I never watched that one all the way through, but it was kind of a weird scene to watch these these two like that. But that was, I don't think, definitely not canon, obviously. Oh, right, the baby sheep that you thought was an animatronic.
Well, yeah, there's a shot in here that I thought was animatronic, but I mean, it's just a really well-trained baby sheep. Or well-directed, I guess, because I don't know if you can train a baby sheep. I'm not sure.
No.
But basically, Colin is learning...
Train a baby.
Possibly. But yeah, Colin is learning about different animals and from Dickon, and they're watching how this little sheep is struggling to walk. And it's making it.
And that was the...
Yeah, this is the shot where I thought that it was animatronic, which honestly, it still looks that way, but that's because a lot of animatronics use felt. It's like a freaking Muppet. But because of this, Colin gets the idea, I want to walk. So, like I mentioned, through the power of gardening, Dickon and Mary discover Colin's physical therapy progress.
Yeah.
So this scene is basically, the rest of it is Colin stumbling back and forth between Dickon and Mary on his own power, walking there under his own leg strength. And everyone is hyped. These kids are so goddamn excited. These actors are incredible at showing just like, oh my god, my friend is walking. This is awesome.
I love how Mary is going after him to make sure, like, to help him if he falls.
Yeah, she's right there behind him to take care of him. And they're all just like, look, they're all hopping up and down, excited, like, yeah, he can walk. This is dope. And we see the little baby who's still struggling, but still trying, still going, still baaing.
Bah.
Keep calm and baa.
Yeah, just
keep
don't just don't goatsy in the future.
What? Why would you bring that?
What?
Listen. This moment was too wholesome. I have to let the intrusive thought win at some point.
But yeah, Twi, I'm going to go get a drink
Sure.
if you want to take over this scene. But I'll try and get a nice wide shot for us to work from here.
Sure.
There we go.
Colin, now that he is learning to walk, he's doing some practicing by actually going and seeing Mary of his own accord instead of just whenever Mary wants to go see him. And of course she's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, well, I wanted to come see you, and I can walk now. So they're just having a good time with his new sense of freedom. And they actually fall asleep together on the bed until early morning, which I can't show you because I don't have control over Raymond's computer. But
Yep. This is, as always, the patriarchy holds us back.
But I always found it very very lucky how they both managed to wake up right before the rest of the manor wakes up so that he can walk back. And as you would actually see, he makes it through the hallways right as Medlock is starting to wake up.
I was about to say, I was going to say, wait, did you mistake that and meant to say that Mary walked back? But like, okay, damn.
Yeah. No, Medlock is starting to wake up. Like, you see her in her nightgown, and she's going through the motions, I guess, to wake up the rest of the manor. And he'll probably make it back into his room just in time for everything to carry on with the day and all that.
Okay.
And of course, they're gonna go back out into the garden. He's wishing for things to change, for his ability to be more self-sufficient and to be more adventurous and to be a kid is starting to come true. So he's hoping that other things that he wants out of life will also come true.
Oh,
there you are.
I think there's actually a little bit more because Mary also goes out adventuring. We missed the scene with the photos.
Yeah, the photos.
But yeah, I was gonna say, it is all in the same night.
Yeah.
Kaiser, I thought you were Kaiser Shonen, not Kaiser Shoujo. What was this? The patriarchy is holding us back.
Kaiser drinks the respect women juice.
Maybe you should Kaiser, you can't drink that. It will rust your gears. It'll short your circuits.
Don't worry,
I thought you were going to make a bread tuber joke.
It's the respect women oil. It's fine.
Listen. Someday the freaking Discord leaks are going to happen. I'm going to end up like Destiny, okay?
Okay, perfect. But basically, they get curious about their mothers. So Mary actually sneaks into Craven's office in the middle of the night and retrieves his photos, saying hello to his pupper, who's.
And remember, we did figure out like where they were because he did go after those photos earlier when he met her.
Yep, we established that.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very well established. And she just gets this whole bundle of photos and gets scared off by this pupper who's a good boy, but he's just doing his job and he's just scary doing it. But yeah, they both spend some bonding time looking at their parents. And you can see, I think one of them, like the mother, I think this is Colin's mother that's pregnant with him in this shot, or is this Mary's mother that's pregnant with her?
Who could tell? They're twins, Herder.
I went to get water. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think it's Colin's mother.
Right. And so yeah, and I love these photos look just so well aged. Like they actually look like time appropriate.
They do.
It's like they did the fucking department did their job. Everything looks time accurate and feels nice and like aged.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks genuinely heartwarming as a scene.
Yeah, and it's strange because there's no emotional connection to these parents, or at least for Mary, but it's like there's something there that she finds satisfying.
A little bit sad though. You can kind of see it on her face.
Yeah. And there is something to be said, like, they wake up after reading the photos, or like looking at the photos. It's not manga. But no, what I find interesting about this is there is the implication that Mary's mother may, like, her parents may have been neglectful as a rebound effect of either postpartum depression or depression over losing a loved one, or some combination of both. Like, that is potentially in the cards as an explanation for, I'm just going to go out and party and try to forget my problems, that sort of thing. Like, that's always on the table, but it's never outright stated. That's the fact. And it could always just be that her mother was a terrible parent. We don't know, and Mary doesn't know. Mary can't know. It's impossible. Like, she would have to bring her mother back from the dead to know.
Yeah.
And I love that it's left a mystery, and so Mary just has to appreciate her mother from a distance, or her family from a distance. She can't ever know the truth, and so, like, she has the choice of how to approach that, and it seems like she's taking that to heart to some degree. But yeah, Colin sneaks back just as everyone's waking up, like Medlock. Sorry, I meant Cardinal Medlock.
Yeah, her red nightgown.
But then we cut to them swinging on the swing.
And they're wanting to recreate the photos that they looked at last night.
Yep. And so they brought a big camera out here, and Colin's taking photos of Mary and Dickon. And they're just having a goofy old time as kids playing there. Until, unfortunately for Colin, Dickon and Mary start looking into each other's eyes. A little too much for him, and they start to get a little lost. And Colin
He doesn't
notices
like it.
Colin does not like this, and so he has a bit.
Colin will remember that.
I think I made that fucking joke. I'm pretty sure I did. And he's actually screaming at them and trying to get their attention, and it takes him a moment.
Yeah.
And that's where the scene ends. Like, it's just like a brief flare up of jealousy, but they're still playing together in the next scene. Oh, and I never realized Colin is pushing Mary in this.
Pushing Mary. Yeah,
it's hilarious. Like he's really gotten over. I don't know if he would be that strong by this point, but it could be late spring by this point, couple of months.
Yeah,
and also there's a bit of like an incline there, so there's that as leverage, kind of.
And we get the scene of him getting his medical treatment, and he's asking them to stop the treatment because he knows that he's better. Yeah. He knows that he's perfectly fine, but they don't.
And he's hiding it because the first person he wants to see him walk, other than his friends, is his father.
Is his father, yeah.
And so he has to kind of bear with it, and she's insistent, look, I know there's a lot of things you can give me orders on, but your well-being, I'm not going to take your orders. I'm going to take care of you as best I know how.
Yep, your father ordered me to do this, and so I must.
His rule supersedes yours. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Which very much like the gardener. First order in, it's the one I follow.
Yep.
So they dump a bunch of ice into this. Yeah, he's taking an ice bucket. He's doing the ice tub challenge before it was cool. Or I guess literally as it was cool. It's an ice.
Was it ever cool, to be honest?
Yes. It's an ice.
Well, not aside from the literal fact it's cool.
I mean, up here we just call it the polar bear challenge.
up here we just call it taking a bath.
Hey, y'all are built a little bit different.
Yeah, and
that's true.
And Mrs. Medlock is getting really fed up with Dickon. Not Dickon. Colin. Fucking hell. She's just like getting like, I can't believe you. I'm following your orders, but I really don't like it. And she's like goes on this beautiful rant about like, I'm trying to exactly remember what she says here. I just remember it being very like, she's like, I am so stressed right now because I care so much about keeping you safe and protected, but you keep doing all these risky things.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and it's
and
like
she is fed up with it.
Yeah, Maggie Smith is just brilliant. Oh, is she? Oh, is she going to go get rid of Mary? Was that?
Yeah, I think that she said like, I need to keep you two apart.
Right.
So, yeah, she's fed up with it all.
And like I love that we cut back from that immediately to Mary skipping through the halls. Like she has.
Yeah.
Think about how this movie started, and now she's literally skipping. It's such a change.
Yeah.
And so, Medlock quite literally locks Mary in her room. But of course, that doesn't stop Mary, because Mary knows the secret passages that she found at the beginning of the fucking film.
Yep.
And so she and Colin use it to leave.
Yep. I love these old buildings with their secret passages and their servants' quarters and all that. It's so fun.
But yeah, they meet up with Dickon and they sneak out of the house.
Oh, look at him all dressed up with his cane.
Yep, because I believe this is when they're going to go do the ceremony now.
Yeah. Because I think that this is around the time when there's a bit of a wave of the occult going around in America and in England and Europe.
Yeah, I'm
Like-
sure. Yeah, the witchcraft craze.
Yeah.
Um,
So they are trying to summon his father back so that he can see that Colin is all right and that he's walking.
yes, and they're doing these really silly ritual stuff, and in fact, they have the groundskeeper in on it.
Yep.
And explaining that, oh, I'm going to be a famous scientist one day. This is my first experiment. And it's like, I'll summon my father back.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got any of this information from. Presumably he read it somewhere that you could do stuff like this, or he just made it up and is hoping for God that it works. But it's this really silly kid ritual. And my God, I remember doing stupid, silly shit like this as a kid.
Yeah, I this kind of reminds me of near the beginning of the film where he was talking about how rubbish the whole story of Vishnu from India was, and now he's doing this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has really grown to have. Again, this movie is about kids getting their fucking childhood back, and it's wonderful.
Well, I actually like it how they're doing this here, because he was a child of science. He was like, if something can't be explained, then I don't believe in it. But because of the experiences that he's had learning how to walk and learning that he's actually all right, that's a miracle in and of itself to him. So he said, I'm going to grow up to be a scientist, and this is one of my first experiments to see if magic is actually real.
Which, may ruin his future scientific exploits. We'll get to that. But basically, he's like doing an incantation to try and summon his father back, and they throw stuff into the fire and dance around it, and they chant magic words, and it's all kind of silly, goofy kid shit that they believe will actually work. And it's in reality, we know that this probably not going to do anything unless magic actually did exist. However, maybe it does exist in this world. That's actually the big question: is does magic exist? I mean, you have a lot of very tame animals that are really chill around Dickon, but he could just be a very that's not the most crazy thing. It's a little weird how there's a whole menagerie in the garden, but not completely untenable.
Raymond, you missed a great opportunity for the thumbnail for this stream. You could have had like a pic of Dickon and just yellow text being all like, "Does he know?"
You mean Colin?
Oh yeah, sorry, Colin. Well, either one of them really.
But I suppose coincidentally at this time we fade into a dreamscape.
Yeah.
Of the garden, where we see Colin's mother calling out to her husband, saying, "I'm in the garden. I'm in the garden with Colin." And
Artie, I'm in the garden.
And we see him. We see him dramatically on this cliffside, which is like a really badass place to be. But it's like, how did you get here, my man? And it turns out to be a dream. I was like, wait, what the fuck's going on? Oh, he's dreaming.
Yeah.
So he's dreaming of this. And this is enough to convince him as he is startled awake by some noise in the room, which I appreciate. He wasn't woken up by his dream. He was just startled awake by clatter. That he's like in a fevered state. He's like, I've got to get home. I've got to make for home immediately. And he tells this bellhop to prepare my carriage, prepare my stuff. I'm leaving post haste. And so the final sequence of this film, because we're near the very end of this film, is him rushing home.
Yeah.
In a fit. He's like, I need to go see my son. And Martha barely gets a moment to see, oh, shit, the Lord has returned unannounced. So her first priority is running to Miss Medlock and being like, the Lord's returned. Lord Craven's home. And Medlock's not even, he's just taking care of normal, matters. And she's like, oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Everyone know him. All right. You know what? Fuck. Get me out of this. Get me out of this apron. Oh, shit. And it's yelling at them, snapping at them. Someone get me out of this blasted thing. My God, I love Maggie Smith is a gem of an actress. She is so good.
I love her. Yeah.
And she's like, "Your lordship, we didn't know you were going to return," and that kind of stuff. And he's just throwing his shit on the ground. He's just like, "I'm going to go see my son. I'm going to go see my son." It's like, while you were gone, there were some happenstances. We've got to get rid of the girl. I'm sorry he's in such a condition, but the girl has been such a menace. She's torn this house apart, that sort of thing. She's trying to basically say, oh, it's this. The girl has basically ruined everything, turned the entire mansion topsy-turvy. And as she's giving the spiel, they walk into Colin's room, and they discover that he's gone. And God, the way this man delivers the line, "Where is my son?" is so laced with venom.
Yeah, it really
This
is.
man is fucking pissed. And he's just barely holding on to any reservations. Like that, goddamn.
I see in his face, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they discover that that Colin has snuck out. And they immediately are like, well, he looks up to his wife's portrait. And he's like having a heart attack. Like, oh my God, has my son gone to join her? Like that sort of thing, I imagine, is going through his mind right now.
Mm-hmm.
Medlock is
and
again,
yeah, she's saying it's that child, sir. She has corrupted him, making him think all sorts of things, just being a little devil of sorts.
Yeah, she's very much like, yeah, we tried to keep things under control, but we couldn't. And then they're like, okay, we'll go see the girl then. And they unlock her door because she's been locked in all night, allegedly. But no, they walk in and she's not here either.
She's also gone.
And Medlock is having a goddamn meltdown now.
Yep.
She has lost complete control of the house. And that is everything that's just driving her insane. And this guy is so fed up with her. You can read it in his face. Martha, too, is like kind of terrified. Remember, if Martha goes, if Medlock goes, Martha goes.
Martha goes, yeah.
Yeah. She does very cautiously say, well, could they possibly be in the garden, sir? And he's like, what? Because remember, he is thinking of his dream that he had.
Yeah, and he's like, what garden? Like, he's very specific. Which garden?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, we see this great scene where they're rushing out. He's trying to go find his son. They're going down these steps, and Medlock has basically completely given up on control of the situation, and has basically said, "It is all my fault. Even though none of this is technically even her fault, she couldn't be in control of any of this. But she's taking full ownership of the situation."
Yeah, well, because he whirls around on her and points his cane at her and says, "I left you in charge."
Yes. There we go.
There it is.
Look at her face. And her first reaction is, "I understand, my lord. I will resign immediately. I will leave the premise as soon as I can." And she's just collapses. My fucking heart ripped.
Yeah, holy shit.
Like, this is she is trying so hard to keep her composure, and she's breaking on the inside. She feels like a complete failure. The people that she cares about have the man that she is put herself into servitude with has turned around on her and blames her for potentially the harm of her son. And she's starting to cry, and Martha goes to comfort her, and Medlock just shoves her away. "No, I don't want your comfort. You're part of this too." It's so understandable and reasonable, and I feel so bad. This is the moment that I knew, I already knew this film was special, but this is the moment that it got solidified as such a fantastic movie. This scene just hammers home so much. And you know what? Martha doesn't shy away. She sits next to Medlock and comforts her anyway.
And Medlock reciprocates.
Yep. Medlock actually accepts it. And it's this moment of like everyone like here respects each other, even in the worst of times we need that. It's like it's there, like all of it is there. It's great. So this last sequence, the kids are all just playing in the garden. They've been out here all night just playing.
Yeah.
And they're I guess they're playing Marco Polo. They've blindfolded Colin, and they spin him around. He's able to keep his balance, and everyone's run off into the garden. And as Mary and Dickon hide, you've got Lord Craven approaching. He's wandering all his way there. He discovers the door open. He makes his way inside, and the first thing he sees upon entering, when he goes a little bit deeper, is his son walking around blindfolded. Not just walking around, but walking around proficiently while blindfolded.
Mm-hmm.
And just the absolute awe this actor conveys. This is his 5th scene in the movie. This man has not been in this movie more than like 5 to 10 minutes. And the absolute emotional gut punch of this man slowly walking up to his son, and then Colin realizing that it's his father in front of him and not Mary or Dickon.
Yeah, because it's a slow thing too. Because
yeah, they draw this out.
Yeah, they do. It's so good.
Also,
like
him is joining you. Oh, great! Cats are welcome.
Yeah.
Also, hi, Chibi Risa.
But you're saying what?
Just him slowly realizing that it's a bigger person, trying to figure out who it is by like going through his hair, then his face, just like touching everywhere, maybe realizing, but being unable to really believe that it's actually him he's touching.
I love his father closing his eyes, like that moment of my son is my healthy son is touching me right now. And it's just like this guy he's on the borderline of collapsing emotionally.
Look at him, he's on the brink of tears.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like his eyes are actually red and puffy. It's this is so like that smile, like oh God, I'm welling up tears right now. This is so good.
Yeah, this is a really good scene.
Oh, but yeah, they're even Dickon and Mary. Well, Dickon's crying over it. Mary's still kind of frozen, and you can see that he's kind of not sure what to think of them, but he's kind of grateful, I guess. He sees them there. He can see them. And so Colin and Lord Craven go off to Colin goes to show Lord Craven the garden. And then Mary, this is my one weird thing. I feel like this kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. I don't think it's like quite the departure after me and Twi talked about it, but I still think this could have been a bit more, like I felt like this element was kind of not as well built to, but Mary presumes that she's not wanted and runs off.
Well, I think that it is because like obviously he glanced at them, but otherwise he kind of ignored them to go off with Colin. So she felt unwanted because she's still family as well.
Right.
And that's kind of been the thing her entire life, is that she was the unwanted child.
Yeah. So she runs off, Dickon runs after her. And Colin's just excited, showing everyone else around, or showing his father around and doing little...
Yeah, where he walked for the first time.
Yeah. And like, what I love is that like he is hearing his son, but he's just more in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
As a father, like he's like, I'm just so happy. So Dickon tries to comfort Mary. It doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Mary ends up running off into the field where the horse, I guess, just stays. Just chills there the entire time.
Yeah, it lives out in the moors. Also, you
Okay.
kind of rush past it, but
Oh,
there's a shot right there where we see tears on her face. It's the
oh,
first time that she is crying.
right. She is
Oh
actually,
yeah.
because she's like, suddenly it's being ripped away from her. Like, this is the first time she's able to, like, that emotional constipation is finally breaking through.
Yeah.
Kirsten Dunst was almost Mary. Elijah Wood was almost Colin.
Wow.
What?
That would have been such a different fucking film.
I think that would have been, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, I love them as actors, or at least Elijah Wood. I've never really seen Dunst in much besides Spider-Man. But no, these kids were phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot
And-
imagine that.
I think that it would have been a little bit more of a generic film, to be honest with you, because they would be much more familiar faces. It's kind of the fact that we don't know these kids that well that it feels more real, because it's like these are actually the characters and not these are the actors playing the characters.
Yeah. I mean,
Also, like, how old would Elijah Wood and Kirsten Dunst be around this time? They would be like either adults or teenagers, right?
no, because she was Kirsten Dunst was in her 20s during Spider-Man, and that was
Right.
2000.
She was a teenager during Anastasia, where she was cast as young Anastasia.
Huh.
I forgot when was that.
To be here,
1997.
to be honest, I hear Elijah Wood, and all I hear is Spyro from The Legend of Spyro. Oh, I didn't know you. Oh, that's right. He does play him in that the sequel series.
Yeah.
Elijah Wood was born in 1981, so he would have been a little bit older than the cast. Like, he would have been like 13, 14.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, Dickon tries to comfort her, but it's not really working. God, just the cinematography. This shot is so nice.
Yeah, it really is.
And basically, Colin and his father are now looking for her. And because, why not? I think Craven wanted to see her, wanted to talk to her.
Mhm.
And I think Colin wanted to show the garden with her. And so we get this moment. I think Craven says, maybe 2 or 3 lines. And it's all that he needs to confirm that she's wanted and loved. That she has brought life back to his family. And for as point blank as I think that statement is as a kind of synthesis of the final theme of the story, it's said with such a sincerity and love that I can't help but love it. It's like it's so well done, and there's no elaboration upon that. It's just left to hang for the implication, and it feels very, very tender.
Mhm. Directly, he said, "You brought us back to life, Mary." And you did say that it was kind of cheesy, kind of corny, but it worked because it was said with such sincerity.
Yes, it's like, it's one of those moments of like, you know what? And you know what? That's another thing. Even if it weren't said with as much sincerity, like if they didn't manage to carry that energy, I would still give the film benefit of the doubt for that. It has earned that fucking moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this film ends with Mary being accepted into the family once and for all. She is now a precious person to Craven, and Craven's a precious person to her. And I believe they hug here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to feather through. There we go. Yeah. And it's just a sweet moment together. And so Dickon decides to run ahead as everyone's smiling here, and the sun's coming out, and my God, Richard Deacon, stop, it's too, stop, it's too good. But yeah, Dickon rides ahead and tells the staff of what's happening and how everything's going, and
Yeah, the last major shot of our characters is everyone walking back happily with Colin out and open, just completely walking all his own, and they're having an animated chat together. And it's the first time everyone is seeing Colin walking, and the fucking smiles on everyone's faces, the awe, and just Mrs. Medlock in borderline tears.
Yeah.
Oh, and groundskeeper Willie there. He's having a good time too.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
He's all like, yeah, I got to
Like
see
even
it
Martha's
premium.
kind of tearing up.
Yeah, Martha is absolutely tearing up, and it's just it's beautiful. It's a beautiful little end to the film, and I believe we get they're hugging.
Aww.
It's really nice.
So the last bit of the film is just going through the garden and showing how pretty it is as Mary gives her I think that's grown up Mary. I think it's supposed to be implied.
Yeah.
As she gives a little bit of a monologue. I can't remember what it is exactly. It's kind of I really wish I had subtitles because I'm terrible at remembering these things. But it's just a nice little cap out to the film about how much everyone has come to mean, and basically just kind of reflecting on the experience. And the last shot is of this white horse traveling through the fields. And that's the film. That is the end of The Secret Garden. And it's absolutely a wonderful film. I highly recommend everyone go out and see this 1993 original.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching it. I almost I was almost kind of hoping that the last words of the film and like the I guess the monologue at the end would be like, and so my garden was not so secret anymore.
But yeah,
that seems like really, really good. It's free on Amazon and Tubi. Got you. Okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Espionata said that in
Nice.
chat.
Well, yeah, go check that out as soon as you guys can. It's a really good film. And then they made a 2020 version.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. After so long, we finally got there.
Oh, shit, damn, I gotta format this. Pause. Drag.
Well, we at least don't have to go like frame by frame with this one because now everybody knows the plot.
Well, I mean, you say that.
Well, the general plot of The Secret Garden.
Yes.
But yeah, I do say that, and yeah, I know that it's not correct. Oh, Dakota says they saw the BBC version with their mother.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a great family film to go to.
That was the one that also took place in the 40s, around the war, right? From the 80s? That was the 1980 something one, right, Dakota?
Probably. Now that is actually the first big distinction is they set it forward in time. They put it in 1947 instead of 1901. So
yeah.
Oh.
And my first question is why?
It's a very good
question.
question.
Why did you do that?
Why? Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't really add anything. I don't know what it adds.
Yeah.
They don't really do anything with it. There's some interesting set dressing with it, but and they use it as the excuse for why the parents died, but it didn't need to be. Like they could have just had the exact same reason the parents died. Because they set up the partition between India and Pakistan and the violence and unrest, there's distress and disease. And what they reveal is the parents died of cholera, which is what happened in the book. But cholera existed back in 1901. You didn't need the conflict of the Indian-Pakistani partition.
Literally the only way that I could think of why they did that was some sort of small politics thing going on. Why else would they do that?
It has to, I don't know. But the 1980 version also did that.
Yeah, but I think that one was to be more contemporary, I think.
I guess it makes sense.
but I don't know why this one would be contemporary, because like that's 40 years after the BBC version, which was only 40 years out from where they had set that book, or that they had set their film from the book. So like I'm very confused.
Yeah, and we also open on a rather radical departure because Mary is now telling her stories.
Yes.
Already she's like telling little puppet shows in an enclosed space with an open flame.
The first thing that we see of her is that she's smiling.
Yeah, like she's smiling. And
also, I said this as soon as this shit came up when I was watching this shit last night. Girl, that is an easy way to start a house fire.
Oh my god, you do not understand. Fire does not behave in this fucking film. We will talk about that.
Dude, yeah, I was about to say, because like freaking, I was looking at the start where it was like a close-up of her eye and she was doing the story, and I was like, okay, this has to take place in like an open space, because if it's one of those freaking sheet forts, I'm gonna lose it. And then they show it and I lost it.
Yeah. Well, it's not like that, but it's a sheet fort with a dish that's on fire next to a goddamned rug. Like, that is an ornamental rug on the ground. A single loose fucking ember and you are dead.
Yeah.
You have a lot of wooden toys around here that seem very flammable.
And a wooden chair, apparently, yeah. What the
yeah,
fuck?
it's just, but she's telling stories to herself that are just, well, I guess to entertain herself, because we learn later that her parents are already dead.
Yeah.
Like, she has been staying by herself in this little fort for days, weeks. We're not entirely sure how much time has passed by this point.
Yeah.
But we do get small elements of what was cut from the 93 version of her going around the house scavenging for herself.
Yeah. And I would say I would have to compare this to the 1949 version, because we also see her being discovered by the soldiers in that film as well. And in that film, she is a perfectly happy child. She's incredibly spoiled and very demanding of people, but she is relatively happy. She just says like, it's just perfectly natural and normal for children to be out of sight and out of mind. So that's why nobody knew that I existed, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, I told Raymond that when I was watching the 1949 version, that it was very reminiscent of like how most Hollywood films made all children of the time. Like, you were not allowed to have an unhappy child. They always had to be gay and frolicking about and just peachy keen.
And now they have to be gay and frolicking about, but it's a different sense of the word.
I thought you were going to pull the South Park, and now they have to be gay and lame.
Gay and lame. All right, thanks, Cartman. But no, I was gonna say, this film tries to have its cake and eat it too, with that regard, and
it really does.
She comes off less as someone who is emotionally constipated and someone who's completely bipolar.
Oh my god, I am so glad you said that. There are so many moments in this film where I feel like this chick is bipolar as shit.
I wonder if they actually reshot the film. I wonder if, like, maybe they didn't test well with the original interpretation and they had to change things.
I was beside myself. I was beside myself because I'm wondering, like, am I an asshole for thinking that?
Because, like, there are moments, like here, like in this shot, that's Mary Lennox. Right there. That expression, that kind of just gaze, like that unhappy gaze, that's Mary. That's Mary to me.
Yeah. We don't see that very often. Like, yes, Dakota, you did hear emotionally constipated.
Yes, that is a phrase. People use it.
Yeah, we were saying that before. Although
it's the equivalent of intellectual constipation, which is what you have.
Oh my god!
Sorry. I saw the dig and I took it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm getting in the character. I'm gaining the character.
It's what my character would.
Well, no, you don't, we're covering the secret garden. I'll take it. Good sport, Dakota. Good sport.
Yeah. Because like the thing that we didn't really get into all that much, like I briefly mentioned it at the beginning of the film, but Mary is teased by a lot of the children because she is such a sour little girl, and they have a name for her, Mistress Mary Quite Contrary. That is her nickname that is given to her by the children, and they sing that song at her to tease her, to make fun of her. So like whenever I think about this version of Mary in the film, I wonder, where is
where's the contrary?
Where's the contrary
for
for
real.
Mistress Mary?
Because, like, okay, one kudo, we see her scavenging food. She's eating raw sugar cubes to try and satiate herself, drinking from tipped over teapots and drinking off the saucers. Like, she is surviving barely here. She doesn't know how to take care of herself. It's actually really good of what Twi described to me from the book. So, point there.
Yes.
Savor this. It will not get many of those. Now, she is discovered by a soldier who, takes her in, and they try to decide what to do with her, and they basically agree, we're going to send her back to London. We're going to send Ellie back. And so they do. We spend some time on the boat, and, yeah, that's... I mean, What?
We are always up this girl's nose.
Yeah, the cinematography, like, it's completely different. You can tell there's a lot of different feel. But I also know something else here. There's a lot of color already, even though it's like, it's desaturated, but there's a lot of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, already. It didn't feel like as dark and as grimy. It's in the middle of the day when they arrive instead of being somewhere at night. Or no, it was in the middle of the day when they arrived, but like they were already going into a dark
It was sort of like
warehouse.
cloudy and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
And this is where they're being fed porridge, like, and it's just like she gets fed up with it. And the minute that she disagrees with it, she pushes it away. And so this guy goes over and it's like, oh, fuck it, I'll take it.
Yeah. And like, again, bitch, you had not had actual food in who knows how long.
You were eating raw sugar cubes to survive. Like, oh my gosh, a solid meal, even if it's mush, is better than that.
Like, I understand to an extent being spoiled, like, I get it, but if you were scavenging for food, like, at that point, that doesn't work for me, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's bizarre. And then she's trying to like start a conversation with him, but also tell a story. She's aggressive with him. But then when he leaves, she's like, oh, wait, do you want to hear a story? And he's just like, yeah, fuck off. No, what the fuck?
No, okay, so that is like the first instance of like this weird thing where I'm like, is this some weird bipolar behavior or am I just an asshole?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like, it is really weird, but also like the kid is like, no, I don't want to listen to a story. I'm not a child.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is laying it. Okay, especially, I thought it was laying it on thick before, but now that you have told me about the original, this is like beating you over the head.
Well, okay, so here's the thing that this movie does horribly, and you will notice it. In the original, Mary never had a childhood. Her childhood was to be not seen, off onto the side, and entertain yourself. That was her childhood. There was no warmth or kindness or love. And so with the tragedy that happens to her is, weirdly enough, it's a blessing in disguise. It's what helps her find the loving home that she's needed this entire time. If Mary had finished growing up with her parents, she would have been miserable. This film treats it as if she had a childhood and that it was this tragedy that ripped it away from her. It has inverted it to create a situation where she needs to reclaim a childhood that she lost, as opposed to never having a childhood that she needs to make from scratch. It is a completely different arc for Mary, and it's bizarre that they just completely missed that element.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we say things like, this is not Mary Lennox. That these other characters are not these characters, because they've changed them to be almost unrecognizable.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I can see how that can maybe potentially still work. It would just be drastically different from what the original story is going for. And unless you actually make it good, that is just not going to be very justifiable.
And they don't. And they really don't.
Yeah, they don't.
It gets...
They really don't.
There is no emotional... So she's like, okay, I gotta be an adult now. So she throws her... Is it Regina or...
Oh, I didn't even know
it's Jemima, right?
Jemima, that's right.
Jemima,
This is her doll, Jemima. She throws into the water.
Yeah, she says, I'm not child. It throws it into the thing. And like, this is the stuff I was talking about.
Mary was never concerned with being an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you...
I was talking about, with like this film being kind of like heavy-handed at times with the themes and shit. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, it's bizarre. They just injected this entire mini plot or this mini character trait that like makes no sense. But yeah,
it's like, that wasn't a feature in the book, so like, why would they add it here? Like, why did they think that the book was so lacking that they needed to add all of these elements that were never in the book in the first place, that didn't need to be in there? Effectively, what they're doing is just wanting to make their own original story. But just because they can't do that, they need to have... They need to name it after something that's famous and well-loved in order for the movie to get any recognition. That is what this feels like.
Yeah.
Gee, what does that remind me of?
Yeah, no, it feels like they're just pillaging the book for that purpose. Like, cause there's only a passing resemblance to the original story in this. So we immediately cut to, I believe it's a train ride, where Mary has already been picked up by, we only see their first meeting, by Mrs. Medlock, who is played by, what's her name? Where is it? Julie Walters, who, at least as a fun bit of anecdote, she played Mrs. Weasley in the Harry Potter franchise. So
yeah,
if you're gonna get someone to fill in Maggie Smith's shoes, there's someone that you could reliably choose there. Unfortunately, she doesn't get a lot of screen time.
No.
And also, this bit of dialogue is kind of weird relative to what you show in the original, because she just says, something along the lines of, what a plain-looking thing, aren't you? And I'm like, okay. Like, beforehand, the other one was crass, yes, but she wasn't like, that's just outright antagonistic right out of the gate.
Yeah. You'll notice in this film, in comparison to the 1993 version, that they're trying to portray Mrs. Medlock as much more of a villainous figure in this film. Well,
they do, but then they also undermine it by trying to make her the butt of a lot of jokes.
Yeah.
It's like they don't understand what they have on their hands with what Mrs. Medlock should be.
Yeah. Because this isn't a family film, it's a children's film.
Yes.
There is a difference.
Yeah, this is absolutely, like... What was the quote that Roger Ebert had about the original? And Kaiser, you're going to be laughing your ass off about this.
Let's go.
Give me 1 second.
But yeah, hashtag not my...
Not my garden.
Yeah, not my garden.
Should I read the whole thing? Or
yeah, read the whole thing, because it's a wonderful quote, and what I love about it is that, like, not only because I was describing to Twi my thoughts on the film, and then also my rating for both versions of the film, and she was just looking online, like, okay, Raymond, you said almost exactly what Roger Ebert said, and then also when you ranked the films, you got almost exactly what the common consensus is for both of them, and I'm like, damn, I'm good.
Yeah. So for the 1993 film, Roger Ebert said, like all great stories for children, The Secret Garden contains powerful truths just beneath the surface. There is always a level at which the story is telling children more than just the events. It is telling them about the nature of life, sorry. That was the feeling I had when I read Frances Hodgson Burnett's book many years ago, and it is a feeling that comes back powerfully while watching Agnieszka Holland's new film. Some children's films are only for children. Some can be watched by the whole family. Others are so good that they seem hardly intended for children at all, and The Secret Garden falls in that category. It is a work of beauty, poetry, and deep mystery, and watching it is like entering for a time into a closed world where one's destiny may be discovered. The film tells the story, familiar to generations, of a young girl orphaned in India in the early years of this century, and sent home to England to live at the vast estate of an uncle. Misselthwaite Manor is a gloomy and forbidding pile in Yorkshire, a construction of stone, wood, metal, and secrets and ancient wounds. The heroine, whose name is Mary Lennox, arrives from her long sea journey to be met with a sniff and stern look from Mrs. Medlock, who manages the place in the absence of the uncle, Lord Archibald Craven. Mary quickly gathers that this uncle is almost always absent, traveling in far places in an attempt to forget the heartbreaking death of his young bride some years earlier. There is little for Mary to do in the mansion but explore, and soon she finds the secret passageways and even the bedroom of her late aunt, and in the bedroom a key to the secret garden. She makes friends with a boy named Dickon, whose sister is a maid at Misselthwaite, and together they play in the garden and he whispers the manor's great secret. The aunt died in childbirth, but her son, now 9 or 10 years old, still lives in the manor, confined to his bed, unable to walk. Mary goes exploring and finds the little boy named Colin. He has lived a life of great sadness, confined to his room, able to see only the sky from the windows visible from his bed. Mary determines that he must see his mother's secret garden, and she and Dickon wheel him there in an invalid's chair, stealing him out of the house under the very nose of Mrs. Medlock. All of this could be told in a simple and insipid story, I am sure, with cute kids sneaking around the corridors. But Holland is alert to the buried meanings of her story, and she has encouraged her actors to act their age, to be smart, resourceful, and articulate. They are so good at their jobs that we stop being aware that they are children and enter into full identification with their quest. More of the story I must not tell except to mention the passing gaunt dignity of Uncle Archibald, played by Lynch with a very kind of weary, sensual sadness that Jeremy Irons used to have the corner on. By the end of the film, I was surprised by how much I was moved, how much I had come to care about the lonely little boy, the orphaned girl, and the garden with a dead woman had prepared for them.
Yep. And so, Kaiser, was there a particular passage that Twi put very pointed emphasis on that may entertain you, knowing what happens in the 2020 film?
Oh shit! Was it the
Kids sneaking around the manor?
Yeah, kids sneaking around the manor. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost as if this film is the insipid mess that Ebert warned us of.
It was like literally made to piss him off.
But yeah, and also immediately Mary is like talking back to Medlock, and Medlock doesn't really hit me as someone stern. It's like she gets hit back, and he's like, what? Yeah, like it feels like she's on the verge of tears all the time.
She's almost as like petulant as Mary is, which is wrong. It's so wrong.
It's almost like she is a little bit more of a stereotypical motherly woman, which is not Medlock's character at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hashtag not my Medlock.
Oh, that's right. This is people burying. Is this people burying the dead? Is that what this is supposed to be?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like undertakers, right?
Because Misselthwaite was actually used as a lodgings for the military.
Yep.
Yes.
And already, one thing to point out: this film makes such use of CGI, and it's all bad. Like, this is okay, but I don't even know if this is CGI. This could be a real fucking building, but it feels fake. Like, the color balancing is just weird.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe the color balancing, the lighting, probably.
But then there's the Robin. That
Oh,
is completely
and
CGI.
this shit. Oh my god. I was all like, okay, that had better be some kind of magic Robin or just her imagination. It cannot be real. And then it fucking was.
Well, it is a magic Robin, but we'll get to that.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't finish the movie, and I guess thank God for that, but...
Honestly, it's like laughable by the end. It's genuinely like it hurts, but it's some of the lighting looks off. The CGI is painful as well. Yeah, all of it. So like they point out, there's electricity that never comes up again. Yeah, I don't think the electricity they never do anything with that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the only reason why they mentioned that is like, look, it's the 40s.
Back in the 40s.
She gets brought to her room, which is like it actually looks remarkably similar to the original in terms of like placement, in terms of like where it is in the hallway, but like the actual room itself is really warmly lit. It's kind of strange. It's empty and like barren, but like that one lamp in the corner is so warm, it suddenly feels like weirdly more cozy than the 4-poster bed.
Yeah.
Also, you can't see it in this shot, and you won't see it till like, half an hour from now or something like that. There's a rocking horse off to the side.
Yeah, there's a rocking horse, all right.
They never show it. It's just really weird. And she starts hearing the moaning, I guess, that night, and whatever, which doesn't sound at all like it's actually inside the house. It sounds like it's being haunted from beyond the grave.
Yeah. And then immediately, because the blanket has flowers on it, she immediately just goes into her imagination.
Goes into her imagination, remembering. I mean, the transition is fine. It's a fine enough transition. But, like, it's her having a happy-go-lucky time back at her home in India. And she's trying to get her mother's attention. It's like, look at Mom, I'm climbing a tree. Yay. And her mom's just ignoring her. It's like... And this was the moment me and Twi were like, well, Twi was the one seriously. Maybe they're going to give an excuse why her mother was the way she is. And I hate to say it, they do. They give an excuse.
Yeah, they do. Apparently.
Like I said, it's massive, massive leaps of subtext and trying to fit pieces together in the original that may or may not even be true in the end. Like, you can presume. They just spell it out for you later in this film.
Yeah, because...
Be real quick.
Sure.
Okay.
Because you, as the audience, are not intelligent enough to be able to piece it together yourself. So, therefore, the movie has to spell it out for you in plain English. Or else, how can you say that the film is good? Because what is figuring things out for yourself? Children are stupid.
Yeah. So... On top of that, as Joe mentioned, there's no tapestries in this place. So there's like no secret passages, really. It's
no.
They've completely excised that. Which you think they would probably, they would immerse themselves in, considering what they end up with. But I guess fucking not.
No.
I can't remember. She gets up and she keeps hearing the moaning, I think.
Yeah.
Is she calling for someone? I can't remember. God, I wish I had freaking subtitles. So yeah, she goes out exploring, tries to find where the moaning is coming from, but she gets scared off. And the next morning, we get our first real shot of Lord Craven, who's throwing things out. We'll get to this. This is the whole thing. There are some nice details in here that you can see some ruined locations from the war. You can see, things got bombed and such, and there's like shell casings and stuff, which is nice. But that's really the nicest thing you can say about this, because he's just having an argument with Mrs. Medlock right now.
Mm-hmm.
And she's hiding for some reason. I don't know why.
Who knows?
And then we get to the introduction of Martha.
Oh boy, yep.
So, we saw one black person in the original film, and it was a bellhop in a presumably urban residence.
I think that was an Indian man.
Oh, was it an Indian man?
Yeah,
Which actually makes more sense, actually, because they, the huge Indian colony. But we did a little bit of research, tried to, and between so we have census reports from 1901 and 2004. In between that time, in 1901, there was 1% of the population was black, and by 2004, 3% of the population was black. So averaging that out in the 1947, it is a 1 in 50 chance that anyone in this manor could potentially be black. And the fact that they would be here at all in this time period with all of the social stigmas. Okay. Pushing your boundaries, because I guarantee you that number gets smaller and smaller. The much more infinitesimal. But then let us talk about the thing that this does that they also did in fucking Artemis Fowl. They made the servant black.
Well, I am okay for the most part with making Martha and Dickon black if you're setting it in the 1940s. But the thing is like, it kind of does make it a little bit iffy if you're going to make these black characters servants. I guess you could say that is realistic, but it's
iffy. It's just sort of like okay, fine, but all right. I don't know why you did that. She's from Yorkshire, right? Very thick Yorkshire.
Yeah, she's from Yorkshire.
It's like that. I wonder, like, where the largest population of African Englishmen would be. I would imagine
probably London,
deep London.
London. Probably not far into the English countryside.
Yeah. Hey, Kaiser, great you're here. You can be our race shield.
Also, Raymond, I gave you subtitles.
Oh, but you did?
Yeah. Download that, pop it into your video player.
Okay. That's an interesting format.
SRTs? SRTs are standard for subtitles.
Well, I never, because of how Discord's displaying it. It's like, oh, that's weird.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Videos. Where did you find these? I couldn't find them.
Oh, I found it right away on the subtitle website, the opensubtitles.com.
That exists? That's existed this whole time?
Yes.
This whole time! God damn it!
Listen, if there's anything you ever need, just put .com in front of it and see what happens.
Yeah.
No, because that's how I wind up on the weird porn sites. Which, you know what? I don't need any help getting to those.
Of course not.
All right. So just drag it onto the player?
Yeah. Like you're using VLC player or something, aren't you?
No, I'm using MPV, but it should work.
Yeah, it should still work, yeah.
Do we need to reload the movie, maybe?
Maybe.
Put this one here.
I don't think I've ever used MPV.
Yeah, it has its advantages over VLC, but not always.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that.
I almost called it MVP, so that's why I got tongue-tied.
The MVP.
Let's drag. Well, I guess we'll just drag the one. Can I drag?
Hopefully it works. Because, I mean, dragging and dropping it onto VLC works, so I would presume.
Okay, I can just open this in VLC then. I think I have it downloaded somewhere here. VLC. This, for the record, this doesn't count as scuff. This is a last-minute change. That's different.
Yeah. It's because he's complained so much about the lack of subtitles, so I figured Well, we were a little bit too far into the first film to really get the subtitles, but this one, I was like, oh yeah, I should probably go get that.
Come on,
So what you're
VLC.
saying is that it's your fault.
I guess you
Hold
could call
on.
it my
No,
fault.
I don't want to download an update. I just want to open regular VLC. Where is it? Oh, not responding. Wonderful.
Oh dear.
Now it's Scuff. Yay! Now, here we go. Here we go. All right. That's MPV. Close that. I'm not using that anymore. Can I? VLC. VLC. Can I resize you, please?
Oh dear.
Why is this not conforming to my will?
Oh boy.
Maybe.
Almost.
I've never had this kind of problem with VLC player before.
Well, to be fair, I haven't updated my VLC player in such a long time.
Cool.
Minimize.
I was going to say, and I would imagine it'd be more difficult given that, we're doing this right now.
Right.
What is... Okay, let me just throw the movie on there and see what happens. All right. Pause. Can I resize you, please? Can I why is it not giving me the little arrows? Give me my menu. Give me interface. Give me something. Jesus Christ. Preferences. Can I interface native use custom use native skin save? Maybe that's the problem. I wasn't using the native skin.
Maybe.
But it shouldn't be complaining. VLC. Open it again. All right. Fucking finally. All right. Throw that on there. Throw this on there. Subtitle track added. No. Pause. Mute. All right. We're almost there. Subtitle.
Almost there.
Track.
What?
Track 1 melee.
Melee.
It's in melee.
Oh,
it's in the wrong language.
Oh dear.
You see, only here in the Team Jack podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I hope everyone gets caught up on their melee.
Let me try to find a different one. Let's go on with the film. Though.
Yeah. Let me get this properly streaming. VLC, the Secret Garden, done, and then I gotta resize everything because that's just how things work. Can I?
Mm-hmm.
Can I shrinken this? I can. Excellent. Right, corner grab. There we go. Oh god, I fucking hate this interface so much. Shoop. All right, there we go. Nice and positioned. Looks ugly as hell, but we'll roll with it. And also, I will stream it now to you. Share screen. Secret Garden. There you go. All right, where were we? Martha, right. Black woman in England in 1947. That was our consternation at the point. But that this could be forgivable. Easily forgivable. It's not that big of a deal. A Black Yorkshire person probably existed. If she were at all accurate to the source material.
Yeah. Which she's not.
This woman does not carry the warmth of Martha. Like, she... Right. Oh, yeah, this is also why I don't use it. It pixelates like that randomly.
Well,
I got that subtitle up. You know what? They're staying on until you get the correct ones.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try to.
This is how we suffer chat. We're fucking melee. I hope your wave dashing game is on point.
Oh God, what is the scroll forward tool? Oh, I don't know the controls. Oh no, this is all
Oh.
tools. Effects and filters, track synchronization, custom interface, advanced widget. I just want to go frame by frame. How do I do that? I don't know. Does anyone know VLC and how to do frame by frame?
I don't know. I don't use it. BRB again.
Oh,
just
dear.
getting food.
Oh, good.
Getting
But yeah, Martha doesn't really stay around very long to introduce herself and get Mary ready. No dress up moment. And as she's walking down, we see Medlock basically begging with Craven not to get rid of some things that are like stacked up in here. And it's like he's like deciding to get rid of a bunch of stuff. One finger of the monkey paw goes down. Yes.
I think it's the E key to go frame by frame.
Oh, okay. Is it E and nope? W is full screen. That's not what I need. How do I unfull screen this? Oh no. How? Exit? Escape? No, escape isn't working. Delete? What is happening? Can I? What is this? I don't know VLC. I must be the son of Monarch. No, I don't want to quit. I just want to minimize the screen.
It should work with just like pressing the escape key.
F11? No. Why is none of this working?
Uh-oh.
View. Docked playlist. No. View. Minimal interface? No. Why?
Huh?
Why is this stuff happening?
I don't know. Let me open my VLC player. Let's see what's going on. Because I can probably direct you more visually than.
You know what? I'm just going back to MPV. I know MPV. I'm comfortable with MPV. MPV is my friend, and it respects me. It respects me like the friend that it is.
Okay.
There we go. Back to that, and then gotta get it back up on screen. Properties. No, that's me again. MPV. There we go. All right. Everything should be back soon.
Yeah, I don't know why you were having problems. I got myself into full screen, and I was able to use the escape key to go out of it.
All right. Well, scuff's over. No subtitles. We'll live with it.
I gave you subtitles. I checked. They were English.
Then why were they in Malay? Oh, the new ones? The new ones you just sent? Or
Yeah.
the same ones?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just... Let's see if these work. All right. Let's see if these work. I don't know. MPV might not.
Look at it. It says, and then Sita was kidnapped by the evil demon Ravana. Grr. Father, daddy.
No. I'm saying, like, I will see if MPV accepts them. That's what I'm saying now.
Right.
Are they still downloading? Taking a minute here. They should be in here. Are they? Where did they get downloaded? Where did they go? Why is this stream a complete and utter mess?
What? Where did they go last time?
Oh, it opened in a different folder. Oh my god, it might have worked.
Oh.
Okay, first off, put that here. Okay, good. And close that. Close that. Hopefully we don't have to deal with this ever again.
Hopefully.
And I'll just shrink this down just a little bit. So everything.
I will do my due diligence and say that that is an incorrectly labeled subtitle, and that it's Malaysian and not English, because it said that it was English.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Hey!
All right. So yeah, and okay, so Martha seems much more mocking
Yeah.
of Mary, and she actually seems like dismissive. And here I was excited to have a youngin in the house, and it's like, oh, so your excitement's gone. That's not Mary. That's not Martha.
Yeah, no, that's not Martha at all.
Martha would have just rolled with it, man.
Yeah. Like,
So-
even in the book, she didn't really mind Mary's temper tantrum. The only, like, we skipped over it in the original, but there was a sort of racism moment in the book and in the 1993 movie. Where Martha, because she is just a commoner who has never went out to see the wider world, wider England, let alone the entire world, she doesn't really know anything about other races of people. So she was actually kind of excited when she thought that a foreigner was going to come and live in their mansion. She said in the book, she thought that Mary was going to be black. In the 1993 film, they changed that to, I thought you were going to be a native.
Which
And Mary
is more
gets
tactful.
Yeah. Mary gets rightfully offended at this because in her mind, she thinks that all natives are just servants because that's her only experience with the natives. And Martha is just immediately like, I'm sorry, because she doesn't want to get fired. I have nothing against natives. I'm sorry. She's just so flustered.
And so this is a common thing that we're going to be seeing. Most of what we see of Lord Craven is going to be of him basically getting rid of all the shit that reminds him of his wife.
Which is basically everything.
Mind you, his wife died 7 years ago, which itself is also a change.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, it's taken him 7 years to get rid of anything? What the hell?
Yeah, it's almost like these characters were frozen in time until the start of the movie.
Yeah, and then also she just has the jump rope now. Like, there's no explanation for that. She just got it from somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to the jump rope. Nice.
Yeah, the jump rope she just has. And it's like, okay, there's some nice detail here about how this was used as a military base, and they just left a bunch of crap here. Great. And it's a beautiful shot of the landscape that's very green and luscious. Oh, wow. Look how green and luscious that is. Also, notice how there's, like, no gardens within easy traveling distance, which is kind of strange.
Yeah.
Just hopping around in, like, mud puddles. Okay, and then they try to show that she doesn't know how to use it, but she just gets it out of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Martha's the one that teaches her how to use it. But we only see that in the 1993 version. We don't see that in the 2020 version.
She gets it after her second time going outside.
Yeah. What were you saying, Kaiser?
I was saying, like, I guess in a way, I guess that makes sense in this version because they clearly want this Mary to be way more, like, used to playing before coming to the mansion. But at the same time, this comes at the cost of getting more interesting characterization and interaction between her and
everyone.
Martin. Yeah, everyone, but especially Martha.
Yeah. But that also raises the question, if she is used to playing, why has she never used a jump rope before?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another thing.
It really feels like this film was recut. And of course, she sees Dickon for the first time. We are now, where are we? We're 16 minutes in. We are twice the length in before we've seen Dickon compared to the original. And it feels like we have wasted so much more time. Also, I love this. Come back. What is it? Where does she say? The exact line is hilarious to me because there's no establishment here. Esther, she says, come on, say something, damn it.
Say it.
Say it!
Poke it with the stick. Say
I'm
something.
pointing a gun at you. Say, oh wait,
Yeah. No. Like she said, "Are you Martha's brother?" Before she said, "Wait."
oh she
Yeah.
did. Okay, because like it's like,
Yeah.
wait, are you Martha's brother Dickon? It's like, what? When did you?
Yeah, it was
learn
all like,
who that
okay,
was?
did they even talk about that before that scene? I forget.
Her and Martha have had exactly one scene together, and it was not exactly warm and welcoming. It didn't seem like Martha would tell her jack shit about her family.
So Dickon
Yeah.
wasn't even brought. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, no, he
Yeah.
wasn't mentioned at all.
And like I want to emphasize the difference between Dickon in the 1993 version and the Dickon in this version. Dickon was playful. Like, yeah, he didn't immediately reveal himself to her, but he was like giggling as he was running away from her. He was making it into a game.
This
Whereas-
one is like, I'm the next antagonist of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Until you learn in the sequel, 3 sequels down the line, I was the secret protagonist.
Yeah, and there's like no in-character reason for it either.
Yeah, there's absolutely none. And then, okay, so she's eating lunch, presumably, this little sandwich she has, and she doesn't like the meat because it smells weird. So she throws it away and eats the bread.
Crimea River. Oh
yeah,
my
it's
God.
like, oh my god, you picky
Like,
bitch.
again, I really want to emphasize, I understand, whole spoiled kid trope, whatever. But like at the same time, you were fucking starving.
Yeah,
I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
like, I will tell you, my food palette started opening up when I spent a week on an island for Boy Scouts. Like, we didn't even have all that much limited food, but what we ate, we had to eat. Like, I never liked spaghetti. We ate spaghetti, and it's now one of my favorite foods. Like you when you're in a situation where you don't have much to choose from, you learn to like things. It's kind of how humans have adapted over existence.
Yep.
We eat I now willingly eat things filled to the brim with capsaicin. I love spicy food.
Okay, I thought you were going to say I willingly eat cats.
I thought that too.
What the fuck?
You okay? Listen, don't blame it on me. It was your stutter, not mine.
Who was it that brought their cat to the stream? I'm feeling a bit peckish.
No.
No, Artie! Go away from Raven.
But no, apparently I'm fucking Alf now. But yeah, so she ends up meeting this dog that comes over to snack on her meat. I should not have phrased it that way. That was a mistake. I apologize.
No, my
Oh my
God.
God.
That was completely unintentional. I'm going to hell. It's fine. But yeah, this dog, who is actually a dog, so it's not CGI, thank God. But
Yeah.
or would it be thank dog? Haha. See what I did there?
Ah.
But yeah, she's scared of it at first, but it's eating her food, and then she walks away from it. No, she starts playing. I can't remember how quickly she starts playing with it.
Yeah. I always found it a little bit weird because the dog is clearly not growling in this scene, because you can see like its face is just like, oh, you're asking me to come closer. But then they like ADR the growl in there. It's like that dog is not growling.
Yeah, it's like there was no threat here. It's like, and even then, like I can understand being wary of a dog, but how this develops is just weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, and there's like undergrowth rustling. Okay, she's following the dog, where the dog's following her, and like the wind is blowing. And are you following me? It's like, are you following him? Whatever.
Yeah, so the robin has been replaced by the dog, despite the fact that we already established the robin.
Yeah, and Mary's being called back by Mrs. Medlock. And she asks about the dog, but it's like, it's a manor, not an estate. And it's like, okay, well, one, it is still a manor on an estate. Shut the fuck up, lady. Stop being pedantic. This film looks so plastic and gross. Yes, I don't know what it is, but it just feels lifeless.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's like shaky cam, and I'm like, why do we need this? Why is there shaky cam? It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And like, she has to drag Mary back to her room.
Your bath will be ready at 5:25. You're to be in here for it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then she gets put back in her room, and we finally get to see the other wall where there's just this fucking conspicuous goddamn rocking horse there.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there is no other furniture in this room. They had to eat at a fucking stool for breakfast. What the fuck is this doing here? Give her a table.
Yeah, it's really weird.
You think that, especially since they probably had, like, you know, days to prepare this in advance.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the way that you would want the niece of the master of this house to be welcomed at all.
But, like, there's also, like, she's doing the imagination thing again, which, again, not at all Mary Lennox.
Yeah,
This is not at all what she does, but then she just decides to run off into her memories again so we can learn that her mother closed the windows on her. And, like, asked, oh, please keep her quiet, because apparently her mother's a bitch to her, and it's like, that's how she remembers her.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's like... It's sort of like supplanting the original theme in a way, because, like...
What do you mean, like, is
I mean,
supplanting
yeah,
the
yeah,
original
yeah.
theme?
It is like... how should I put this? It's sort of like playing up the overt surface level aspect of, like, hey guys, this story's about getting your childhood back, and kids are cool, and that's why you're making, like, Mary much more overtly, like, imaginative and rebellious, but it's without any sort of method to any of that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also now she's asking Martha about her time at the hospital here that was set up for the soldiers. I don't know what the purpose of this fucking scene is.
Oh, honestly, I don't either.
I was about to say, it's not like the war becomes, like, that much of an interesting...
It's not. It's not an element.
Characters
Like,
at all.
You'll spoil your dress and the carpet, and who'll have to clean it? Me, both. And, like, this is her, like, talking down to Mary, and Martha does not talk down to Mary. Martha is one of the people that immediately gives Mary the respect that she wants. Like, it's not that Mary wants adulthood. She wants to be respected. There is a completely different connotation to that.
Yeah.
And it's like, here she's being treated like a child as opposed to being treated like Mary. And it's like, and then she just starts going up, I didn't ask to be here. And Mr. Craven didn't ask to take you in, but he did it all the same. It's like, okay, we knew that.
Yeah, for
Yep.
real.
Like, the fuck? It didn't do didn't do anything for us, this scene.
Yeah. Also, was this the scene where she had that big long pause when Mary asks about the noise? Like that big cartoonish
no.
pause?
I think that's... No, I think that's earlier. I think that was, like, the
Yeah.
first scene with her.
Okay, yeah. Because, like, the difference between this one and the 1993 version was Martha immediately answered her like it was the most natural thing in the world to
Because it was
say.
a practice excuse for when they had guests, more likely.
Yeah, but in this one, because they think that the audience is stupid, they need to give Martha a big long pause to let you know that something is wrong.
It's
Because
so
that's totally
handhold.
how you build this sort of thing up.
Yeah.
So then she goes to this lady in the kitchen and asks, I want another slice of meat for my sandwich. And so just basically on a whim, she's like, I'm going to go find that dog and feed it. And for whatever reason, she always has to frisbee it out into the
Yeah.
field. It's like, you can't just throw it. You can't just drop it. The fuck?
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, where's the dog? Why hasn't the dog appeared? It's been 5 seconds, Mary. And then a few more seconds pass and the dog fucking appears. Like, she's like leaving as if she's going like, oh, the dog isn't here. I guess I'll leave. It takes time. The dog has to smell the food.
Yeah, this isn't fucking Pokemon, lady. What the fuck?
So then the dog is just magically here. This is what first got me to thinking this is a magic dog, which it is, but like not. It's a real dog.
Yeah.
But it's also, I don't know how to describe it. This is just really lame. But yeah, now she befriends this dog. We waste a lot of time befriending this fucking dog. And she's like, oh, I'm just going to determine you're a girl dog. I'm going to call you Jemima. Because I want my doll back, basically. Also, Kaiser, your stream is dead again.
Then why did you throw your doll into the ocean? You didn't need to do that.
Yep. And so the dog and her play.
Discord.
They have fun with the fun dog. Yay, I'm being a child. And while playing with the dog, it leads her all the way to this mysterious wall covered in really thick tree vines. And it's like, wow, that's not conspicuous at all.
Yeah.
And the dog lives there. It lives under the hedge or under the wall. It can dig there. But Mary's called back, so she can't investigate. So she leaves. We're back at the manor. Which I just realized now, the wings of the manor absolutely were CGI added. You can see it on the sides. Those wings aren't there. I was fucking right. They added those in post.
I always thought they were kind of weird because they're like so off in the distance compared to the rest of the house.
What did I miss? I mean, honestly, you missed being happy. Oh, sorry. You missed being miserable. You shouldn't have come.
Yeah.
Then we briefly enter the Insidious films.
Yeah.
And Mary is just investigating all the spoopy noises. Ooh. I can't remember if they fixed the sound here yet. Where
I don't think so.
It's no, because I think she gets close to finding Colin here.
Right. I think that this scene is supposed to kind of represent the 1993 film because we saw all of the animal heads on the wall.
A minute, we fix Kaiser up here. Kaiser stream, get that back. That's my alarm for medicine, but I've already taken it. Oh. All right. So yeah, Mary goes to investigate and she finds her cousin Colin.
Wow, no intrigue.
No intrigue at all. Like this is the second time she's heard it. She's followed the noise. It sounds completely different because now it sounds like someone's actually in the fucking building. And then she just brazenly walks in and these two have zero chemistry.
Yeah.
Also, this boy does not look like young enough.
Yeah, there is something kind of weird about him. It's like he is a teenager already.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. The casting is a little weird in this film. But they just kind of speed run figuring out who each other are and like establishing their dynamic. And it's just not very convincing. Yeah. It's like, you're very thin, you're very white. And Mary, you can't just tell someone they're very white. and then okay, he says you smile with no teeth, and she's like, you don't smile at all. And it's like, you motherfucker, you just met. Both of you have known each other for a grand total of 30 seconds. What the fuck is this?
I was about to say, like, is that like a British phrase? Because that makes no sense because they just met.
Also, you see in like literally the next scene, she fucking smiles with her teeth.
Yeah, it's not even the next scene. It's there, right there. Literally.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need a scene. I've got plenty already. She's rubbing it in his face. Like, what? No, you bitch. Also, that's another thing. She's a lying deceiver in this film.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, for real.
I think the house is cursed. Yeah, it actually is. We're going to learn that. By all the soldiers that died here. It's like, oh, it's not cursed because of that. The curse was because my mother died here. I killed her. Right? I think that's what he says.
No. That's what Mary says.
Right.
Yeah, Mary says that.
Because she's a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then we get this weird transition where, like, there's this rippling, like, bubble under his bedding, and her father pops out, and it's, like, transitioning into him chasing her through their villa. And she's, like, laughing and having fun, and, oh my god, he absolutely loves her. Oh, wow. She is so loved and playing hide and seek and being chased playfully by her dad. And it's killing Kaiser's stream. Don't worry, I'll fix that. There we go. And it's just like, oh, wow, she's such a child. She's happy-go-lucky, and that was torn away from her. It's like, no! That's not Mary Lennox! Look, Mary needed to be miserable until she was 10 years old. And then she's found by her mother, who's like, wake up, girl. And then it cuts over to Martha, so I guess we just transitioned away from Colin's conversation.
I guess so.
And she's getting used to the gruel, I guess. That's a thing that just happened with no complaint, and now Martha's getting her dressed. It's like, I've decided I like your mother. It's like, oh, I don't... They're trying to make these two bond, but I don't feel any of it. I like your brother Dickon too, and I have met him. Well, I would have, but he backed away. I've seen him at least. It's like we're trying to put some mystery on him. What the fuck?
Yeah, what?
I think I was right. I think Colin was played by a 14-year-old.
That adds up.
And not he's supposed to be 9 or 10, but he's played by I think a 14-year-old.
Well, if
Right.
yeah. Dickon has, she's like, Martha's like, Dickon has plenty of problems his own, so you don't bother him. It's like, what the fuck? That is the opposite of what Martha says. Martha encourages them to get along.
Yeah.
It's like, you how do you get it this wrong? Don't worry, he won't like me. No one does. Right? Isn't that what she says?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, no one does. I'm sorry, who the fuck are you? And how do you like yourself? Shut the fuck up, Martha.
I was like, bro, I think it was this exact moment that I just stopped taking the film seriously at all.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Font of Wisdom. Go ahead, please tell me my problems. I'm so sure you have such a good read on me.
Oh, also Mary was played by a 14-year-old. The actress is currently 19.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
She passes pretty well for a 10-year-old. That's great.
Yeah,
well,
she
I
does.
guess great for this. I suppose you don't want to be passing for a 10-year-old when you're 15, but...
Right.
I mean, it's possible they could be older than at this point, but...
Maybe, I don't know. Like, it's so weird. Like, I'm pretty sure that they are still supposed to be 10, because if the mother died only, like, 7 years ago, then, like, Colin would have been fairly old by the time his mother died.
Well, no, maybe is the 7... I can't remember if they said it was 7 years ago, or if that was me being like, oh, she died when I was 3? So it might have still been 10 years ago. Right.
That could have been it.
And then, like, immediately, like, apparently Mary was holding everyone up, or was Martha was slow. We're actually not really sure who's being the more tardy here, but Mary takes the blame for it, and it's like, oh, Martha was scolding me. And it's like, and, like, Mrs. Medlock is like, well, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. Like, she has a little bit of respect there. It's like, oh, well, that's fine then, I suppose, but what matters is you're late. Now, come on with you. And it's like, okay, great. And, like, you get Martha smiling at her, like, oh, she's so kind. Such a kindly mistress to me. She saved me. Yay, what a special child. It's gag me with a spoon.
Yeah, it feels very inauthentic.
This video has been going on for 4 hours now. Well, to be fair, we're covering 2 films back to back. So,
yeah.
And, you know, one is really dense with information and the other is really dense with problems.
No, just say the other one is just really dense. That's all we mean.
So Mrs. Medlock is giving, like, instructions on how to address him as if she doesn't know. And it's like, okay, whatever. And you say nothing fanciful. He's enough concerns. So, mind you, we're half an hour into the film. this is 15 minutes, if not more, before we did. We also have this weird fucking cut. So we cut from them walking down these steps, like here, and say nothing fanciful, he's enough concerns. And we just cut from her walking around the staircase to standing in front of this fucking door. It's like she entered a fucking loading zone in a Silent Hill game.
Yeah.
Honest to God.
Just cut into the room, and it's like she's at the very far end of this huge fucking room, and Mr. Craven's like, "Come here, girl." And we have this slow plotting, like, there's no tension here of her walking into the study. Like, remember how, like, tense it was that Mary was shuffling in, and he's like, "No, closer, dumbass, get in here." It's like, no, like, that was so tense. There were the dogs, and, like, all the different framing showed how nervous Mary was. Here, Mary's just kind of like, da-da-da-da-da, I'm just going to walk down the row, and I'm going to go talk
And then
to...
he's like, into the light where I can see you. Well, bro, maybe if you weren't around the fucking corner, you could see her.
Yeah. So here we get introduced formally, even though it should be this is what, the third or fourth time we've seen him, as opposed to the second?
Yeah. Yeah, about there.
To Lord Craven.
Also, we have this weird subplot of her being threatened to go to school.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, the whole boarding school thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. So we meet Colin Firth's character, Lord Craven, and look, they do enough to make him look tired and grizzled, but fucking Colin Firth is wasted on this film. They don't put him through any of his paces. I don't get anything from him. It feels like a cartoon version of Lord Craven. There is no silent dignity to this man. This is just a shattered soul walking around doing jack shit. Why are they adding extra subplots? I don't fucking know. It literally,
Yeah,
I think
they
Twi was
wouldn't have
right. They
time for
wanted
it.
to make their own film, and they just had to slap it on with a veneer of the Secret Garden.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I want to send you away. It's like, I've too much to learn here at Mistlethwaite. And it's like, okay. This place has nothing to teach you. The details in this are excruciating. Oh, and he puts down, like, oh, God, I didn't even realize that detail. It's like, how much more fucking blatant could you be? She's been dead 7 to 10 years, my dude. Why is that not already down?
I know. I saw that at first and I just rolled my eyes.
It's like, it was too hot and it needed to do so. Like, okay, one, no, she was playing outside. So again, a liar. Two, just why you can already play outdoors. You've been playing outdoors. I'm obliged by law to have you taught. Then we'll have to break the law, won't we? And he's like impressed by that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, he's like, I don't know
Like,
why he
I
would be in this
I
position.
won't say that she's a Mary Sue, but my God, that she gets fucking close.
Like, this is some girl boss-ish type beat
Yeah,
where it's
like
like,
there's
I
a
like
little bit
your
of girl
wits
boss
back,
here that
kid.
doesn't need to be here. It's like, what do you have? Like, you've just met this man and now you're making a demand of him. And then he says, Mrs. Medlock says she sees your mother in you. And he's like, I don't see it. I'm not so sure. And he's like, it's like, doesn't seem like it to me. You guys have never talked about your mother,
Oh,
like, to any significant degree.
Also, I looked in the book. There's nothing in this book about going to boarding school except for the woman with her 2 children who was taking Mary across the pond on the boat was sending her children to boarding school, and then Mrs. Medlock saying that she went to school with Dickon and Martha's mother, and that's how they know each other.
Oh.
only references to school in the book.
And then, like, it's not your mother I see. And immediately she's like, oh, you see a twin, your wife. And it's like, don't stop spelling that out. Like, it's so blunt force. Like, the reaction that that Lynch had, I think his name was John Lynch, is the actor that played him in the original, was so subdued. And you got all of it from his reaction.
From Mary's whole thing, her being able to emotionally be intelligent enough to identify this as well, like immediately, that's also kind of an issue with me, man.
Yeah,
like,
it's like
everything
you are
else
a
just feels so
child.
heavy-handed.
Like even then, like you should be afraid to address that. Even at this age, you should know, hey, talking about someone's dead wife, probably not on the up and up, huh?
Right.
My mother said the same once. Wait, your mother told you that you look like your aunt. What?
But they're like...
That's another thing. It's like, we never got the impression her mother ever fucking spoke to her. In the original.
Yeah.
In this, it's like, okay, I guess you have conversations with her. If you do cause me trouble, I will have you sent away to school in an instant. Okay. All women are destined to leave Misselthwaite in one way or another. And it's like, what the fuck? What does that mean?
About
Martha
what does that mean?
And Medlock and the lady in the kitchen. Who's leaving this other than your fucking wife?
Yeah.
And then like she just straight up lies to Medlock by saying, I'm not to be sent to school and I'm not to have a governess, which was not what he said. He said, you're not to be sent to school. But like the governess was not in the cards. And it's like, oh, Mr. Craven's orders. Lord Craven. Lord. He is royal. He is nobility. I am sorry.
Right.
And then he doesn't want me to leave this cursed house like all the other womenfolk. Another bold-faced lie for multiple reasons. I'd be like, what other womenfolk? What? Please be sure to have Mrs. Pitcher supply me with her special sandwiches. It's like she lies basically to get more sandwiches. Extra meat, it is a requirement. I need to grow. It's like, what the fuck is this? And then she's like confused by this, Miss Medlock. So she goes off to, I guess, check on it, but she never actually does. I don't know what any of that was fucking about. It's just, I have no idea what the hell Mary is thinking in any of these scenes. I don't understand her as a character.
Yeah, no.
Also, I'm going to go get another drink. So, make idle chat about how bad this fucking movie is.
Well, you just get this play montage about the dog, right?
I think so, yeah. I don't know why they added the dog in here. Why was the dog necessary?
No, because we gotta show like her playing around in secret, you know, because she's a kid as opposed to interacting with another kid.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I guess in that sense that just saves having to, actually direct and frame dialogue or write decent dialogue between two characters, because like, oh man, we have a freaking montage with the fucking dog.
I like, we had the animals in the book and in the 1993 film, but like they're all just friends of Dickon. But I don't think that this dog is friends with Dickon. It's just a magical dog that lives in the garden who only is friends with Mary.
Yeah, we later see that like this Dickon never met this dog before.
Yeah.
So like I don't fucking know, man. It's just so, again, like, try hardy is the name of the game here. Like, it feels like the movie is just trying way too hard in order to be overtly whimsical.
Yeah. Also, they're really trying to emphasize some aspect of magical whimsy to this place, as though just the garden being a garden and being able to mentally help these people with their sadness and stuff like that apparently just isn't enough. You have to make it more. You have to make it grander, because people just can't understand that this film is about nature being able to heal your mental health in a sort of way.
Yeah.
Right.
So carrying on with this. Oh, we're already getting this. Oh God,
Yep.
I forgot this
Forgot?
happens before.
Yeah.
No, I thought this happened after she discovered the garden, but no.
Nope.
Right.
So, they're playing around, and they're in like one of the large fields, and the dog steps in a bear trap. Now, this might be a fox trap. I'm gonna actually double check on that. Because why the fuck is there a bear trap in the middle of this field near a manor?
Yeah, you would think there would be like a different kind of trap because, this was during a war, but,
Yeah, like, dude, oh my God. I want a different version of this film where it's a goddamn landmine.
Yeah.
Just like the dog wanders off and just see this like sudden spurt of dirt and mud and blood. It's like, what the fuck? Oh no, the bear. Okay, so that's a bear trap, fox trap. Oh wait.
I think it is a fox trap.
No, actually,
Look for 19.
I found a 19th century blacksmith forge bear trap. I found one actually. It looks about accurate.
Oh yeah.
If I can, my cursor disappeared again. There we go. There we go. That looks somewhat similar because it's like rectangular.
Because I saw this one.
Yeah, that could also be it if that's a fox trap. I don't know the poundage you need to release it, like how much force you need, but I know that it does require a hefty amount of strength to release a snap trap like that.
Yeah.
It looks small. I mean, you don't really need all that much size to capture something's leg. You just need a lot of force to clamp. But yeah, she manages to get this dog out of the bear trap without knowing. What?
Did you see? Did you see that? She tried to yoink the foot out of the trap.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she just tried to pull it out.
Did I miss it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think I did. Okay, 1 minute. All right, doggo and trap, which is sad. She lifted the trap. Yeah, she lifted
the freaking.
You know what? I'll give her some credence on there. I think she was just more kind of testing like how firmly it was dug in. It's like, okay, it didn't look like she was going to yank it out. It was just like what is the tensile here? Like kind of a natural reaction. But I get that. That would be really, I would not put it past this film for her to be that fucking stupid.
Yeah. The trap is obviously not on the dog's leg at all.
Yeah. But yeah, she uses she can open it. I don't know how much force you need to open it. It's hard to open that. I tried once. Yeah. Yeah. Bear traps are not easy to fucking open because you don't want the bear accidentally opening the fucking bear trap.
Yep.
And so a 10-year-old child opening one is that doesn't know what she's doing. Yeah. So the dog runs off into the smoke. And she chases after it to the wall, which, it's a wall.
Yep.
Is this where she climbs it, tries to get in?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, she
because
climbs it.
She doesn't have the key yet.
Oh God, don't remind me about that. No animals were harmed during the making of this film. No, they weren't. Yeah, they were fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, you can tell that they weren't hurt during the making of the film because you can see that the bear trap wasn't closed. Oh yeah, remember the branches came up to meet her feet and
That's
stuff.
later. That's later.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, right now she's about to enter the garden, just climbing over the wall. There's no, no logical path here other than I need to follow the dog in, so I'm going to climb over these cartoonishly large vines, or whatever you want to call them, branches, that are here perfectly positioned for me to climb them. Like, this is a terrible fucking wall if you want to keep people out. People can just climb it.
And she immediately falls down.
Yeah, she immediately falls down, and, like, in such a way that it's, probably a good 8-foot tall wall?
Yeah.
Actually, let's go back. I want to see how tall this wall is. That is at least an 8-foot tall, if not 10-foot tall wall.
I was about to say, it's probably more along lines of 10 feet.
So she falls down the length of the wall, hits the ground. There is a rock
going down
right there on the right that she narrowly misses, lands, and then tumbles down head over heel multiple times for about 10 seconds. I don't care that she magically missed every single rock on the way down somehow. You are injured. You are injured something awful. You have a bone break somewhere.
I was about to say, there should be blood on your freaking forehead. Why isn't there?
And here is this stitched on moss that she's going to be stuck with.
Yep.
Like, you can tell.
I told you about the moss.
Yeah, I tried to defend it. Like, it's stuck on there presumably with quote-unquote mud or whatever. But Twi is right. It looks like it's sewn into the outfit.
Yeah.
It's really ugly.
No, this is that fungi fashion, okay?
But then she discovers a fucking redwood forest. Like, this is not a private garden. This is this is a goddamn nature preserve, this place. And it keeps on going. Like, we're talking, this sequence lasts, let's see, where does it start? She enters the garden at 3 minutes, 10 seconds. This sequence of her discovering the whimsy of this garden goes on for a whopping 6 minutes.
Jesus.
It's 6 minutes of time where she's just wandering around this garden doing jack shit. She finds the dog across this river and it's injured and it won't cross over to her. She's like, oh, it's a mysterious place. Come back and we'll get you that wound better for you. And so it's like, okay, fine. The trap wasn't my fault, whatever. She's trying to logic a dog. She's an idiot. So she takes off her jacket.
The moss changes because she didn't have the moss there on her shoulder.
Right. They added it.
Oh
I can tell you.
Yeah, they added it.
I think there were changes that were made because we know that there was a cut later where she's taking off her jacket and hat here, but she gets them back later, and we don't know how.
Yeah.
But she also takes them off to, like, wade through the stream, and I don't know why.
Yeah, why couldn't you just go around?
Or, like, it doesn't look that deep. I mean, I guess if it's deep enough to swim, but whatever. She makes it to the other side. She's dripping wet. And, like, they agree, we're not going to take care of your wound. We're going to go play, which is, like, the dog is injured. What the fuck? So they play. They go running around, and we're seeing, like, these impossible plants that could not exist. That should not exist here. We're like palm trees and shit that don't exist. It's structured like a rainforest. Yeah, it's plants from all around the world. That was in behind the scenes, apparently, right?
Yeah. This is a magical theme park.
Yeah, and it's like magical, like the plants change colors for some reason in ways that shouldn't be natural. And she has her jacket back now. We don't know when she got it. It just showed back up in this scene.
Yeah.
And then both the dog and the robin appear to indicate to her to go to this, like, pagan statue thing that has a mouth in it. And it's just like a fucking Zelda character. like a Silent Hill protagonist in the world of Legend of Zelda. She reaches her hand in and retrieves the fucking key. She gets a stick out to get the key, but she gets the key to this place that was buried here. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
I do, and I was all like, okay, I guess the freaking garden being magic is just a consistent aspect of the story, but apparently not.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
yeah, this is
no.
a magic place. And we'll get to there's
Why
even
the-
more overt references to it. But Yui Trigger, dog could bleed out. What the hell? We'll get to that. Silent Hill X Legend of
Yeah.
Zelda sounds horrifying. I mean, just go to the bottom of the well in Ocarina of Time. That's basically it. But then somehow
It is.
Medlock knows to call for Mary in this area. You guys got to remember, she is far fucking away from the estate. Like, she ran real fucking far. I don't know how Medlock knows any of it, where she'd be to yell this.
Yeah.
So then she takes like the most circuitous way out by climbing a tree, and as she does, all the branches of this fallen tree move into position for her to grab. She makes no mention of this, by the way. There's no observation about this, but it just starts like pushing her leg back up, and I'd be terrified. A druid runs this thing. And at first you're like, maybe it's her imagination. Maybe it's like her imagination. No! We will learn later, this is just a magic fucking place.
Dude, for the first time, a wizard didn't do it, a druid did it.
Well, no, we already confirmed. This is a bastardized union between a druid and a necromancer.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
And of course, Medlock is apoplectic over the state of Mary, which you would not have been allowed in the house dressed like this. Mr. Craven said to play. I'm playing. It's like this is along the lines of that fucking ad for Rogue One that they cut from the film because it was so bad. If you remember the advertisement, it's like, what's something about rebellions? Like, well, I rebel.
Oh yeah, I'm a rebel. I rebel.
Yeah, it's like so awful.
Dude, it's like that other like commercial for like I think Nerf for one of the fucking Transformers movies where the female character of that movie's all like, do I fight like a girl? Yeah, I fight like a girl.
I need that as a D&D campaign, Druid Necromancer Garden. Yeah, it's it's not a bad idea for a setting. In fact,
funny thing is,
you know what? I have a recommendation for you. Play. You can buy it on Steam. Pathfinder Kingmaker. Highly recommend. You'll find exactly what you're looking for there. And you don't need other people.
Yeah.
There's like a lich homebrew monster for D&D 5e made by this YouTuber Pointy Hat. That's really interesting.
But yeah, no, she washes the key when she's taking a bath. And they're forcing medicine down Colin's throat. That's basically it. That's their equivalent of the electroshock theme. Which makes even less sense considering like the medical advances that were made between them. Like in World War II alone, the number of medical advances that actually existed was incredible. And that's even before World War II. There were advances. Well, before World War I, there were major advances. We have penicillin by this point. So it's like, all of this should not be happening the way it is.
Right.
Yeah, exactly why I mentioned how important it was that the setting was 1901, before all of the recent medical advancements that we'd made. Because even though there had been a lot of medical advancements in the last 300 years, it still was quite a bit of advancement after the two world wars. So therefore, it's understandable that they wouldn't really know how to deal with Colin's conditions.
Yeah.
Or perceived conditions.
Yeah, and by this point, I'm pretty sure, didn't we cure polio in the 40s?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, guys, we cured the thing that killed a sitting president. Yeah. Now, it might not have been this soon, but like we had a better idea of what was wrong with him. And the fact that they never even talk about his condition, really.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he doesn't like taking his medicine. That's oh, how sad. Boo-hoo.
I don't think he even really makes that much of a fuss about his condition.
Well, then he's like, he just like casually explains, sometimes I need to be restrained or medicated. It's like, okay. My father says it's for my own benefit. It's like, I would not casually talk about that. Although I rarely see him. It's like, point blank, I don't know how to describe it, but like there is a art to exposition, and this somehow falls down into every single fucking trap.
No, like
Yeah.
the best way to describe it was from the YouTuber local script man. Exposition is dialogue is exposition through a human filter.
Yeah, and we're missing the human filter part. It feels very robotic.
It's not. It is so fucking robotic. What the fuck?
And she like, immediately rushes to his chair. It's like, that's not your business. Don't touch it. And it's like, do you use it much? And it's like, it's all this is just like all towards like pushing us towards this conversation as opposed to it really being arrived at naturally. And like she's immediately trying to tell him about the magical place. Secrets I didn't care to know. It's like I just and I'm not interested in your secrets, even if you are telling the truth. It's like I don't. It feels so artificial. They don't feel like they have a relationship.
Yeah.
They just feel like they're talking at each other.
Yeah,
Polio eradication thing started in 1988. Okay, I stand corrected. That's fair.
But like it feels. I know we're talking about a movie, but this feels scripted. This is like the dialogue.
I told you my secret
equivalent.
about my magic place, completely unprompted, and it's like secrets I didn't care to know. It was like, yeah, now get off my bed and leave me alone. Yeah, I don't get a sense he likes her.
Right. I have no idea why these two would even like want to be around each other.
And then she was about to
not
leave.
interested.
He was not interested and only start really this is like the one line that I really like. She stops, looks at the portrait of his mother on the wall, and tries to start a new conversation when clearly he doesn't want to fucking talk anymore. And he's just like, she's like, is that your mother? Knowing full well that's his fucking mother. And he's like, you were leaving. It's like, yeah. You were fucking leaving.
Real.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, you basically tried to friggin' emotionally strong-arm this kid to doing what you want.
It's like,
just because you told him a secret he didn't ask about.
It's like, I hate her for doing it. Dying. Hate her? My mother loved me hugely. Everyone said so. Great. It's like, I hate her for dying. Who the fuck says that? Is this the movie? Is this movie longer than the original film? They're equitable. They're about, I think, only like around 5 to 10 minutes apart in length.
Yeah, but they speed ran the actual story of the original Secret Garden so that they could add a bunch of fluff to it.
Yeah,
like
it's
bunch,
fucking weird.
I wouldn't even say that it's fluff. It's more like a checklist of what is considered an exciting modern film.
Well, I don't even...
You'll see what we mean.
Yeah, it gets me so heated because, like, the first film didn't feel very long. It actually blows by once you get past the first third and the plot really kicks in. It goes by so fucking quickly, and it's just so enjoyable. And everything is so densely layered, and it feels so good. This film goes by like a crawl, that by the time you are near the end of the third act, it feels like you have gone through 5. Because you probably have, honestly. The arcs in this would make no sense. She died, leaving me all alone. It's unforgivable. It's like, fuck off! And then Mary's like, well, my mother never loved me. Will you read to me as I try to fall asleep? Where did that fucking come from? It's like,
I laugh.
Everyone in this film is bipolar.
Yeah, no, this is at this point, I was all like, okay, one is something, 2 is something else. 3 is a freaking pattern at this point. I'm all like, no, this is actually bipolar writing right here. You just run from the subject of like, oh, our mothers to, oh, can you read me a bad time story? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
And I'm reminded of Silent Hill 2, both versions, where you hear the conversation, possibly the last conversation between James and Mary. Ironic there. And it's this kind of bipolar thing very intentionally, because it's like them having, it's like, I don't want your damned flowers. Get out of here. Leave. I don't want to see you anymore. It's the shouting match. Like, fine, I'll leave. And then, James, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. James, come back. James,
No,
like it's a
that
heartbroken
actually
sound.
insane.
Yeah, it actually made sense. This doesn't. It's just spontaneous. Like, oh, will you read me a fucking story? And like, and then it's like she's like, oh, I'll tell you the story. That sounds terrible. And he's like, no, read me this one. It's like, what are you laughing about? You might be the rudest boy I've ever met. He's like the only boy you've ever fucking met.
And also, bitch, you were even more rude during this entire.
I was going to say, like, by the time
you started this,
by the time she meets Colin, she's already good friends with Dickon, isn't she?
Yeah.
Like, we haven't met Dickon yet.
We haven't.
We are 44 minutes in, and also, oh my god, here we go. So she sees some ghosts.
Oh, yeah.
Oh Lord.
The fucking ghosts.
I like. Legitimately, these are actually fucking ghosts. We just suddenly introduce actual fucking, like, we had the trees and everything. Gloves are off. There's magic in this film. There's ghosts that were wandering in the hallways, leading her to a secret room that was behind this secret wall that it just so happens to be her aunt's room. Why is her aunt's room behind a secret wall?
This is fan fiction.
It really is. And like, she's playing around with the pearls and the outfits, and her aunt was a flapper and her mother too. Because, I mean, I will say, that's fitting. They would have been in their 20s during the 20s, so flappers actually make some sense. Oh, that's where they got the masks from later.
Oh, okay. That's actually kind of clever.
That's better.
I will give them that.
I was like, where the fuck did you guys get those nice masks? It's fucking weird. But then she does have to trying on all these dead people's clothes. It's like, wow. Yeah.
It's kind of weird because it's like, yeah, this is something that a child would do, putting on a mother or grandmother's old clothes. If the parent in question was still alive, maybe, but under the very real knowledge that this woman isn't alive anymore, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird and also disrespectful and shit, which, you know, kids can be, but it feels very unrealistic because it's like, why are you suddenly doing? We've had no inclination that you care about any of this shit. And it's like, oh, I see my parent or my mom and aunt.
Yep.
Oh, and then she leaves the room a fucking mess. That'll be later.
Yeah.
And also, we gotta explain something about this film. This entire film, barring one fucking scene, is supposed to be told from Mary's perspective, as opposed to breaking away to look at other people's perspectives. And that's why we have to have her sneaking around late at night, when, in a way that she really didn't in the original novel. She typically had a goal at the end, and discovering her uncle spying on his son, and being like too nervous to actually like go into the room. And that becomes a fucking plot point later. That she just so happens to come upon this very intimate moment for him. So yeah, he goes away and she sees that, and I don't know what she was doing out here. Like, was she going to go visit Colin? We don't see that. I don't know what she was doing. She was just wandering around the fucking castle. Why?
Honestly, it still surprises me. Like, why would she bother going to see Colin? They don't like each other.
They don't. They fucking don't. He's the rudest boy she's ever met. And, you know, Mr. Craven leaves again. Yay. And Mrs. Medlock is like, it's like, okay, fine, whatever, you're not going to eat. And like
he's going to work, I guess.
And then she's like, Martha, please tell me about my Aunt Grace. Like Martha would have somehow known her. Martha looks what, 30 maybe, at most. Younger.
Yeah, kinda.
Like I why would you presume that she knew any of this? Thick as thieves. And so she's like, oh, their sisters were great friends. The sisters loved each other. The cry I heard when it was announced your father was to be posted to India. Oh, they're frolicking. I served the last ball they had here. So that was at least 10 years ago. Or maybe 7. Who knows? Fucking, I don't care.
Yeah, how old were you, Martha?
How old was
7
Martha?
to 10 years.
And, like, she just keeps seeing these hallucinations. Like, hallucinations, ghosts, it's, like, inconsistent which is which. Because some of them are clearly, like, just visuals. Some of them are ghosts. It's, like, it's not made clear. And some of them actually have physical effect, like, leading her to the room. Laughter, happiness. Yeah, so they were super happy before they left here. That's all we learned.
Mm-hmm.
And then she flashes back to her time in India, where she's, like, looking at her mom, who's, like, super depressed. And being dragged away by her ayahs and by her father, who, again, father is very loving and trying to be very understanding. And he's like, she's just sick. That's all. She's just sick. So what this turns into is that it's a girl that didn't understand that her mother was sick and didn't know how to cope with the lack of attention she got from her. That's what this turns into, instead of someone who was genuinely neglected.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then we also don't really have any reason why she's as spoiled as she is.
Yeah.
Because, like, she said something absolutely atrocious about her mother. Well, she's very sick. Well, why doesn't she just get on with it and die already and leave us alone?
Yeah, it's like, holy shit.
What in the fuck?
I would fucking ignore you at that point. Jesus Christ, you're an awful person. If I were her father, I'd slap her. I'd be like, oh my God, no.
Yeah.
Like I'm not for corporeal punishment, but if you're like, I wish your wife
You
were
mean
to fucking
corporal.
die, my mother were to die, so it would be over with, just because I'm upset, I'm not getting attention, I'd be like, I'd be so tempted. It's like, because again, I don't like corporeal punishment, but that is crossing
corporal punishment.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it is also corporeal punishment. I mean,
Well, depending on how hard you hit with the back, you know?
knowing this film, you might become a ghost. Oh, yeah, and then she just announces, you needed trouble dressing me this morning. It's like, I'll do it myself. And Martha's like, oh, I'm so proud of you. Okay. That came out of fucking nowhere. Calls for Jemima. So it's been a couple of days, right?
Yeah.
Jemima's totally fucking dead, guys. Just, she hasn't had her wound tended to at all. Like, even a day with an open wound like that, not good. That's gangrenous.
Yeah.
And now it's like, I know it's
and
you,
then-
Dickon. My sister loves me more than you. It's like, where did that fucking come from? What the fuck? She won't love you so much when she knows you're poaching on the moor. Poaching? And he's like, oh, there are poachers about. Oh, no, we're not. So now let's talk about Dickon.
Yeah.
He is a serious asshole.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
real.
he
Who
really
presumes
is.
that she is a bitch. And also does not have time-accurate hair.
Yeah,
we
no,
we
he
looked it
doesn't.
up. Like, neither, I don't think Martha has more tamed hair at the very least.
Yeah.
No, you would, 1940s hairstyles, you would not be caught dead like that.
No.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
Even if you were a wildling, you wouldn't be caught dead like that.
Also, do you notice that he has, like, feathers in the back of his head? Why?
Because he's the wild boy. He's the wild lad. He's the Peter Pan figure. Oh my God.
Oh.
But it's like, oh no, your dog doesn't like being called a girl because it's a boy. And it's like, its paw was trapped. And it's like, oh, and they suddenly like, oh, I gotta go take care of the dog. Tell me where it is because it's injured. It's like, why should I trust you? I know how to make him better. Do you now? Trust that. Trust what? You've been literally hiding And it's like, I need you to keep it secret. So immediately she's trusting him with the secret without knowing him. There's the ferret.
Oh, I hate this scene.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the ferret.
Right.
He spits on his
Fucking
hand.
Spit.
And then, like, he's like, oh, well, you must be too fancy for that. And then she does it. She spits on her hand and shakes his hand. It's like...
He says, if you're too much of a girl to... and she's like, I'm no lady, sir.
Right.
Yeah, well, if you're too much of a lady, then there's no... I'm no lady, sir. Yes, you are. You're the daughter you're the daughter of nobility. You are a lady. I'm sorry. You might be like, what is there's a term for a lady who hasn't come of age, right?
Oh gosh, I think so, but the word is not with me right now.
Yeah, like
mistress?
I was gonna say miss, I think is the term, but I'm not sure. And
yeah.
I do like how chill the ferret is. It's just like, yeah, I'm tired. I had a long night supporting my 5 children. And then he's like, oh, suddenly we're friends, even though we were just hostile to each other a minute ago. And so they rush into the woods. She shows him the way in. Even though she has the fucking key right now. Like, I guess she just didn't find the lock. They wander through this goddamned redwood, go through like 3 billion places. And then they pause so that she can throw out her ham. And remember, you gotta frisbee it.
Gotta frisbee
Every time.
Every time. And then, like magic, the doggo would appear. And it has still be injured. This dog is still very much injured. And so... they basically hold the dog down to take care of it. To make sure... It's like, you know, they have this super dramatic scene where like they're walking through these fields in like slow motion trying to take care of the dog. Like you can hear the chariots of fire, bum 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 bum. It's like a L'Oreal commercial here with this dog's hair in the. So they go wash off its paw. That is, I feel like you can see bone there.
Yeah, you kind of can. I think
that dog's losing its foot at the very least. It should be dead by now of gangrene.
It should be. But remember, they're washing it in the secret garden. It's magic.
Is that bone? Is that bone? It's probably bone. And then they just, I don't know what, they don't use any antiseptic on it. They just wrap it in like gauze and bandages. Like, guys, it should have a fracture.
Yeah.
Yes, it should have a broken bone. Yeah, it's like, so she's watching him and it's like they're taking care of the dog. And so they leave the dog to just chill out. It's already walking okay on the arm. No, it lies down. Sorry. She's like, I haven't fixed anything. You've only made it worse. And he's like, give it time for both of you. We've done all we can. And so they leave the dog there. Like, you're hoping the garden will magic him well, and come morning we'll have an answer. And it's like, okay, no, that's stupid. Why would you magic him well?
Also,
and, well, no, 1 minute. And then you see the grass like closing in on the doggo. Take a guess.
Oh.
The garden magics the dog well.
Yeah.
Good lord.
You were gonna say, Kaiser.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mary, what makes you think that the fucking medicine was gonna work immediately on the dog?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like by 10 I understood medicine didn't work immediately. And she's telling Colin all about this place. And like, it's like he doesn't know how to spit. Like
Yeah,
they want to do the spit handshake, but he doesn't know how. And they don't even spit. Like, she just goes instead of like actually spitting. Like, there's no liquid coming out.
Yeah.
It's
cowards.
It's also like he is potentially very sickly, and you're doing this? Like, that's not sanitary. And now tell me everything about your dog.
I kind of I kind of wonder if these kids knew how to spit.
I wonder if they weren't allowed
They
to.
need the spit scene
Well,
from the Titanic.
Remember, this was being made probably around the time of, well, no, right before COVID. So,
Yeah.
This should be part of some horror film. Like, what do you mean this rainforest garden is alive? Yes, actually.
Yeah.
In fact, I have a book on dog training. It's on the chair over there. Fetch it. It's like, what? He's trying to help you. And now you're being petulant about it. When was the last time you used your chair? And he's like, oh, and then he gets petulant about it. And then she's immediately, I don't believe your back is half as bad as you think. And I know you didn't kill your mother. So who's the bigger liar? What is this conversation? It's like just jumping
Where did this come from?
It's like all this came from nowhere. Did you ask after me? I said I'd heard you. Oh yeah, by the way, he has like no relationship with like any of the staff anymore. Like he has no scenes with Medlock at all. Because I think I think being married to the viewpoint of Mary is just murdering this film.
Yeah, honestly.
On top of the other murders that are being committed. They were very clear you weren't a murderess. And it's like, well, how do they fucking know? They weren't in India. Maybe I coughed on them too many times and gave them cholera. And then she walks up to him. It's like, do you trust me? Where did that come from? We're just leaping. This entire conversation is a mess. I have something to show you. Why would I trust you? Yeah, it's a good question. And then he does.
Yeah, I was like, bitch, what the fuck?
Oh, Ed Stavinsky. Sorry, I just got here, but was the garden magical in the original book? No.
Absolutely not.
There is an implication of some magical things happening through like the power of willpower and thought, but like nothing overtly magical like it is in this film.
Yeah, no.
I'm absolutely her murderer. Okay, fine, I believe you. But if you take me to
the garden, you'll murder me too.
I'm not taking you to the garden. So she's taking him to his mother's room. I was 3 years old when your mother died. And you and I are almost the same age. So yeah, that's where we got established that like there's a 3-year missing period. It's like
yeah.
And then she shows him this room, and it's just like, why? Why are you scared of it? What's going on? Like he's like repulsed by it. He's like, don't be scared, you'll like them. It's like I'm trying to. She has no concern for him. It's not like the one scene where she actually showed it and then came back in to check on him and call him out for his bullshit. Here it's just like I'm trying to force you to look at a fucking picture. Like, fuck off.
And she's adamant about it too. Like he's clearly very distressed about it. He does not want to be here. And she's like, no, you will look at these pictures. Look at them.
Dude, no. Shoving his trauma in his face repeatedly, expecting this to work. Why?
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
Dude, you just hear the Wilhelm scream.
It's like, and look, it's like, why are you showing him these things? Why do you care? Why didn't you just bring the photos to his fucking room? They are portable.
Actually, wait, go back to that question. Why do you care?
I don't know. Like, she's suddenly like, oh, my mother and your mother sat here. Like, remember that she only really started caring about her aunt and her mother after she had a relationship with Colin that was worth a damn? After she knew about the history to some degree and was intrigued by the mystery of it all and how different things wound up. It's like, all this comes out of fucking nowhere here. And I do like...
Look at that fake-ass flowers.
Well, I like the idea here of, like, presenting two different scenes happening simultaneously, overlapping with one another. That's a cool visual technique. But it doesn't serve any purpose here, other than just, I guess...
Yeah.
They were sisters and they liked each other and they hung out in the street with their babies. Also, it's portraying like Mary's mother as being very loving of her. So it's like, is this, Mary, how you viewed yourself?
Mhm.
What the fuck? Do you know what's even more extraordinary? What was more extraordinary, Mary? You're walking. I don't know where she got that from in the stills. Like, can you see it? Like, I guess it's her memories coming back that, like, they walked the together.
I guess the picture was taken while he was walking.
No, I think it's
I don't
implying
know.
that she's
Like,
remembering. And then he screams, and then, like, he somehow gets up and lunges out of the chair to knock her over, and then, like, oh, the spirits fade, and they're left alone in the room, and, like, they're suddenly, like, okay with one another. And this is how she discovers that his back is fine, that he has no lumps or anything.
She doesn't even, like, touch it or anything. She just looks at it.
Yeah. Your back's just the same as mine. It's like, okay, 1 minute. How do you see your own back? You need some qualification. You need a mirror. And so he starts to realize, I swear on your mother's life, I can't see it there at all. Jesus Christ, that's a wording. I don't know why anyone likes any of these people. I don't like any of these people. They're all awful. None of them are growing.
Like, she doesn't stop being this terrible person.
Yeah, and then she somehow lifts him into his chair, which I don't believe for a fucking second she can.
It took so long, too.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to make it believable, but they really don't. So then we get to visit the fucking Dark Souls arena. Which is what this ruins looks like, because it's a bombed out shelter that apparently had everything grow in here over the span of like 2 years. And look, the dog as well. Yeah, the magic happened. Also, now Dickon is just cutting away vines and shit for some reason. We're not really tending the garden at all. It's like, no, Dickon, this is a magic garden. Did I tell you about the fucking tree that helped me up itself? And then, like, they do their whole thing where they're barking at the dog. Like, that's their, like, friendship thing. They start barking. And that's how they play together. And it's really, that's all they really do, run around and bark.
Oh,
and the flowers grow. And, like, then we get to see, like, they have no reaction to this, but I have to imagine, holy shit. Also, wow, this garden is so much huger. Like, it's like this huge expanse. Yeah. Look at this. That stretches on for fucking ever over there. How big is this fucking garden?
Like, is this only Mary's imagination? Is this Mary and Dickon's imagination? Is this actually happening?
Yeah, like, what is this?
Is there something in the water?
But we constantly see the strange pink and red leaves of the tropical trees. So, like, I guess it's not their imagination.
And then they're, like, kicking off the wall, and I think by kicking off the wall, they end up discovering the gate. I think? Doing cartwheels and shit. Yeah, they're playing together. Yay, woo, woo. And she's crawling over here, and actually crawling a real patch of, like, ivy. Yeah, and then they discover the gate. There it is. And it's like, oh, it's just so happens I carry this fucking key on me all the time. Thank God for that. Jesus, okay, I guess. This random key that you found magically in a stone. And then...
oh, and look.
Now they're playing around like children. This, just like Roger Ebert fucking said, would be pedantic. Not pedantic, fucking pedestrian, that's it. It's like, this is so fucking stupid. They go to Colin, and he's like, I don't want you here. I don't want to see you. You're cruel. Yes. And so we're past this, Colin. You'll scream. I'll scream. We'll all scream for ice cream. We all scream. We all scream at the horrible house fire at the family reunion. I can make that joke fucking twice in the same stream.
I like how she's like, well, there's no use in screaming, so just come along. Do what I want you to do.
It's awful.
Why? Why
Like-
do you want him around?
So then they try to escape because he's
It's
screaming. They try to hide.
Because that's what's supposed to happen.
But like then Martha is the one that caught them, thankfully. And then fucking like Medlock does appear like she should, but then Martha's like, no, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of the master. And Medlock's like, oh, all right, whatever, I guess. Which is not at all what Medlock would do. Medlock would immediately go into that fucking room and take care of Colin. But this is not Medlock. This is anti-Medlock or whatever. And
This
so
is Megalock.
they all go inside. Colin screams more. He is genuinely terrified of like whatever they're going to do to him, which is a genuine concern because this bitch has been so forceful with him.
Yeah.
Again, this garden looks like annihilation. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Yeah,
Lord.
the bear traps for the giant mutant human bear thing in that film. Sorry, I'm swapping out to my bottle of water. Because Jesus Christ, I've gone through so many drinks, and we're still... we're 37 minutes till the end. Let's try and get through this, but there's so much.
Well, at least there's like the end credits, so it's not technically 37 minutes left.
No, it's more like 35. But so yeah, with the help of Dickon and Martha, they kidnap Colin. And Colin is just resigned to his fucking fate. And he also weirdly comments like, "Oh, he's handsome," about Dickon. It's like,
yeah.
What? Why?
Why do you
say-
need to mention that?
It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, yeah, is this like?
I'm sorry. He's also not handsome. He's dressed like a fucking barbarian.
Yeah, Goblin Slayer dresses better than him.
So like Martha's just suddenly in on their plan to go outside. And it's like I don't get it. I don't know why. All this is wrong. None of this is right.
Yeah. They're going through the motions because that's what the book makes them do. So they have to get them there no matter what.
And she like gives him an ultimatum, like you can like take his legs, Dickon. I'll take the rest. And just what does she say here? Or we can get you in the chair, get you down safely. It's like, so either you come with us or you come with us. I promise we won't kill you. You can't promise anything of the kind. And he's right. Colin is the most rational person here until this starts happening.
Yeah. Like there's really no reason for her to think that he's not unwell here. Like she's like, "Oh yeah, you were walking when you were a baby." It's like that doesn't matter. He could have gotten sick later in life. You don't know.
Yeah, and then like we just narrowly miss freaking Lord Craven throwing a bunch of shit out again. Again, it's been like 7 to 10 years. Why was this not thrown out already? And so they take him on little child adventures through they have to like dodge people and run around the mansion to avoid being seen. You know, all that shit that Roger Ebert said that stupid kids movies would do. It's just hilarious how this came to pass. And so
it's like they read Roger Ebert's review of the 1993 movie and it's like, oh, all the stuff that he was saying was good that they didn't do. Why don't we do that?
They took it as a challenge.
Piss him off.
And so she's like rushing him uncomfortably. He's not angry. He is like starts to have a coughing fit about this. Like he's too fast. And he's like, "Oh, you're rushing me.
Yeah.
I'm getting exhilarated. Stop that. It's the pollen I told you. Take a breath." It's like, hey, what if he just started hacking up a lung here, Mary? What if he died?
Good fucking god, dude.
We'll work out what hurts and what doesn't, but you have to try just as I do. Try what? Try what? What are you trying, Mary? I don't know what you're trying. You're not being put through any trials. You're just being a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has decided that Colin is healthy, therefore he is.
Yeah, and so they play this weird prank where it's like, to be dramatic, where they're gonna rush him through the wall, like, oh no, we're gonna hit the wall, and then Dickon's on the other side to pull it open. So 1 minute here. I just want to point this out. That's a double door gate. Both sides open. Dickon is on one side of the gate. Who up on the other side of the gate?
The ghost of
the magic.
Secret
It's the
Garden's
magic.
past.
And also, we've never seen this fucking place before at part of the garden. So it's another further expansion of the fucking garden.
What? Oh, somebody's saying, they're saying, we got suspended.
What?
Uh-oh, did I play too much?
Stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations. Yeah.
Oh no!
God damn it.
Oops.
Stream to my block because we take this video belong to someone else. You can plan to continue. If you plan to please ensure. Uno momento. Let's see if we can come back. I'll have to put the shield. Been temporarily blocked. That's gonna be fun.
Oh.
What?
Blocked?
Yeah, it does that. Let's see if it returns. I don't know, like, how long it takes to return things like this. Topic window. Nope. Shield. Back up. Your stream is no longer being blocked due to copyright. All right. Are we back? Are we back? All right, we're back. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that.
Goodness.
Well, that's like the second time that's happened in my life.
Yeah. I guess maybe because this is a lot of the clips that came for the trailer.
Well, no, I think it's just because I was actually running through a lot close to real time, so it got picked up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I should be skipping more, but like I want to make sure you guys understand how bad this fucking is.
Yeah.
So yeah, we spend more time in this garden, and it's like all super magical and stuff. Yay. They sit around, they talk, and it's like, oh, I want to see the dog. So the dog comes in, and they say, well, it's not a girl dog, so it's like, what's his name then? And say, well, it's not Jemima anymore because it's not a girl. And so just kind of randomly, Dickon is like, oh, what if it's named after my father? And it's like, okay, cool.
Oh yeah, and then we get those fake ass butterflies on her shoulder.
Right.
God, I forgot about that.
So for the record, I think this is actually more or less a nod to the actor who actually lost his father right before or during filming of this, which that would be kind of a cute nod if it wasn't already just ruining, like, not even ruining anything. It's like fucking weird. It's just kind of out there.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, no, so a bunch of the ugly butterflies fly off. Yay, whatever. I'm so through with this fucking movie.
At least we're almost done. We're not at the worst part yet.
Let's see. Miss Medlock is out looking for Mary, and then like Mary like drops shit on her head, and instead of looking up, she just looks backwards. Because that's totally where that came from.
Oh my god.
How much is left? About 30 minutes. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, Mary then gets caught by Medlock. Anyway. And it's like, she just very, very obviously hides the fucking key. And it's like, you think you could just sneak about and act how you like, don't you? Well, yes. She's not in trouble for anything. She can.
Yeah, and
also like she's
God.
allowed to go wherever she wants as long as she's not poking about inside the manor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you've been letting her do all kinds of ratchet ass shit this entire movie. Don't pretend like you care now.
I'm sorry if this sounds rude, but how can Look talk so long about this one story, or at least one big sitting? Now, to be fair, I am tiring out very quickly here. Not only
also,
am I just tired, but also my medication is totally wearing off. So I am.
Also, most of the stream was spent actually guffawing over the previous film
Yeah,
anyway.
the
so.
first film
Yeah.
is genuinely amazing. I would highly recommend it. But this is us like getting fresh energy to bitch about a genuinely bad adaptation.
Also, we have been going since 3 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock theirs. We only started talking about this film an hour ago. The whole time we were talking about the first film, the 1993 version, and we were doing nothing but praising that one and occasionally sniping at this one.
Yes, and now we're just sniping this one a lot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
in fact, you could call it automatic gunfire. You and your secret ways, your deviances, and it's like, what do you think I've been doing? I promise. Oh, right. That's what she was like, thieving. Like, she discovered you were messing around in the wife's room. So her and, you know, it would have been way more intimidating if Lord Craven were already in the ruined room seeing the mess, like when they came in. Not that he's seeing it fresh now.
Yeah.
Which is weird because, like, she's seeing, I guess she discovered it in her personal effects, which, why did you keep the fucking pearls, you dumbass?
Yeah, like, you would think that this would be one of the first rooms that you would try to get rid of.
Yeah, it's also like she left it a complete mess. She didn't clean anything the fuck up because she's a complete savage. It's like,
yeah,
it's just like everyone here is just bad. And so,
also, why are the flowers still, like, are they plastic? Did they have plastic flowers in the 1940s?
maybe
Like that? No, it would be the 1920s.
1930s.
Yeah, 1930s. Like, why? It's so weird. Like, those flowers should be dead.
But yeah, and like she's like, I was trying to make things better. Find somewhere to educate some civility into her. Yes, please. She should be sent off to boarding school. She fucking deserves it.
Yeah, she should be.
Honest to God, yeah.
She's an awful, awful brat. And then she gets so angry that when she's locked into her room, just for the night, not for like the day, just the night.
Here we go.
She like rocks the rocking horse sideways and just manages to break it. And coincidentally, in that fit of rage, she discovers a bunch of letters between the two sisters. And she doesn't read all of them, but she still takes them like as like rote. This will be confusing in a bit. But also Lord Craven is like mourning, like trying to put his wife's belongings away very respectfully and like sit down and mourn over her, which is like the only breakaway scene we get.
Yeah.
But yeah, she reads all these letters at night and discovers, my gasp, they loved me and Colin. Me and Colin were loved by them. And so she goes to this yet newly expanded section of the garden that she somehow knew where to find it somehow. I don't doubt it would be written down in the letters where it is, because they both knew where it was. And she just knows that they're there at this garden, and the fucking ugly bird is there, and it's just like... it's like Tinkerbell walking up to this. I don't understand. And it's like, oh, this is where they die, or this is where they... She came here to be in her last days. Like, she was ill, and she came here to die.
She died of anime mother's disease.
She died of Disney mother's disease.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's like, we don't have long. They're sending me to school. So when I believe... Oh, Mrs. Medlock is leaving now, I believe. Yeah, she's going somewhere.
Yeah.
So I don't know what for. But the vehicle departs, and they all work their way
back to the garden so they can do swimming practice with Colin randomly. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know why. And then they just like leave him in the water. They walk away from him. Like, that's a smart idea. This man who has like no upper body strength to speak of.
Or lower one.
Yeah, like literally no body strength. And so like and then they're playing with the bugs, and they're playing with like masks, and they're pretending that they're pirates. And it's like, there's something I have to show you. And so she shows them the tree where his mother died, and he freaks the fuck out, orders for some flowers so he can leave them here, and then orders Dickon to take him home.
I fucking love her reasoning. It's like, well, my mom died in a stuffy old hospital. At least your mom died in the woods. Was pretty.
Psychotic.
What kind of logic is that?
What the fuck? Yeah, she died alone in the fucking
He only started walking a little. He hasn't started walking at all yet.
No, he hasn't.
It cured Hector's leg, and like she was hoping that it would cure him, I think. It's like fucking hell. And so like basically he is like miserable as they walk away because he's been reminded of his mother's death and his responsibility in that. At least the responsibility he feels. And the entire world dies around him because they're all so sad. Oh no, visual.
Dude, what the fuck?
Wow, it's so clear visual storytelling, guys. I got my PhD in storytelling.
Dude, this is like the ever after. What in the fuck?
And so she's reading more of the fucking letters now. Again. And then she just sees her mother's fucking ghost.
Or her aunt's ghost, we don't know which.
Yeah, we actually don't know. And it just looks like Haley Atwell. It's not Haley Atwell, but it looks like her. No, I think it's her mother. Like,
yeah, I guess it's her mother, but
yeah.
like, why?
It's like, is something troubling you? And it's like, your mother is sad at the moment. Trying to make sure it's safe for copyright. Her sadness has made her unwell. So she's got depression, she's got sick from it.
Why is she having this explained to her now if the sister died when Mary was 3? Why is it taking until she's like 10 or 14 years old to be explained this shit? She should have been depressed this whole time.
Yeah, it should have been like, I don't fucking get this. And so she's like, oh my god, you actually did love me, but you just couldn't because you were sick. And that's what like the whole staring, I'm sorry I didn't understand. You were explained at point blank. It was told to you point fucking blank. Fuck off.
Yeah, and you had zero amount of character growth towards this decision. Like, I can understand her, learning this as a kid and just, when she was younger anyway, and not really, like, fully comprehending it because, she's a kid, she's stuck in her own head. But, like, you have not gone through the effort that would take to actually understand this. You literally had to have the plot exposited to you again.
Well, not only that, but like even as a little kid understands the concept of sadness and be like, oh, well, your mom is really sad right now. It's like, okay, well then I will go give her a hug. It's like, okay, but don't be too loud. Be very quiet. It's like, that's how you could like fix that problem.
Yeah, I don't know. They just botched it so hard. And then they have her running to Colin's room. They talk about how she's like, you need to hear this. They talk about how your father is focusing all of his fears about your mother's illness onto you. What? How he seems set on protecting you from the world. And she's scared of the damage he'll do to you when she's gone. Like his mother knew that she was going to leave behind her child to a husband that she knew was going to treat him poorly because he was scared for his health. Why not talk with your fucking husband? The man that seems so smitten by you that it's left him in a fucking irreparable rut for 10 years.
Yeah.
Ed Savinsky says, can we say that sisters in this adaptation are archfey and that the cousins inherited their domain of delight, that is the garden? Yeah. Fine, whatever floats your goat. I don't care anymore. I am so angry at this fucking film. And then he gets so angry at her, he just walks to the fucking door. Like, I mean, yeah. See? Right there. And then he falls out of it.
Oh, look, the garden was magical. It cured his ability to walk.
Except he wasn't in the garden when he started walking, so I don't know.
Hmm.
I need to read those letters. It's like, what the fuck is what do you want? Genuinely. I think you walked. And he's like, oh yeah, I suppose I fucking did. It's like, why are you surprised? So then they go back and forth reading the letters, and Colin finds one that talks about how much Mary's mom loved her, and Mary's like, no, she didn't. No, I don't want to hear that. And it's like, what the fuck? I thought you read that. He's just as besotted as I am with Mary. It's like, are these out of order?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's like we're getting these flashbacks. Like, listen to this one, Mary. She did a puppet show for me last night before last. Remember, she was 3. Or are they saying this has happened when her mother was in her depression? To make some silk curtains, she told this Indian myth story. It was quite mesmerizing. When did this happen? How old was she? What is the time frame on any of this? I don't know. About my plays, multiple plays. She had multiple plays that she did for her mother. When? At what point? Was her mother neglecting her then or not? It had to have been like 3, right? Because she started getting depressed when her sister died. Maybe neither of us knew our parents well. I don't know your parents. I don't know the time-space fucking continuum. Apparently it doesn't make sense. It's like, no. She couldn't have loved me for some reason. The letters say otherwise. Fucking hell. Mary. You've quite the surprise for you. And it's like, oh, we've gotten you to the best academy, whatever. You'll be basically going at 3 o'clock tomorrow. It's like, oh, I'm not ready. So they have to do something drastic. Colin, stop with your talking to this. So what did she say? Uncle, please, uncle. No, you don't. Why do you say your son has a hump? And it's like, oh, they really make him to be out so much more of a bad guy now.
Yeah. So it's
Honestly.
like, is this movie implying that Mr. Craven is just faking his son's illness because of his depression?
Yeah, it's like,
What?
I don't know. I don't like Mr. Craven, Lord Craven in this movie. He's not a good guy. He's not like a broken person. He's a broken character.
Yeah.
He thinks he has a hump, but he doesn't, and I think you know it. I'm sorry, sir. And it's just, immediately she's like, do you think Grace would have wanted this life for you? I'm like, you just stepped over a line.
Yeah.
And his house is a prison for you both. It's like, okay. It's like, okay, yeah, but you know that because you've been throwing all the shit out that's been holding you back.
Yeah.
And he just silently like walks away. Like, good, yeah, great. She's going away. And so that night, what does she do? I'm fucking trying to remember. I'm trying not to show too much slowly.
Yeah.
The ghosts are telling her to do something, I guess.
I guess so.
And then
this
is where this starts. Lord Craven is drinking heavily right now. They do this with the blurry shot because he's like, he's drunk, so they blurred the shot. he spits and he's all messed up and he's got the 5 o'clock shadow that he just never grows deeper.
Yeah.
And so he's like all fucked up. And he ends up spilling his candle.
Oh, I think he drops the match to light the candle.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
'Cause the lights are
Remember
flickering. That's why
at
he lights the
beginning of
candle.
film.
It's because the lights are flickering out.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. He lights it, and then he lights the candle, and it falls out of his hands and catches some paper on the desk on fire. And instead of dealing with the paper on the desk that's on fire, he tries to take care of the flame that landed on his candle, where it won't burn.
Yeah.
Because he's so drunk, guys. Like,
That's
look at
how drunk people act.
because when you're drunk, you lose all control of everything.
Yeah.
And then, well, it's late at night. So, of course, we cut to a daytime shot with them hanging around the garden, implying that it happened last night.
Yep. So
We'll
this
come
is
to
at least 6 hours later.
At least 6 hours. And they're all hanging out. And they just allow her to do so, even though they're going to be taking her away in the middle of the day. Like, I don't understand what the entire purpose of this is.
No, neither can I.
Like,
the threat of the school is weird enough.
Yeah, and then they add on this. They see black smoke. And they're like, oh, we gotta go. So both Dickon and Mary rush to the house, leaving, at the behest of Colin, who's like, my father might be there or something like that. I don't even care at this point. I'm tired. Look how far they had to have fucking come.
Good
Somewhere
Lord.
out there. That is at least half a mile, if not more.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot run that distance. You are walking it. I'm sorry. No. And then you have Martha who's running out. The entire building is on fire.
You
The whole
had
thing.
so much time to take it. Why the fuck?
And then they're like, who's inside? Mr. Craven, we don't know where. And it's like, anyone else? Anyone else, Martha? No? No one else? Oh, the
No.
brigade's been called. Okay, no one else? All right, well, we'll just go in. And I guess Mary will just charge into the burning building to save him.
Oh, immediately, Mrs. Pitcher.
Yeah.
Still inside the building.
Thanks, Martha. Glad to know that. Also, I'm glad that you just allowed a fucking child to run past you into an open flame. And then she runs into these hallways, and the smoke is low. All right. I have some questions. How did this fire start? Fires spread through connective tissue, like from wood to fabric to paper to wood to paper to fabric. Like it passes between different situated mediums. He lit a match somewhere in his office that caught shit on fire. How did there be individual pockets of fire like this? That's not how fire typically works.
It's in the walls. It's like the snake.
It's in the walls. It's in the goddamn walls.
walls.
It's like the snake from Harry Potter.
Just casually dropped matches, just walking around. I can only presume that there were at least 3 dozen different fires that were lit at simultaneous times. Like, oh, that light fixture caught on fire. Oh, that's unfortunate. And then she happens to just find him in Colin's room by happenstance, not his office, where he might have probably burned to death because he's a fucking drunk idiot. And he's just standing here disoriented, coughing up smoke. And it takes her like dramatically explain to him, like, Colin's outside to get him outside because he wants to apparently die here with Colin, but Colin's not here. So it's like,
it makes it almost seem like he did it on purpose so that he could die with his son.
yeah, so Mary had to
Yeah,
play the hero. And just kind of
I
feathering
can't
through.
desert him, not again.
Yeah, like feathering through because I'm so sick of this shit. She manages to convince him to leave, and they have a dramatic escape where they just start collapsing in the middle of dramatic points. And then they are rescued by the fucking ghosts.
Yeah.
The ghosts appear. Both of them can see the ghosts, for the record. So there's either ghosts or mass hallucination. And the ghosts directly lead them out of the house. A safe route out of the house.
This is shit.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he was picked up by the wife. Yeah.
And for some reason that dress has green fire. I don't know if they like used like arsenic or something in it. I'm not sure.
Possibly.
Yeah. But she just like, passes through the fucking wall. Oh god, it's like, you should know this house. It's your fucking house. How do you not know about these secret passages? And so they get to the main foyer. They fall down at the bottom of which there's a lot of smoke at the bottom for some reason, even though smoke rises. And it wouldn't even be anywhere near there because there's, fire nowhere near that area. And so Mary ends up having like a heart-to-heart with her mother, who is like, I love you now and forever. And she doesn't say anything, I don't think. They keep that subtle, some degree. And it's like, people come rushing in, Dickon and Martha come rushing in, and self-sacrificial Mary's like, take him first. Fuck off. Fuck off. You're not Mary Lennox. Mary Lennox would be like, oh, thank God you're here. Get me out.
Yeah. Like, she's only selfish when the plot needs her to be, but otherwise she's completely selfless.
And so the last thing she sees before leaving is her mother and her aunt, who are like kind of saying goodbye and dying, I guess, with the manor. I don't fucking know. And she smiles. Lightly.
Well, I mean, they're ghosts that are trapped within the bounds of the castle. So if the castle goes, so do the ghosts. Goodbye, ghosts.
I guess.
Goodbye.
And everyone's coughing outside. And Mrs. Medlock is getting them water. And he's like, show me my son. So we'll just fast forward. They get shown the garden. Everyone's like, ooh, pretty garden.
They bring Mrs. Medlock in because why not, I guess.
Yeah, she doesn't have any, she didn't have any other, like, fucking catharsis to her arc. She didn't have a personal arc at all. She's not a character. And it's like, oh, magically, we're going to wander around this place. And then they go to this specific area. They don't go to the one with the swing for some reason. They go to this one, which has, like, been seen twice. And he's like, of all the places, this fucking menagerie we have in the backyard, and also I'm not really sad, I'm with the CGI in a tear. And Colin's like, no, wait. And so his father slows. And we get the dramatic moment as Colin stands and limps his way over to his father. Like, this is some kind of big cathartic moment for his character arc.
And, I want to emphasize in the book, it was actually a lot more accurate to the 1993 film, because in the book, Colin boasts about how he's faster than Mary and can beat her in a race now.
Yeah. And so they hug, and everyone's happy, and it ends on them rebuilding the manor, and it's like, oh, tell us a story, and Mary tells a story, and you have the other characters correcting her about what the story is actually saying. And it's like, when they live in a magic garden, because it was a magic garden, it was going to, as much as they were going to save it. I don't know how they fucking saved it.
Yeah, I don't either.
With the by rebuilding their family, guys. It's about family.
It's like, it was a magic garden. Because it was a magic garden, it was going to save them as much as they were going to save it, which doesn't make any fucking sense considering the plot. And now if you're ready and silent, I shall try again to tell her story. It's like, I don't care. I don't care about any of this. You're all awful people.
Yeah, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
This is a bad film. This is a very bad film.
This movie sucked. It sucks even harder just knowing exactly what I'm missing with the previous film.
Yeah, no, quite frankly, it's like, why did you feel the need to make this?
Yeah.
Like, you could have done a more faithful adaptation and it would have been strictly better, but for some reason you wanted to do this weird bastardization and no one understands you. No one knows fucking why. Everyone is confused. Money? Did it succeed? I thought this flopped.
I think it flopped, yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
The only thing
Okay.
worth
So
about this.
I did this game with you. So Kaiser, you get to guess.
Yes.
Out of a budget of 20 million, guess how much they made.
Ooh, I have a budget of 20 million. I'm gonna say, oh my God. I'm gonna say 500,000.
Okay, it wasn't that bad. Also, I realized at the end there they've just completely forgot at some point to keep adding in the wings on Misselthwaite.
All right, 5 million.
Higher.
Yeah.
12 million.
Lower.
10 million.
Lower.
7.
Higher.
8. 9.
There we go. 8.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
8.7 million. Yeah, they flopped. I guess the writer and director just wanted to give it their twist. Actually, let's see. Written by Jack Thorne. What has he written? He's Twi. Do you know? Okay, Twi. You're going to fucking laugh. He is best known. Jack Thorne, FRLS, born December, whatever, is a British playwright, television writer, screenwriter, and producer. He is best known for writing the stage play Harry Potter and the Cursed Child.
Are you fucking kidding?
I recognize that.
Wait. The films Wonder and Enola Holmes.
You bastard!
And the television program His Dark Materials.
Oh my God! He's just a bad writer.
He also wrote Enola Holmes too. Oh no, he's the writer on Tron Ares. That film was fucked.
Oh my God, this guy is just awful. This man is such a bad writer. Enola Holmes sucked so bad. It was such a bad movie.
From the start. This was fucked from the start.
This was an embezzlement scheme. Anyway, yeah. So
Oh, do you want to know how much the 1993 film made in comparison to the budget?
Go for it.
A budget of 18 million, so it wasn't even as expensive as this film. Box office, 40 million.
Yep, that's actually probably about breaking even for that era.
Yeah.
Like, keep in mind, like, budget does not include advertising, which means they probably lost twice the amount.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's our thoughts on a really good story that got adapted into a fantastic film and a really awful one.
The moral of the story is we ruin everything. Modern Hollywood ruins fucking everything.
The moral of the story is I am tired. I want to rest. So yeah, you guys have anything to announce before I die?
Nah, I'm good. I'm done too.
I now made it possible for people to enter into the tundra for Bad Fanfiction Night, which we'll maybe not be getting to for 2 weeks anyway, so it doesn't matter as much. But you still have the ability to do that for when we do. Just go onto my Patreon, become a member of DigiEgg at least, and then there is a chat there with the link.
Yep. And let me see. Yeah, still working on my hero. Still working on Sentinels. Still working on Ruby. Yeah. And still working on not dying from bad films. That one I'm actually failing at quite badly. So member of the patron, join us for Bad Fan Fiction Night. Maybe this week, probably not. We'll see. And yeah, have a good night, everyone. And I'm gonna go deal with that fucking copyright situation. Oh God.
Goodbye.
Oh wow.